Hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to another Three Wonks episode. Three Wonks is a primarily policy focused podcast with three policy wonks featuring socialism done left, new liberal Micah Irfan, and myself, a social democrat, Econoboy. We'd like to thank our Patreons who support a policy dense show in a polarized and sensationalist media environment. If you'd like to become a Patreon, support our show, head to patreon.com/3wonks and become a member for as little as $3 a month. Get some cool benefits and support a cool show. We're talking about unions today. Are unions good for workers? Are they good for the economy? We'll discuss what we think of unions and how we might ideally regulate them. And after that, we'll move to our audience topic, which is green energy. How would we shape America's energy policy to achieve climate and economic goals? This was the topic as decided upon by our Patreon members. So if you'd like a say in what we talk about each week, go ahead and join the Patreon once more. I do have a sleeper topic for today. People seem to like when we bring up sleeper topics every now and then. I thought this was kind of funny. So, for those that don't know, there's a lovely would you say synonymous individual on Twitter named James Medlock. So, for those that don't know who James Medlock is, he's this guy. He is only a Twitter account. He does not talk. The only interviews he does are written. He does not do videos. He is completely synonymous. I think I'm using the word right. And he is, as he says, a sock them in the streets and a market socialist in the sheets. He's a big, giant Twitter account. I think one of the ways he got so big was following I think at one point he had way more followers than he has now. He followed me when I had less than 500. I was such a small account when he followed me. It was unbelievable. And I still have the James Medlock follow, I guess. We might all have it. But he's basically just a guy who tweets about, random policy stuff. And I think he maybe writes an article every now and then and shares it. But he did this crazy thing where in maybe about a year ago, when inflation was, 8 or 9% or something, there was obviously a lot of people who were like, hyperinflation, Venezuela, fucking Zimbabwe. Our economy's gonna collapse because of Biden, all the money printing. And James Medlock posted on his Twitter, he goes, I will bet $1 million that we will not have hyperinflation in this country. And because he has such a big Twitter account, one of these crazy libertarian crypto bros actually took the bet. They said, no, I will bet you $1 million that there will be hyperinflation in this country. And so they just did it. They got the lawyers in the background. They negotiated it out. Naturally, because James Medlock's not a complete idiot, there wasn't hyperinflation. And sure enough, he won $1 million doing this. And so he's inspired many copycats because if you can make obvious economic predictions and just get $1 million for it, I mean, wouldn't we all do that, right? And so naturally, and I don't know who tweeted this first. STL, you may have stolen my idea. We may have had an independently good idea in this regard. Elon Musk tweets this video. He tweets, quote, "It's actually happening." And he basically talks about how the Democrats are going to implement open borders and they're going to implement a one-party state. And he's talking about some crazy Elon Musk shit. And I tweeted out in a quote response saying, I will bet $1 million that the Democrats will not institute open borders or a one-party state. To which I say, am I doing this right, James Medlock? And then I noticed the other day, I see STL snuck in a little tweet reply here. Elon, I would like to bet you $1 million that Democrats will not enact a one-party state by 2028. Do you accept? And I'm disappointed to say, boys, Elon has not responded to our bait of getting him to bet $1 million.
This is a very serious debate.
Look, you're right. You're right.
Either side could win. This bet is completely fair.
It's a coin flip.
50-50 odds, Elon. You could win just as much as you could lose.
Exactly. I mean, the thing, we need to encourage, if we could bet billionaires $1 million at a time, we could redistribute the wealth and lead to a more egalitarian society. But I suppose this is our collective open challenge for Elon. Do you want in on this, Micah? Do you want to bet $1 million that the Democrats will not implement a one-party state by 2028?
I would hate to bet against the future that I want.
There you go. So we're in three. We will put the Three Wonks podcast. We are committing to this. We will bet a collective $3 million that the Elon Musk is wrong, and there will not be a one-party state by 2028.
Have you played the video? Not on the stream necessarily, but like, have you watched the full video that he's quoting?
I honestly, it's like a 30-second ad, but it's so I haven't watched the full thing, no.
So it's a completely insane. It has like a robot voice talking about how the Democrat plan to overturn America. And the thing that's so funny about it is what it boils down into is three things: one, import illegals; two, use the census to redistribute electoral seats to places that have more illegal immigrants; and three, give them benefits so that they stay there. And the argument is that will allow them to enact long-term one-party rule by giving California more House seats. Like, that is literally the plan outline for one-party rule. Like, it's literally just, they could get more House seats. That's it. By giving people stuff they want, by letting people into the country and giving them phones. That is literally the argument. And Elon thinks it's a genuine conspiracy to take over the country. I'm sorry, conservatives are complete morons. What the fuck?
Hey, Elon's not a conservative or a right-winger. Come on, SDL. He's a centrist.
That's true. No, he's not a centrist. He's a socialist who just cares more about making sure that the makers get things than the takers. I think that's almost an exact quote.
He's asking the questions that we, the plebeians, are too afraid to ask because of woke cancel culture. So, frankly, he is providing a service. I mean, look, are we not all on Twitter? Are we not still all of us on Twitter? Tweeting
the brain
things?
rot is so addictive.
But there's the gauntlet. It's been thrown down. If we are able to bait Elon into betting each of us $1 million, that would be the funniest thing in 2024. Although, unfortunately, what with it being like an incredibly insane thing to think, unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to get the attention of billionaire Elon Musk to let go of $3 million. But anyway, it was a good attempt by us. We'll keep trying. We'll never give up on the chance at basically getting $1 million from Elon Musk. But one day maybe. All right. Let's go on to our actual main topic of the day. And let me open up my little pad to read from here.
Unions.
All right, unions. We are talking about unions today. Are unions bad for the economy, and are they good for workers? Could they actually be both of these things at the same time? Interesting question. Let's start with what a union is and the basic structure. So I have this basic kind of working definition. A union is an organization typically made up of individuals elected by workers who represent workers when negotiating for workers' rights, wages, and responsibilities. This process of collective representation and negotiation is also known as collective bargaining. Put even more simply, unions are an entity which pools the bargaining power of workers in order to address the power imbalance often present between capital owners and individual laborers. Naturally, if you're just one person arguing like, hey, I deserve a raise. I want you to provide me a healthcare plan. I want to have 4 weeks of vacation instead of 3. It's easier to negotiate that kind of thing as a pool of workers where we all get those benefits versus each individual worker kind of facing the full power of capital interest by themselves. And so that's what unions are. That's the way that, at least in theory, we would imagine that they would operate. And so I guess we can kind of go one by one. The first section here that I have outlined is why unions theoretically and values-based. So like in theory, like from a values perspective, from a theoretical perspective, why would we, want unions? So some of the things that I put in here are, like I said, it addresses the power imbalance or imbalances between labor and capital, that capital owners essentially necessarily have more bargaining leverage with employees than workers. There's some instances where in theory their labor rents exist and there's actually a power imbalance between labor and capital that favors labor. Very unusually the case though, and it's not really worth discussing because it's not really a macro phenomena. Another one is like it is a democratic structure in the workplace, insofar as we can make, workplaces more democratic without having terribly deleterious effects on the economy. Seems like something we would want to do. And it also addresses, in my view, principal agent problems within corporations, right? That, same thing with worker board membership. When you have sort of employee representation in companies, it can allow workers to be able to speak a little bit more freely, critique, and be involved in process setting and rule setting within organizations that can avoid basically principal agent problems. And for those that don't know, a principal agent problem is essentially a problem where you have a disconnect between the principal, the originator of a policy, and the agent, the sort of actor of a policy. And this is typically a criticism of centrally planned economies. But frankly, companies can be the same thing. I mean, we've all worked at companies, maybe not, I don't know about Micah because he's such a young boy. I don't know if he's worked at many companies at this point. But, for the most of us, right, we've worked at companies that have, problems where the corporation, the corporate leadership institutes a policy that doesn't seem to work out too well and not very practical. And, these problems can be alleviated in a world where we have unions or some sort of broader level employee representation. Micah, what would you say? Do you think that there's what are the theoretical benefits of unions? Are there values-based reasons to want unions? What do you think, Micah?
I think that the main reason why you'd want unions is if you think monopsony is widespread, or basically there's like labor market deficiencies, right? So in like basic economics, a purely neoclassical version of the world, you may think that wages are set at their optimal level and working conditions are set at their optimal level. And that kind of model assumes that there's perfect competition amongst employers. And that workers have perfect information and employers have perfect information, and there's not huge transaction costs. We just know that's not the case. We know that people don't like having to leave the place they work at and find a new job. We know that if you have some sort of specialty, like let's say you're a rocket scientist, there's not a gazillion rocket scientist jobs waiting for you. So it's not like you can easily leave. And because of all these reasons, it can give, in some cases, employers extra bargaining power. It can allow them to set wages at a level that is low. The wages should be set.
First, Micah, internet interruption.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Micah.
Yeah. So it allows wages to fall to a level that is not what it would be under an ideal market conditions. And so I think that the case for unions could be made if they were able to correct for this deficiency. I think a second maybe theoretical benefit is that in regards to changes to working conditions, it seems like in many cases, workers would be willing to trade off maybe some wages, some compensation for like big improvements in working conditions and treatment, but it's not always clear how they're supposed to do this in an ununionized firm. I assume that the employer is supposed to just know what the right way to treat their employees is and what the ideal trade-off is. That's just simply not the case. And so unions can serve as a mechanism to represent the real views and experiences of employees and thereby create more utility maximizing labor usage models within firms. So I'd say those more democratic representation of worker interest, producing more information for employers in their decisions, and second, setting wages at a level that corrects for maybe various market failures.
There we go. And then SDL, from your perspective, is there anything that you can think of in terms of theoretical value of unions? And are there sort of principled reasons why you would be in favor of unions?
Yeah, I think the first obvious one is like, if you believe that democracy is generally a good thing in society, then unions are a shift towards a more democratic structure in the workplace. And that's important because workplaces are often structured very undemocratically, right? Like your boss can fire you. They have near dictatorial control. Obviously, you have the ability to go to another boss, but that boss also has near dictatorial control. So
having free speech in corporations,
there literally isn't, right? Like for a decent chunk of everyone's lives, one third of most people's, not one third, one half of everyone's waking life, if you're working, you're going to spend at the mercy of someone who has a lot of power over you, but you have very little way to respond. So there's this argument that if you just care about democratic structure throughout society, you should support things like unions because they add democratic power in the workplace. But I would note that this democratic power extends beyond that. And an old lefty argument is that employers can freely associate to form political groups, right? Like it's very easy to form a lobbying group and lobby the government for something, but it's a lot harder to do that for workers because there's a lot more of them. They have a lot less money individually. And so you have to have some institution which can organize and regiment those people to pursue political goals. And something we see in places that have more unions is that they pursue more policies which tend to pay for pay benefits to people who are low income, like pro-disability benefits, a lot more child benefits. There was a study that came out back in, I think, 2014, which showed that places which have more private sector unions have higher income mobility and higher wages for non-union workers. So there's these sort of second order benefits outside the firm, I think, from democratic organization of workers to pursue their own interests.
There we go. So those are our theoretical reasons for sort of, in some inherent sense, supporting unions. And so now we can kind of move towards the more practical sort of application. The actually existing unions of the world, right? What are the effects that we see? From my perspective, like some of the good things that you can get, that you can certainly garner from like the literature on unions and unionization, is that it does lower wage inequality, right, within firms. And this is obviously a good thing if you essentially imagine that lower paid people should be paid probably a bit more than they're paid now. Where when we lower wage inequality, we tend to see like wages for the upper end compress and wages for very poor workers go up. And so a lot of times when you look at studies, like union wage premium is like absolutely a thing, that when you work at a company that is represented by a union or a collective bargaining contract, you'll find that, well, wages tend to go up, and that the amount that wages go up is disproportionately shared by basically workers who are in the bottom 50th percentile of earners at a company. And, that's probably at least a decent thing, a decent outcome that I might find in the literature. What Micah said, one thing that I find as well is that certainly it does address monopsony power, that it seems like insofar as, we're able to cleanly study the effects of, in the presence of monopsony power, it seems like firms that have unions or again are covered by collective bargaining contracts, they don't really have to suffer this problem. And, again, like monopsony power is just when you have a monopoly, essentially monopoly power, but for the buyers of a good. And so in the labor market, the buyer of labor is the corporation, right? And the seller of labor is the laborer, right? Whereas in a normal market, like if Apple is a monopoly, well, they're selling a product and they have a monopoly on the selling of a product. And so in this case, you have a monopoly on the buyer side where, companies can basically push wages down artificially. And that seems to be a very fitted way of addressing monopoly power as well. Like one of the things that conservatives will sometimes point out is, well, minimum wages are stupid. All those socialist countries that you love in the Nordics, they don't actually have a minimum wage, and that's why minimum wages are dog shit. There's some truth to that in the sense that like a minimum wage is like the crudest way to address monopsony power. Like, hey, just make it to where you have to pay workers above a certain amount, and so no, monopsony power necessarily goes down. Minimum wages address monopsony power, but with unions, because they're negotiated on a firm or sectoral level, it's a more fitted way of doing that. Because, for instance, like the optimal wage for like an electrician versus the optimal wage for like a fast food worker, it might just be different, right? The monopsony power might affect these two different workers in fundamentally different ways. And so having a union for fast food workers and a union for electricians would be able to fix this problem in probably a more optimal way than just like a harsh minimum wage policy. Micah, from your review of the literature, what can we say about the benefits of unions, strictly speaking?
Yeah, I think it's really heterogeneous depending on the country and the specific union institutions you have, right? And so my understanding is the literature on at least the labor conditions and levels of compensation in countries like Norway, Denmark, Sweden, seems like things are working out pretty fine. You have pretty low unemployment levels. You have pretty high compensation levels compared to peer nations with similar incomes. You have a lot of labor market flexibility. Doesn't seem like product quality is damaged. Seems like research and development is pretty strong. So I'd say that, the case for unions really lies in looking at these countries which seem to have gotten the institutions right. And later I'll talk about all the research that is been conducted on the areas and places where unions have been done maybe not as well.
Sure. Yeah. And STL, from your perspective, are there any like broad benefits of unions in the literature? Like, I think that's one thing I'm trying to kind of get at is, despite the model of unionization, and we'll talk about those models later, like what are some broad truths that we can garner and say like these are good things that unions can basically achieve all else equal?
Something that I've seen is claims that higher unionization seems to decrease the likelihood of workplace death. Like Micah talked about how there's just some information that isn't transferred through the workplace structure. A boss may not know how to run the workplace best, and having that information and also having a mechanism for workers to be like, "Hey, I don't want to die. Do not make me do this, or I will go on strike." The study that I'm thinking of is Zurab 2018, and they found that right to work laws increased the rate of workplace death by 15%. And the mechanism for that is decreased unionization. So there seems to be some mechanism, like safety is a key one, but you can imagine this for a lot of other things. Like it's possible that in addition to safety, like other considerations, environmental considerations, whatever, sexual harassment, that having a institution which is like owned by the people who actually have to inhabit the workplace may make the workplace less bad at doing that thing.
Right. HR is not the same as a union, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, you can file a complaint with HR, but really the function of HR is literally entirely just to lower the liability of the corporation, not really to get like a better working condition for employees that work there, right? And so, yeah, again, this kind of goes back to that sort of principal agent problem, right? Where because corporations are structured autocratically, it sort of necessarily leads to problems like this, where like workers might see an inefficient process, but they just might be scared to say anything because a lot of times bosses just, don't take criticism very well, right? And that can be quite annoying to deal with from a worker's perspective. But it also can be bad for the productivity of the firm, the mental health of the employees, and just like the comfort level of the employees as well. Like obviously it's not a kind of, that's, I would say like my basic survey of talking to people who have worked at unionized shops is like, yeah, it's nice that I can kind of just like have an honest conversation with my boss and not worried about getting fired, right? That can be, a nice thing. And I can certainly understand where they're coming from in that regard. So, those are some good, like basic truths of unions. Like these are some things that no matter how you structure the unions, they tend to provide these types of benefits. And so now we'll go into the bad of unions. Like, what are some things that, generally speaking, like if you're going to be pro-union, what are some things that you really have to look out for in terms of your exact union proposal? That unions might have these like all else equal negative things. And so you might just have to do things to patch those negatives or to structure unions in a certain way to avoid these downside problems. Micah, we'll start with you. What are some of these bad things that unions might end up causing to happen that we have to address in our proposals?
Yeah, so especially in studies in America, you do see like a lot of these studies reflect that you could see reductions in R&D spending and capital expenditures. You can also see like reductions in certain things that we associate with innovation. So that could be like there's plenty of different patent measures. So it could be like the number of patents that a firm creates, and the patents are weighted not just by like the number of patents that you've gotten, but by how many times they're cited for the use in some sort of technology or product. You could also see reductions in product quality. So this is something that's very surprising. There's been some studies that have reflected this to be the case. So that could be measured by something like product recall rate. So like how frequently do we actually have to claw back the product and find that there's some sort of issue with the product that we provided. And there's multiple different methodologies for these studies, but the things I just referenced were regression discontinuity studies. So basically, they looked at like a collection of firms which are like in the same industry, and they looked at only firms that had attempts at unionization. And so they compared two groups. One group was firms that just failed to unionize, like just barely. And then the other group was the collection of firms that just barely ended up unionizing. And so they thought that was a good comparative, two groups to study for these purposes. You can also see reductions in employment. Now, depending on how broad your bargaining is, if you use like sectoral bargaining where you're like the entire industry is being bargained, centrally, you can see very, very big employment reductions. You can also see job lock from increases in benefits. So some unions in some countries have a propensity to bargain for benefits over wages. And since benefits tend to be tied to your current employer, that can lead to basically people having actually less labor mobility, being kind of less likely to leave a firm and go somewhere else, which could have economically harmful effects. Labor flight is another issue. So this is actually produced by one of the things that we'd say is positive about unions. Unions, as you said previously, compress wages. So they reduce wages for higher paid professionals within firms. And so sometimes this can lead to a lot of those people that want higher pay leaving the unionized firms, going to other firms that don't have that same union. Alternatively, it could lead to less people trying to pursue those specific skills and specialties that yield high incomes, because now it pays less. There's less of a premium that you get for developing that skill. The last things I'll mention is some unions bargain anti-automation and anti-technology contracts, where they say, no, you actually have to have 2 workers doing this job, even though only one is necessary, or no, you can't use this labor savings technology, even though it really is a good technology to use. And finally, you can see unions, just like they can advocate for good policies sometimes when they find it beneficial, they also sometimes advocate for bad policies, like the Jones Act, like protectionist policies, strengthening occupational licensing, making it harder for people to be able to legally enter their profession, to hike their wages, other negative regulations and policies like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think I would echo a lot of that, unions are a good thing, sort of all else equal. Like it would be difficult to, based on my survey of the literature, basically, it would be difficult to say that there's a place where unions are just like bad for that. Like it would be better if they just didn't have unions like that. I feel like even in the worst sort of organized system of unions, you could say Spain or Italy or even America, arguably, it's very difficult to say like, oh yeah, unions are like just bad and just get rid of all unions and we'd end up with better outcomes. But certainly it's to say that there are bad things that unions can do. And unions are a distinct sort of political entity, like Micah's describing as well. Like sometimes unions will advocate for things that are bad socially speaking, because, a lot of times left-leaning figures will assume that the interest of workers just like perfectly aligns with the interests of broader society. But that's not really true, right? That, the interest of the consumers of that corporation, the interest of the society that corporation exists in, the interests of the workers, and the interests of capital all exist whenever we're talking about sort of a policy that affects any one of these interest groups. And like the spillover effects can affect any one of these interest groups as well, right? So certainly there's a lot of examples of unions that advocate for, a classic example, unions advocate against green energy sometimes, right? Unions will say, we don't want to have green energy because we're a coal union. And we don't want all our fucking workers to be fired because, we represent coal workers, right? And so there probably needs to be, and we'll get into it later, but like a broader buy-in to worker interests probably can solve a lot of these problems. And even like a more expansive welfare state can solve a lot of these problems, where at least like on the margin, we can depress those types of motivations to some degree. And I would agree with pretty much everything. Like everything that Mike has said is like, theoretically and practically, there are some examples of unions doing things that lead to those outcomes. STL, do you have anything to add in that regard, the bad of unions?
No, I think those 2 categories that mentally I most think about are unions and their effect on labor market rigidity, like Micah was talking about. So the big effects there are, imposing barriers to entry. Sometimes, we don't, like in the American Medical Association is kind of a combination union and like small business owner association. Depending on the type of doctor, but they want to impose rigid entry to the market so they can increase doctors' wages. There was recently a strike in South Korea by doctors who want to impose, I don't actually know whether they're unionized, but whether they are or not, organized labor there is trying to impose a barrier so they can decrease entry to the market and raise the cost of that type of labor, which is probably bad. Like, it's probably bad to make a segmented part of the market where labor costs just go up for no socially beneficial reason. And the second one is probably labor-saving technology, like Micah was talking about. That because unions have an interest in preserving work, and especially because unions in countries like the United States and Canada are organized at a firm level, they have a very strong interest in making sure that no jobs are lost at their firm, even if adopting a labor-saving technology in this firm might create more jobs for the economy as a whole. So I think this will get into the policy. Sorry, this will get a little bit into the policy design section, but I do think there's benefits to trying to have union designs which encourage them to think about the economy as a whole or a sector as a whole, rather than just one workplace or one very specific task. Because otherwise, you can try and save labor from being fired at all when it should be labor saved. Like, the goal should be automation of everything. Ideally, you just want people to get the benefits from that.
Absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely. And I think that what we're all going to agree on is that clearly there's something that needs to be done in the labor market. Like, you can't have a laissez-faire labor market because just plenty of bad things happen. I guess I do want to talk very briefly about some other things I wrote down here and some of the right to work state comparison studies, because I think they're instructive. Now, we do see that some studies have reflected that unions reduce the use of performance-based pay. I find this relatively intuitive. I've never seen a union that's in favor of performance-based pay. I have seen unions that are against it. And so sometimes when you see negative productivity effects of unions, people attribute that negative productivity effect maybe to the fact that they might actually oppose what we might consider pro-productivity compensation schemes. I don't know if you'll have any thoughts regarding that.
I definitely think that's part of it. Some union contracts as well can make it like very hard to fire or fire like the least productive employees. So well-structured union contracts can reduce that. And that might be one of the benefits of having very large union contracts, because you can try to design all of them to follow like a standard, fairly good setup. I would maybe offer two notes in contrast to Micah's points, just that on the union productivity measure, I know there's two studies from a guy named Sojourner that I have, which suggests that in, I think, nursing homes and charter schools, using the same regression discontinuity design, there was no impact on productivity of places which just barely unionized versus just barely didn't. So the students didn't get any dumber or any smarter, and the nursing homes didn't get any old people killing or less old people killing. So I guess I would just note, like, I'm going to bet there's going to be large heterogeneous effects there, and my assumption is some places unionization would raise productivity, and some places it would lower it.
I think to the extent that you would see a total productivity reduction from unions, it wouldn't be because now, like, I'm not sure they changed compensation schemes so much so that it would actually be a huge deal, because most places don't use productivity-based pay. I imagine it would be because unions might limit employment at certain firms, right? You're raising the wage rate or the total compensation rate for an employee. So maybe some higher productivity firms may be less likely, may hire less people. And so you could see aggregate productivity impacts.
Well, that's what I wanted to get at was something I've long wondered is whether the impact of production reduction of unions in the United States is driven particularly by how we do unions in this country, because they are firm level unions, as in the vast majority of people in this country, if you're in one firm and there's one union there, then they negotiate the one contract for that firm. That contract doesn't go for any other firms. Yeah. But if there was a contract for the entire sector, that means that your firm unionizing doesn't really screw you over and help your competitors, which might have productivity lowering effects because investors will just go to your competitors now. Instead, if it's screwing everyone equally or benefiting everyone equally, then it may not have like a shift in productivity away. I did want to note, maybe the last argument would be, this is the argument I would give. There is probably a second order productivity raising effect of unions just because they tend to promote policies like education and child benefits, which will raise people's well-being and the productivity of like the population as a whole in the long run, which you won't observe at a union at a specific firm level. Like, you might imagine that if you go from 10% unionization to 20%, education funding might go up by about 1%. There's some studies related to that and youth vote and whatnot. But point is, that might have a productivity effect, even if each individual firm that unionized became less productive as a whole. So
go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I think I'd also like have to really scrutinize how these individual studies define productivity, right? Because like naturally, when we think of productivity, we think of like sort of per worker unit output of service or product that the company is producing. But it could also be the case that maybe that's just like the utilitarian thing to do, right? Because I could imagine a scenario where like an Amazon factory unionizes, and because they unionize, the Amazon factory says, hey, we're gonna have 8-hour days, and we're gonna have bathroom breaks, and we're gonna have lunch breaks, and we're gonna have vacation days, and we're gonna have sick days, and like all of these things probably lower the aggregate output of that warehouse, but it's in exchange for like not a completely miserable fucking working
Yeah, well, yeah,
environment,
it
right?
really just depends on how you measure it, right?
Yeah, yeah,
That's
exactly.
totally fair. That's totally fair. And I'd also like to note, because we're being so nuanced, I imagine some of this R&D spending and capex spending reductions could go away in a system in which maybe there's that those wage hikes are kind of happening everywhere. I mean, part of it is you're actually just eating up, some of what capital's income is, and capital is going to reinvest a percentage of its income. But part of it's also that, like, okay, if you have a unionized firm, as far as investors are concerned, many times your firm has a disease. Your firm has a disease, it's sick. I'm less likely to invest in a firm that has that disease. Now, I do want to mention these right to work studies because I have the list of them here. You mentioned earlier, Econoboy, that it seems clear to you that states, like, it's better to have more unions than not, pretty much under any institutions. I'm not going to say I necessarily disagree with that.
No, that's not. So what I mean by when I say that, it's hard to imagine a scenario where like taking the unions, just like completely taking the unions away is just like a net good. What I mean by that is that I would imagine that in all societies with unions, unions probably have a net benefit. Like it would probably be difficult to present a case where like, oh no, unions are like, maybe there's some quibbling with public sector unions, like it could be the case, but it seems to be the case where unions are probably net beneficial, but they could have greatly negative effects along with greatly positive effects that net out to good effects. But the downside of unions can still probably still needs to be addressed in a lot of these models that we're going to talk about later. So
Yeah, I mean, what, from my understanding, I have a list of studies in the document that I linked. There's a lot of comparisons between like right to work states and non-right to work states. And what they try to do is they try to like make it comparable. So they look at like states.
oh no, he's gone, boys. Big union, they got him.
Base the
Goodness.
AFL-CIO hunting Micah at this very minute.
We'll never
Can you hear
know.
me?
We can hear you now, Micah.
I'd also like to say really quickly before I start studying, like going about these studies, there is nobody who works harder on campaigns specifically for Democrats than union workers. AFL-CIO, Hope, AFSCME, 123 local. Like these union workers are some of the sweetest people in the world. But just let's talk about these studies for a second. The right to work studies basically try to look at comparable states, and they look at, like, they're basically fully comparable before the right to work laws go into effect, and the right to work laws go into effect, and they try to see, okay, well, how are these states different?
Really
now?
quick, can you define right to work for the audience?
Oh yeah, sure. So right to work is basically a law that allows union workers in unionized firms to opt out of paying union dues. And so if you don't want to pay union dues, you don't have to. And what that really leads to, at least you would expect, is less unions, because a lot of workers end up opting out, and that means unions have less dues and like less money, and they don't do as well. Sometimes they go away, right? Because too many people opted out. And so what it seems to be the case in these states is they have higher employment rates, higher investment rates, higher R&D spending, and there's either some negative impact on wages or no impact on wages. I imagine it is somewhat negative. And so like it shows that there's potentially some sort of trade-off here between R&D spending and employment and the wage level in the state, whenever you pass these right to work laws. Do you guys have any interesting commentary on that?
No, I mean, I agree that I have no quibbles with the downsides of unions, right? That unions, I mean, we could say the same thing. Like oh, hey, because we have capitalist ownership, we probably have more pollution, right? Because, investment drives into things that are profitable. Sometimes the profitable investment pollutes a river. Sometimes it cuts down a forest. Sometimes it
Mm,
redevelops like a
sure.
community center. Like, there's going to be like, but that doesn't mean you have to necessarily be anti-capitalist, SDL, okay? God, no, I'm just kidding. But like,
Yeah, no, that's fair.
it's just
Totally
like
fair.
obviously it's the case that the way that we set up our economic institutions can have negatives and positives. For instance, like the Brunig Brook debate that happened yesterday on the Three Wonks channel. Like one thing that Matt Brunig talks about, I think this is a reasonably nuanced view. He actually kind of concedes. He says that yeah, like welfare systems might have some negative effects. But we can also imagine for as many theoretically negative effects of a welfare system that a libertarian can come up with, like, oh, it might make some people lazy. It might make some people exit the labor force, right? Things like this. You can always just say, well, yeah, but it might make some people take more risks. And it might make some people innovate more because they don't have to necessarily shield the full burden of like going bankrupt or being totally financially destitute and homeless, right? And similarly with unions, like of course, right, there are probably sort of behavioral effects of unions that are negative, right? And so it's all going to be about like holistically, how do we take the positive of unions and mitigate the negatives as well? And to be fair, like one thing that again right wingers will point out is, well, every Nordic country is right to work. In Nordic countries, you don't have to pay union dues, right? Now, there's obviously nuances there that they don't mention, but there's ways to. I mean, technically, there's ways to do right to work that are net pro union, right? And you just have to think about those things as well. Any final comments on the bad of unions, STL, before we move on to our ideal structure of unions?
No, I'd be happy to take the bargain of sectoral bargaining for right to work laws. I think that if we simply established a union contract for every person in this country, but people didn't have to pay union dues, I would probably accept that bargain.
Right.
um,
All right. Well,
yeah.
yeah, go on, STL.
The only comment I have is I have not read these right to work studies, so I can't comment on it. I'm trusting Micah to report them correctly and everything. And so
Never trust a neoliberal. Come on.
That's true.
Have you learned nothing?
Western propaganda coming out of the mouth of this pig dog, Micah. The big question I always have with these right to work studies is whether it's a macro level consequence of the same thing we talked about with like capital expenditure on firm level studies, that maybe if you reduce the unionization rate, more investors will invest in a given area because wages are cheaper in that area now. And so profits are higher and like there's a natural incentive to invest. But whether that would not hold true were union contracts indeed to be national, for example. Micah cut out.
It's fine. We don't need him anyway.
Yeah. Are you asking me whether I think that's the case?
Oh, that's sort of the question, right? Is it driven by investor confidence essentially increasing in right to work states?
Yeah, I really imagine it's just a combination. I think that probably explains part of it. I also do imagine that there is really a negative employment impact of unions, especially because in America, I mean, we're not really trying to combat the labor market rigidity imposed by unions at all. We probably have some of the most rigid union contracts, period.
Especially for health insurance, right?
Exactly. And that's job lock, right? And so that's just the theme that we're going to hit at a lot. It's like, I think that the cost of unions in the American institutional context is just way higher than it needs to be. It doesn't need to have necessarily as many cons. Like, I had a very long list of cons. You can fix a lot of those with different institutions.
Yeah, like if maybe this would be a good episode, like just what are like the three things you would change about the American economy? Because honestly, we might all agree on the three things. Like if we had a universal healthcare system that wasn't employee based, if we had like a relatively Georgist housing market, and if we had a much more generous welfare system, if we could do like those three things, I think you would so many other policies become much easier to implement at that point, right? Because like we're talking about like, oh, labor market rigidities with healthcare, like it kind of makes unions a little fucky, and the lack of a welfare state means unions have to go like super hard in on the shit they negotiate for because, what else are you going to do? And obviously not having housing and being able to develop things just makes every economic policy significantly harder. We're going to talk about that in the green energy section. So caveats aside, we're going to have a section where we talk about America specifically. What would we do to help unionization in America? But then we'll move to our ideal system before that. STL, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to comment that I know a stat that Matt Brunig likes to raise is that every 6 years, every American loses their healthcare, just based on the assumption that if you get your healthcare through your employer and the average American switches employers at least every 6 years, then for something like 80% of Americans, you lose your healthcare every 6 years. So that's a real rigidity to it. People might switch jobs more often or might have different job searches if they knew that they would get a roughly similar level of healthcare no matter where they went. So
I mean, how often? I mean, I've had this happen to me where it's like, oh, well, I got about a month or two between jobs. Let's just hope. Let's hope nothing happens.
And that's just not a good way to decide society.
And I mean, if you're a diabetic like me, you have a chronic condition, going a month or two without your insulin is simply just not even an option.
Right. It's going to be out of pocket.
There's a real economic cost to that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, not to get sidetracked on a healthcare discussion, it's just to say that
diabetes.
Yeah, it's just to say that all these things, like your ideology in general should be holistic, right? And so like all these policies affect the other ones, right? Not having a universal healthcare system ends up kind of causing your unions to be a little bit less efficient than they otherwise would be, and it can skew the study results, as Mike and STL alluded to. But all right, well, I think it's more interesting to talk about our ideal system before we talk about the American system. And so, I guess I'll go first on this. So, this next section, how would we each sort of ideally structure unions if, we didn't have to necessarily worry about the intricacies of, the American system. So, and this will be more of a broad overview than when we get into the American system where we're talking about like very specific policies. So number one, I think the best way to organize unions from my perspective, number one is sectoral bargaining. So STL's alluded to it earlier. There's sort of a few different ways that you can structure unions in terms of who they bargain for and like the scope of their bargaining. You could have establishment level unions, right? Where like this is a union for this specific company and the contract that they negotiate for only covers employees at that specific company. You could have trade-based unions. You could have a union that just like, hey, we're the union that represents electricians and we just negotiate on behalf of electricians, and that's how we do it. We have this sort of industry-wide standard that we set, which that's a little bit more popular, I think, in the UK, but that's not a super popular thing anymore, I don't believe. And then there's industry sort of level unions, right? Sectoral / industry level unions where, this is the energy industry, right? This is the airline industry, this is the fast food industry, where the unions that exist in the firms within those industries sort of pool their collective power. So you've got the unions at each firm, and then those unions pool their power to negotiate with like an employers association, where the employers association comes in and says, we're representing the employers, the unions represent the workers across the industry, and then they negotiate basically on behalf of a large majority, a large chunk, disproportionate chunk of the workers within that industry, if not the entire industry. And then there's this, in theory, there could be, I call it worker union, where it's just the union for workers, the whole shebang, the whole country. It's just the whole entire country covered under one union. And again, this is not really, there's really nowhere that has this, but it's theoretically possible, and some people advocate for it. The reason that I would say sectoral bargaining is like the best ground is because you want your bargaining system. Yeah, go on, STL.
I did just want to mention there was one country that had one big union for all the workers. It was called Nazi Germany.
True. Yeah, you could, in theory, you could do it.
Sock them like for Econoboy to support Nazi Germany.
Yes, fascist Econoboy says Hitler was right. We should have one big union.
I said National Worker Union bad. I said sectoral bargaining better.
Damn, anti-Hitler, anti-fascist Econoboy.
I actually am very concerned about sectoral bargaining.
Sorry, Econoboy should finish his spiel. I was trying to interrupt with a dumb joke.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, here's the reason I say sectoral bargaining is probably the best system. In general, I would say that number one, you need to have some amount of decentralization with bargaining. Like full national level bargaining is probably not good because you don't necessarily want one contract to represent all the workers. Now, the caveat to that is that in theory, you could have a national level bargaining like deal that you pull, but you would have to somehow ensure that there's a sufficient understanding between both sides of that negotiation that this would be like a minimum standard, like a very minimal standard. Like, hey, every worker in the country is going to make $11 an hour and have a week of it would have to be very minimal. The issue that when you get into like these big, these large coverage union collective contracts is that sometimes that can lead to rigidity, right? That, if you have one contract that like goes all the way, 4 weeks of vacation, $28 an hour minimum wage, here's the exact healthcare plan, here's the exact worker regulations, here's how you're going to handle hiring and firing. That's just not appropriate for literally every single worker, right? And so there needs to be some decentralization, some sort of bargaining in that regard. And it tends to be the case, it seems like in the literature that I have read, that sectoral coordination is better than individual level, establishment level corporation, union bargaining. And part of the reason for that is that the sectoral contracts tend to be a little bit more conservative than the company level contract, right? And that's good, again, because if you've got a union on the firm level, sometimes because that union doesn't have as holistic a view of the industry, and because they're not working with a broad selection of employers from an employer association, they're just working with their one employer, that can lead to contracts that are particularly bad for like the productivity of the company, the productivity of the industry in general. And that can multiply in a world where you have like unorganized, decentralized negotiation, because that contract might cover a sector-wide agreement that ends up being very rigid. So sectoral bargaining, it does depend on how you manage it, but I think sectoral bargaining is probably better than just individual level bargaining. I also have some bullet points here. Like number one, it should be like, I say, quote, ridiculously easy to start a union. And we can talk about this more in the next section, but basically like, it just shouldn't be very hard to start a union. It should be as simple as like, if a majority of workers want to start a union and start a collective bargaining process, that's just all it should take. Now, in principle, that's how every country works. Oh, a majority of workers say they want it, just go ahead and do it then, right? But obviously in practice, and we'll get into that more later, that is not really quite how it works. And capital and state interests can really quash the ability to start unions, which is pretty ridiculous. And then the next part I would say is that there should be some sort of mandatory, like, state regulation on the participation of negotiations, right? That, if workers decide to unionize, that the employer should have some obligation to actually good faith participate in those negotiations and go from there. Like, we have problems in this country where, employers will basically just stall out negotiations forever and just for a long time. And because the union is not technically established, there's not as much of an ability to go on strike and actually manage that process. And so just having some like requirement to actually proactively involve yourself in regulations is probably important. And then the fourth thing that I would say overarching and how I would design these institutions is that whatever your labor regulation institutions are, they need to be really well funded. That when workers say, I want a union, there needs to be a very well funded process for counting those votes, for establishing that those votes need to happen, for managing the organization of that process. A lot of countries have tripartite, quote unquote, negotiation systems where essentially the state will sort of mediate and manage those negotiations to some extent, and act as like a tiebreaker if there's just like an irresolvable sort of dispute between these two groups. And that's good because, again, we don't want to have these situations that we have in America where like you vote to unionize and then it takes like 12 years to get a contract. That's inefficient. It's unreasonable. It's obviously unfair to workers. And it's, it favors basically, the capital interest much more than the labor interest. And the whole point of this is to try and balance that out to where it's a truly fair sort of negotiating process. And I think we'll talk about later on, like there's some supporting systems that you could argue for that would support the system as all. I call it in the American section the grab bag of labor and capital management changes. So one thing is like incentivize employee stock ownership, right? If you did this, again, you can better align the interests of labor and capital because labor becomes capital at that point, right? And you don't necessarily have as many problems where like unions might not necessarily be empathetic to capital owners, But if you had robust employee stock ownership, if you had like worker board membership, one of the things I find in the literature is that trust between labor and capital is really important for determining the actual social outcomes of collective bargaining processes. That if you have low trust between labor and capital, you end up with very bad and like skewed collective bargaining contracts. And so having worker board membership and employee or union stock ownership can help sort of institute that. You can also talk about, broader things like a sovereign wealth fund where like collective capital ownership is probably going to be a bit more sympathetic to unions, and there would probably be more trust in that relationship between just private capital ownership. So that could help that problem to some, arguable degree. Things like that I think are probably decently important. That's my ideal system. And we talked before about, having a welfare state, having that supports workers and striking workers specifically, universal health care, affordable housing. These are all things that allow workers to be a little bit more able to pull the trigger on a strike, because obviously, one thing in democratization that you'll learn is that if the opposition does not have a credible threat of actually taking power from the ruling government, well, it's not really a democracy, right? And similarly with unions, if the union basically has no actual ability to run a strike, prevent people from crossing the picket line, well, do you really have a union at that point? Like, probably not, right? So you need these sort of institutions that would be able to assist in the ability of workers to actually have a credible threat of going on strike and hurting the corporate profits in order to get what they want. So that's my ideal overview. STL, how about you go next? How would you ideally structure unions in our world that we live in today?
You talked about a lot of the institutions that are important. Some is sectoral bargaining. I'd like to see the contracts be broadly as wide as possible. I really like the wage board approach in the United States, because the wage law that we have, I'm totally blanking on the name of it. It's the 1947 Labor Act. I think Taft-Hartley, maybe. It basically bans a lot of things which are commonplace in other countries, like solidarity strikes, meaning that let's say that you want to unionize in, this McDonald's. Well, all the other fast foods around town can strike, for example, and you can strike at the same time because they want to agree with you. Solidarity strikes like that are banned in U.S. law. You can't do that.
I love how, to add to that, I love how petty it can be as well. Like what's currently going on in Sweden with Elon Musk and Tesla, where like the unions just coordinate specifically to fuck over Tesla. And again, it's not about like billionaires bad, fucking over Elon is funny, but it's just a labor culture that's implemented there that is good. Like what they'll do in Sweden, for instance, is Elon Musk says, yeah, we're not going to unionize our car, our car depots or whatever in Sweden. We're just not going to do it. And so what'll happen is all of Sweden's unions will just coordinate to specifically fuck Tesla over to where they have to unionize their shop. So for instance, like the postal service just won't deliver any mail. Oh, that's a parcel for Tesla. Fuck that. Just leave it in the back. We're not taking it. Oh, that's a shipment on a boat for Tesla cars. We're not unloading it. Put it back in sea. We're not going to do it. And just like every part of the supply chain is like, yep, we don't deal with Tesla anymore. They don't want to unionize. Fuck them. We're not going to deal with it. So that's not necessarily a strike, but that's an example of like that, the power to coordinate and dictate the conditions of your work such that it benefits workers that aren't even necessarily even in your same industry. Like a postal worker versus a guy working at a Tesla warehouse. Like these are in theory totally different workers, but you can create a culture that is sort of cross-supportive, which is ultimately good for maintaining union power and labor power in a country.
Back in the more openly socialist era, so the Sweden often called wage bargaining like solidarity wages, that part of the goal of having relatively equal wages across society and a sort of common worker culture was to create that sort of solidarity, that we're all in one cause, and if someone wants to screw us over, then we will screw them over. So I guess I think sectoral bargaining is a big one. I know that one of so in the United States, the way you have to do that is largely through tripartite wage boards. Unless you can pass a change the Taft-Hartley 1947 Act, you're just not going to get like sectoral bargaining. You're just not going to get any types of these broader labor institutions. So the big way you can do so is through some kind of tripartite wage board. Back in the 40s, basically during World War II, basically all the states created this board, which nominally had three parties. That's why it's tripartite. One was labor, one was the firms, the producers, and one was the general public, usually the state government. And theoretically, the goal of that is to try and mediate the interest of all three. So you can even think of it as the state isn't just trying to mediate as the tiebreaker. Sometimes the role is attempting to have the role of the consumer interested, because sometimes the producer doesn't have the consumer's best interest in heart, and sometimes a union doesn't have the consumer's best interest in heart. We talked about how doctors' unions often do not have consumers' best interest in heart. They want more money, and since the vast majority of medical compensation is not going, it's going to those workers, that means that you are paying more for medical care. So I don't know. I'm a big fan of having some kind of tripartite wage board. I do think there's some role of trying to represent the general society, because either labor or producer can screw over general society. And I guess my last quirk, and I haven't found any interesting policy suggestions for this, but I would love to see some way to use tripartite wage boards to subsidize unions and even subsidize employers for labor-saving technologies. We talked a little bit before about how labor rigidity and labor-saving technology being opposed can be results of having more unions. And I would love to just genuinely have like a subsidy for this, that, hey, you're going to take job losses, you get more money.
Well, but also having like
subsidizing firing people based.
Wow. No, I was going to say
okay.
also just having like part of that is if you don't necessarily like part of that is you can align the interests of labor and capital just by encouraging things like ESOPs, right? That like, hey, we have this labor-saving technology. It's, if there's like this pool of stock owned by the union or owned by employees in a horizontal sense, like, hey, this labor-saving technology, you're not going to be fired from it. We're just going to hire less, and you get more returns to capital because you're a capital owner as well. That can all go back into that same, hopefully, that incentive bundle, because all those negatives, we recognize all those negatives exist, but again, these types of structures we're arguing for should ideally minimize those negatives to some extent, right? So,
and I know it's spoke for a while. I just want to add, like, as a socialist, I do think there is a long-term goal here that probably extends beyond what Econoboy and definitely what Micah would appreciate. Like, I see part of the goal in a class abolitionist society where you less and less so have an owning class, right? Where wealth is more and more equally distributed, that the producers in a tripartite wage board would largely also be the workers. That, like, it's a negotiation between general society and a union and a series of, like, worker-run little cooperatives, a series of democratically run little institutions, largely. And so it's like worker versus general public, which is also mostly workers. So the ideal solution is three-way internal class conflict in the long run. Sorry.
Is Micah frozen again?
Yeah,
oh
Micah,
God,
that shocked Micah. Oh my God. Abolishing the capital class has him speechless.
Yeah, I know. Okay, now it's my ideal union institutional structure. So y'all mentioned previously sectoral bargaining.
Micah, my God, man.
We did mention sectoral bargaining. That's a good point, Micah. I think we can all agree.
Wait,
you're back.
Wait, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Like, we have good internet in Houston. I just don't, how is your internet so bad? Like, we live in the same like rough location.
Okay, half of every episode just y'all complain about my internet at this point. I don't know what to do for you. Okay, I don't know what you want. Anyway, we literally have very good internet. Actually, like I took like 2 weeks of my life.
He says
trying to get the best. We use fiber optic cables too. I don't understand what the problem is.
We got good internet. Yes, I freeze about twice an episode, but it's whatever.
It's just more than twice an episode at this point. Now,
the best internet.
Sectoral bargaining is not unambiguously good. Why is it not unambiguously good? Because some of the countries that we really do see have high unemployment rates, and we really do see that those high unemployment rates are related to their union model, are countries that have sectoral bargaining. And so that's countries like France and Italy and Spain, where you have like a very high unemployment rate very consistently over time. And it seems to be the case that it's because they have sectoral bargaining, but with low union density. So like 8% of people are in unions, and those 8% of people are ultimately the ones who elect the union representatives, which end up negotiating the contracts for everybody. And so many times those contracts are negotiated to benefit that 8%. It's great for the 8%, but it's not negotiated in such a way to help the 100%. it actually hurts many people because the wage rates and the contracts are negotiated in such a way so as to produce high levels of unemployment. So I think a tripartite system, as SDL talked about, may make more sense if there's some sort of way we can make sure the union representatives are maybe not just representing current unions, but maybe are able to more accurately represent the entire workforce within an industry, and whether we could have hopefully very impartial technocratic state economists in the mix to really determine how much monopsony is here, how many failures we need to be correcting for. Now, something I would note though is that I did mention previously that monopsony is an issue, and there's labor market failures that can lead to wages being lower than they would be in equilibrium conditions. It's also important to notice that there's frictions that actually hurt employers that lead to wages being higher, right? So employers don't have perfect information, and that can harm them, right? Employers, there's conditions that employers can be in where they're maybe paying people, more than they should be, and so that's going to offset maybe a degree of the frictions on the other side. So actually, when you count all the frictions, they kind of partially cancel each other out. Now, in terms of other institutional reforms, I would like to see us embrace more of a flex security style model as used in Denmark. Denmark really makes a point of the fact that their labor market, while having very high degrees of unionization, over 65%, if I remember correctly, it's very easy to fire people and it's very easy to hire people. And that's the way that they structure their union contracts makes it such that it's really this whole labor mobility issue that unions generally introduce just isn't there, because the unions are not bargaining for job security. They're not bargaining saying, hey, you can't fire this person, or hey, you can't implement this technology. The unions are bargaining for better working conditions and higher compensation. Totally fair thing.
What's the actual, is it just like literally legally unions just cannot negotiate on job security, or like what's the how do you actually structure
read
that?
a lot about this, and it's very hard for me to determine whether it is just an agreement that the unions and the employers have just struck, like this is how things are going to work, and we're gonna order all this social insurance around it so that it makes sense, so you really don't have an incentive to bargain for these kind of things anymore, or whether this is just the law. But in America, unless we can just assume we're going to get all of these surrounding institutions, subsidized job training and a beautiful welfare state, I think I would totally be in favor of just banning them from being able to bargain for these kind of things. Just like ban unions from saying that you can't fire people as part of the contract.
Yeah,
you can't fire this person for this many years, right?
As a part of my research into this, like I really tried to dive deep into this question of like, hey, like, what the fuck's going on with some of these countries with like super high levels of unemployment? Let me turn the chat off real quick. And this was just some data that I compiled. This is just wiki data, but I think it comes from the World Bank, so I pretty much trusted it and just pasted it in. And what Mike is describing, if you look at here, is this coverage gap, right? Is this idea where sometimes you have countries like France with very low union density, but very high coverage. And what this means functionally is that there's not a lot of people who are like part of a union in France, but there's like a really overwhelming majority of people that are covered by union negotiated contracts, right? And so France is obviously by far the craziest example of this, with where they have 11 times as many people covered by union contracts as they have actually as a part of unions. And the disconnect that Mike is describing is that, well, this 8% of people that are negotiating the contract for 98% of Frenchmen are probably by character different and have different needs than the 98%. So the contract they're negotiating might be such that it causes rigidity in other markets because it's necessarily not representative. It's not like a fitted contract. And the big question for me when I was looking into this was like, look at Spain, right? So Spain here, you've got a big coverage gap, but then look at like Australia and the Netherlands. Similar coverage gaps, but like a quarter of the unemployment. Like what's happening here? So clearly it seems like you can have a large coverage gap, but have low unemployment. And part of the reason is that Spain has like a particularly just terrible set of labor institutions in general, right? One of the things that Micah described, and this is why I butted in here, was, let me put this data on the screen. This is data from, I believe it was from the OECD as well, but it was compiled. It was basically data on the cost of hiring and firing. And I have this sample of countries here, and you can't really see it because of our windows here. Let me turn them off. You see the sample of countries here: Finland, France, Greece, Iceland, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Sweden, and there's like a couple US partners here. And you can start to see some of the differences here. So number one, the US, obviously pretty bad in terms of all these categories. So like maximum working hours and things like this. And what you'll find is that Spain, in a lot of regards, doesn't have like a particularly high cost of hiring and firing. Like, hey, what's up? Like, like when you look at, the length of fixed contracts, this and that, like, it doesn't seem like it's particularly unusual compared to other European counterparts. But when you get over to this is where you see the big difference. And what this is redundancy costs, right? So Spain, particularly by national decree, by like national regulation, forces corporations to pay a lot of severance to their employees who are fired, right? Who are laid off, basically. And it's actually substantially more generous than any of their other counterparts. And when you look at here, you think like, oh, what are the high unemployment countries in Europe, right? You think of Spain, Greece, and you think of France, right? Well, I mean, would you look at that? Like, these are the countries that have particularly generous severance policies mandated. And so the reason why having a severance policy that's generous can lead to high unemployment is because if it's really expensive to fire employees, that means that you're probably not going to fire employees as often, even if they're bad at their job, even if they're not productive, which means there's less openings for new employees to enter the labor market. And so this is unironically, like, I think, a big explanation for why this is. And the second thing that actually does have to do with unions in Spain is the fact that unions in Spain, there's a regulation, well, a regulatory state called extension. So one of the ways that you have these coverage gaps is that there's extension laws where employees that aren't part of unions can be covered by a union contract. Well, you have to have some sort of way for that to happen. How are you not part of a union, but you get the union contract? Well, you have to have extension laws. And Spain has like a very like automatic extension, right? So it's like basically, hey, if there's a union contract in your industry, boom, automatic, you're covered by it. And so necessarily, like, that's going to be pretty rigid, whereas a lot of countries like the Netherlands, like even France, which have substantially lower unemployment than Spain, the way that you as a non-union worker get covered by a collective contract is a harder and lengthier process. Not like crazy, but you have to prove basically that you're a representative worker, that like the character of you and your employment is sufficiently similar to the people who are negotiating the contract as a part of a union, such that we don't have these labor market rigidities. And also part of it could be a requirement on the employer association, right? So the employer association in these sectoral agreements is made up of companies in the industry. And so sometimes the requirement is like the employer association has to represent like so much of a percentage of employment in the industry to ensure that the group of people at the negotiating table that are covering so many more people in the industry than are actually at the table in the form of being actually represented by a union are actually inadvertently represented in that process, either through the employer or the union association, right? Because like Micah said, these coverage gaps can be a big problem. They're not necessarily a big problem, but they absolutely can be if you basically like overextend these contracts without sufficient sort of concern for how like representative the contract is holistically. All right, big jump in, Micah, there, but go on.
Okay, so yeah, fair points. Don't really disagree with anything you said there. But yeah, to start, I would just make it illegal for unions to bargain for very bad things. I think there's probably ways to do that. And I think that would make it way easier for a lot of people on my side of politics to be in favor of that. And yeah, it's bad whenever they bargain for bad things. Also, like, we want to nuke lobbying in general. So that could help a lot with public sector unions. You know, public sector unions have a pretty bad track record of lobbying just for like really bad things. Like, whenever you think about a lot of efficiency improvement, policies that improve efficiency, there's basically only one group that consistently finds themselves probably against it. And that's the public employees, which kind of have to exist because of inefficiencies, right? You want to automate a government service like Estonia has. They've automated like 99% of their services, all available online. Who's the only group that's really going to be against that? Probably the employees that actually, their job is doing all this paperwork, right? And so, you could pass like specific limitations on public sector lobbying. That seems a little bit unnecessarily vindictive. I don't really like targeting any one specific kind of worker and telling them, no, you have less rights than other people. But in general, we think lobbying should have less of an impact. And so that can help with that. A universal welfare state, specifically expanding unemployment insurance, could help a lot with your labor markets as well. So I think also tight labor markets are extremely important, and they get you a lot of the benefits of unions without really any of the negative consequences. And so how do you have consistently tight labor markets? Well, you get a central bank, which is better at doing its job.
Keynesianism on steroids, boys. Let's make it happen.
Well, so, we currently use an inflation target. A lot of people want to do NGDP targeting. I'm a big fan of that. I'm not going to get super into the details about how that works, but we would expect much higher employment levels consistently over time if we use an NGDP target, which means that workers will have more power. And workers will be being treated better because ultimately they're going to have a lot more options. I also believe in pay transparency. So requiring that basically compensation for positions be transparently listed, and people be aware how much people are being paid for positions. It doesn't need to be like the specific person, like this is how much Mike is paid, but like it could be the case that people with this job title get paid this much, and that is published information. There is pay transparency laws that exist around the world, and what do you find? What helps employers and employees make sure that the compensation that they're striking is fair. Also, restricting non-compete agreements. Non-compete agreements specifically for lower income workers exist for only one reason, and that is to give employers more power over their employees, to take away their legal option to go to another firm that's competing with that firm. And ultimately, they wreak havoc on your economy. They're pretty bad across the board. They hurt workers, help employers, and they cause deadweight loss. And so if we can help workers and make the economy better, that seems like that's definitely something we should do. Now, if we really are going to try to use unions as an institution to further, the cause of helping workers, which, as I probably highlighted, I'm a little bit apprehensive about that in the American context. But if we are, I agree with SDL that wage boards are the way to do it, and I'm sure that.
There we go.
Damn, big monopartite. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's some structures of wage boards that you could use that could mitigate a lot of their harms. But I would note that I would not be unambiguously in favor of a proposal for wage boards, because we have seen that in countries like Australia, where wage boards are a big labor market institution, you will see campaigns literally run on the basis that they're going to go appoint somebody to the wage board, which is going to hike wages for this specific industry, such and such much. That is a completely unacceptable politicization of the labor market, when in reality, these kind of decisions should not be made by politicians. They should be made by employers, workers, and probably economists.
Well, yeah, sure. I guess at the end of the day, like when you're like tripartite negotiations involve the state, right? So I think that in my view, the success of your tripartite system is almost necessarily going to relate to the functioning of your democratic institutions, right? That if you like, for instance, in our last episode when we talked about all these things we would change to make American democracy better, if we had like a really well functioning, very democratic system, well, that's probably a system that it doesn't necessarily like highlight radicalism in those types of processes, right? And we might have a bit more of civic engagement. And so I think that in that regard, if we find ourselves electing people who take the stance that we need to appoint people to this wage board because wages have been depressed for so long, That might just legitimately be a reflection of the fact that we've had, very moderate tendencies in this wage board that have depressed wages. Like STL, you can talk about this, but STL, you did a lot of research on the idea that unions in America kind of, they kind of were part of that neoliberal wave where unions themselves became a lot more moderate and less willing to strike and less willing to actually take, harsh stances in negotiations, which kind of depleted the union's ability to, really do their job, right? And so, similarly, I don't know if it's necessarily the worst thing if somebody were to campaign on like, basically, hey, I'm going to appoint people to wage boards that are like actually going to take a harder stance, right?
Well, I mean, it seems that when you're promising workers within a certain industry a wage increase, that is just not the kind of thing that you should be able to promise, because that promise is going to be popular whether it's a good idea or not. That's simply the case.
Not necessarily,
and I'm
right?
very what?
I don't know if necessarily that's true though, right? Because I think the reason I would push back on this is because I've heard for a long time that, like, how do I put this? That like I've heard a lot of conservatives say like, oh, unions are bad because they'll make your company go bankrupt, right? They're just going to ask for way too high of a wage increase and your company is going to go bankrupt. But I feel like, not that you're saying the same thing, but I just don't think in a truly robustly democratic context, we're going to have a problem with like wage inflation that's like so bad,
So I don't know what context you're talking about. I mean, if we assume that from last episode, we have the perfect, wonk-brained democratic institutions, yeah, probably like everything's going to be way better. I'm just thinking about like real governments like Australia or maybe America, where like the government's like much worse. Like, I know that's the kind of thing they promise. They do in fact make promises about raising wages, even when they don't have as strong of wage board mechanisms. I don't doubt that they will do that even more frequently. In California, they have a wage board for fast food workers. I think they set their minimum wage there for fast food workers at a level of $20, but there was an exclusion for what was it? Restaurants that don't sell bread.
I don't know.
Something like that.
Well, I mean, even in Australia, like, have we seen? Because Australia has, I think, typically low, like in the modern period, like typically lower unemployment than America, right? So I would have to see this happen. You know what I mean?
I feel like the simple check for this is minimum wage laws. So, if someone comes in and promises to raise minimum wage laws, it should presumably have a similar political effect, not in one industry. Like, you're sort of saying, hey, if this guy comes in, they can promise to raise wages for this industry. Maybe all the workers in that industry will vote for them. Well, minimum wage laws have a similar effect for people of a certain, income band, right? If you're below this income, it'll directly affect you. And if you're in this income, it'll boost you up. But we don't see like Democrats promise $15 minimum wage and suddenly the entire white working class turns back to the Democrats. It just,
sure.
I'm just not sure.
Well, I mean, surely it's people promise minimum wages, even ones that are, too high, probably for their context, because it gives you political benefits. Now, people promise teacher pay hikes because that's popular, right? And so there's not very much of a concern about, okay, what is the optimal wage rate for this group? That's not really, your political incentive is not to pursue the optimal wage rate. It is to pursue, the one that allows you to piece together the proper political coalition,
socially optimal wage rate
for you to win. And one other thing I would just note very quickly is that I would definitely oppose wage boards if it was just in certain industries but not others, because then you can get real labor allocation distortions where wages in one sector are like hiked a lot, and then wages in other sectors are kept at a normal market rate. But the conclusion of what I'm saying is, I think there's a lot of tools that we have to improve the labor force, fix market failures in the labor market, and improve the wages and conditions of workers. I think that unions, under certain institutional contexts, can be fruitful to that end. I am skeptical, though, that in America, practically, that the pursuit of higher degrees of unionization, trying to foster, 90% unionization of the kind of institutions which exist and have been developed in Scandinavia over the course of a century, is a realistic, or maybe even a realistically fruitful approach to that end.
I know that this is getting beyond like policy design and getting into politics. I know one of the bitter pills to swallow for like anti-union neolibs who like stuff like UBI and whatnot is that if you want a coalition that's going to get UBI, you're going to have to work with groups like unions. Like, there's just no path to like a powerful Democratic Party like winning enough seats at the federal level to pass UBI without like some rebuilding of the union movement.
I'm just very skeptical. I mean, I'm very skeptical of that because we've seen plenty of high-profile unions condemn universal basic income. Like, there's been big condemnations of UBI by them. I don't see where in the political calculus it necessarily only becomes popular to give people money whenever there's a lot of people are paying a percentage of their income to some sort of centralized labor bargaining entity.
I think especially I would say that it seems like the character of like the newly originated unions seems to be different than like the character of the sort of like well-established 5% of private employees that are unionized as well, because it seems like if you look at the actions of like the new like Amazon unionized warehouses or the Starbucks unions, or even Sean Fain, the DFW, or not the
UAW,
the UAW, that it seems like they are generally a bit more open to essentially being like open progressives, right? That like, hey, we support universal healthcare. Like for instance, a lot of this was controversial in 2016 where some unions had committee endorsements of candidates, but then some unions had membership elected endorsements. And it seemed like the membership elected endorsements would like overwhelmingly vote to endorse Bernie, who would propose things like universal health care and like a more universal welfare state. But then like the sort of committee union leadership would endorse Hillary Clinton, right? But that seems to have shifted even more. So I recognize that as a concern. Like certainly there can be a disconnect between like union leadership and what is like actually good sort of progressive policy. But it seems like that's changing. Estiel, you had something to add?
Well, I just did want to suggest sort of what you were talking about, that I think there's a difference in attitudes of newer, more progressive leadership of unions. And I think that a lot of the worst aspects of unions were more common in. So what I was talking with Mike, with Conaboy before the show about was that, during the Reagan era, a lot of unions got, I don't know, like traumatized almost by the rapid rate of deunionization and the rapid acceleration of anti-union laws. And so very few unions spent money trying to unionize new workers, which meant that they were very focused on trying to keep the workers they had. So they were very rigidity focused, very security focused. And two, they spent very little money trying to go on strike because they felt they wouldn't have the power and they would just be crushed. And so they didn't actually spend a lot of time bargaining for workers except to like keep the benefits they have. So it was a very like, may sound like a weird analogy, but it was like the NIMBY era of unions, whereas now the expansionist era of unions seems to have come back into vogue. Like Sean Fain is talking about trying to unionize Tesla. He is actively campaigning for wages to rise in other firms. So when you talk about some of the bad effects of unions, right, it's that it raises wages in one firm, but not in other ones. Well, these new unions are really pissed about that, and they're trying to change that. They're trying to like expand their unionization. They're not trying to keep rigidly their workers. I don't know. I do think there's Micah's cutting out, so he's not getting any of my wisdom, but
I can hear everything you're saying.
Okay, perfect.
No, I mean,
I just do think the attitude matters is all.
I think that's fair. I've engaged with this argument on Twitter and in debates previously where people would just say, well, Micah, don't you realize that if you ever want to pass any welfare ever, we have to have like tons of unionization. And I just I don't see evidence that that's the case. There's plenty of countries that have a more substantive, better organized welfare state than we do, and they have very low unionization rates.
Well, but nowadays they do. But part of the point is that a lot of the welfare that was being passed was coming like previously. I do agree with you that there's some countries like South Korea is probably the key example of a rapidly expanding welfare state with very low unionization rates. And a lot of that just seems to be rising democratic power, people building up and voting for welfare policies over time. The argument I would give is that union power seems to be an accelerant or multiplier or additive to that. There's a study that I like to cite, which shows that like unionization rates in a given town affect the income mobility and the wages of non-union workers and non-union children in like the same municipality. And the suggestion is, well, clearly that they're mostly not like just doing that through raising wages at the one firm. They're doing it through raising wages at other firms by pressure or by passing policies like pro-child policies. So I think empirically there's fairly strong evidence linking like union power to left policies. Now, I'm not saying you can't assemble a coalition without it. I'm just saying that it's easier, right? Like if you want UBI 2035 instead of 2040 or 2050,
Yeah, if the claim is that if you have more unions, it will be easier to do progressive things, that's just true. I would just reject it as like such an important like a prerequisite factor. Like you just can't do anything without it. It's like such a huge. I don't think it's certainly a variable. That's
yeah, I mean,
totally
I think all of our, again, like all of our, if we had to pick 3 policies to change the American economic system, I don't think any of us would put like get rid of captive audience meetings or something. Like we would say healthcare is number 1. Housing policy, something like that's probably 1 or 2 is housing or healthcare, and then number 3 might be a bit wild. And but like yeah, like your prioritization doesn't start with like implement wage boards or something.
I mean, I might put for number 3 something like a sectoral bargaining. Some kind of pro-union policy, just because there's a lot of other policies we talk about that are outside the political window right now. And I think the only realm you get to them is one where people as a whole shift left and people as like organized power shift left. And unions are like demonstrably one of the institutions that do that. Like people
urbanization
in unions,
as well.
No, urbanization helps. So I want more housing, and unionization helps. Urbanization and unions, funnily enough, they both make people less racist and more pro-welfare. Like, not ironically, it's like a causal impact.
For me, unions would be like, it would be in my top 5. I just don't know if it'd crack my top 3, but it would be up there.
Let me say something positive about unions. I talked previously about kind of how I think a lot of the benefits of unions can be made up using other institutions. And I do really think that's true in terms of like compensation, fixing labor market failures. And I really do also as well think that some like people should not just take monopsony as a blank check, that wages necessarily, because we have this theoretical reason, why they could be too low. Automatically, we could think across the board they're way too low or compensation's way too low. But I will say this, there's one thing that unions do that is very, very difficult to replace. And that is providing people kind of a sense of community and buy-in into their the place they work. And I guess you could replace that maybe with like some sort of separate nonprofit organization, some sort of separate wage board, not wage board, co-determination policy. But that is a real value. And I think that if you want to have a system where maybe low levels of unionization, that's kind of the policy approach you want to take, you still should have some sort of attempt to re-foster that benefit of unions, or at least acknowledge that that's something that you're giving up if you want to have low rates of unionization.
There you go. All right, well, that seems like a good place to go to the last part of this this discussion here on unions, and this is where we're going to apply it to America specifically. So I think at our peak, America had maybe like 35% union membership. It really, I mean, there's this idea that we used to be super duper unionized in this country, but that really was never the case, that America had like Nordic levels of union representation. But certainly there was a day when we had substantially higher representation of unions than we have today. And so I guess I probably have the most written here. So let's start with one of you guys. I guess like SDL, if you had to change, like what are some policies that you would want to implement in America? And let's just assume like unified democratic, like 55 senators and 300 members in the House, Democratic president. Like what were some policies in that context that you'd want to implement that you think would help with achieving our goal of more unionization in a responsible way?
I feel like we have talked about most of these policies, but the long and short for me would probably be some kind of sectoral bargaining through tripartite wage boards, probably an end to right to work laws. I think the PRO Act includes stuff like that. A really expansive NLRB, that's National Labor Relations Board, which sees its mission as trying to ensure that like, it kind of what I mentioned, for example, there's captive employee meetings that like you can just be sat down and be forced to watch a video from your boss, which talks about how unions are evil and will lead to you having lower wages.
Actual North Korea level shit.
Workplaces are autocratic already, and I just don't like the idea. I would not want unions to be able to force people to sit down and watch a video either or something. So I really don't like the idea of captive audiences. So there's a lot of like reforms like that where it would be nice to have the NLRB want to make all unionization into fair elections. I know that this is maybe a sort of wonkish bit, but I'm totally forgetting the name for it. I think it was against the concrete company. Recently, the NLRB changed its rules for when it will fine and when it will recognize a union. And this possibly has really big consequences where if you have a majority of the members, I believe is how it works. If you have a majority of members who sign on to like the let's join a union card, but you haven't held the election yet, and the employer does an unfair labor practice, a ULP, then your union is instantly recognized, is my understanding of the new NLRB rules. So it means that now employers are very strongly disincentivized to try and screw you over in the unionizing process, because if they mess up and if they get found having a ULP, well, then they're screwed. They don't even get to run the election. They like, you've already won. So I really like stuff like that, which strongly incentivizes a fair election, in my opinion. Because, you know, Econoboy will probably talk about this. There are some people who don't want to join unions, and to whatever degree, you probably don't want to force people in. You know, you don't want to compel them to pay dues to an organization.
Have like Vietnam style, like state enforced unions. Like, this is the state union for your factory. They represent you. Don't talk bad about the government, though.
So my TLDR is probably like sectoral bargaining through tripartite wage boards, and right to work type laws, so unions will get a little bit more money. Elect Sean Fain as the leader of every single union, some sort of cloning process, and like the aggressive NLRB policies. But Econoboy has a lot more specific proposals.
For sure. Micah, how would you, what are some, you know, what are the regulations that you would change? What are the institutions you would implement in America, given a sort of realistic proposal, you know, in order to achieve your goals of unionization?
So I would say that I definitely agree with rules that make it where, you know, firms can't union bust in pretty egregious ways, right? Like, I think that you know, there's plenty of unfair practices that they are partaking in, and like that's just not legal, really. It shouldn't be legal. It seems like it's against at least the spirit of our law.
It seems so like I can't get over how dystopian it is
order.
when like I can't get over how dystopian it is when you see these like captive audience meeting videos that employees. It's like, Hey, Mr. Employee, did you know that unions are complete dog shit and they steal your money, and the employer is your friend and you should trust us? And
yeah, I mean, if firms want to like say, hey, here's our negative case against the union. I mean, if the employee wants to listen, that's fair enough, but you shouldn't force them to consume your propaganda. Now, returning to what I said previously, I would just pick the most I think realistic policies out of the ones I proposed earlier. I really do think limiting non-compete agreements can do a lot, and I think that's totally possible. States have done that. Like, that's one of the things that California has done well. I do think that a lot of limitations on lobbying are realistic. I do think that the House and Senate could pass a resolution to tell the central bank to use a new target so that we have higher employment rates consistently. I think pay transparency laws, that's happened before. We could do that. And I think these are just like really simple, good ideas. I don't really know if we could actually pass laws that would limit unions' ability to bargain in bad ways. I'm not really sure. Like, I think that somebody would have to show me in the literature that right to work laws are like actually right to work states are actually worse. For me to like start saying that we should ban it at the federal level. All the studies I've seen seem to indicate like it's either neutral or like they're somewhat better. I'm not saying that I actually like the institutional structure of right to work based unionization, because it's very strange, right? It's strange to basically allow people to freeload. The open question to me is right to work unionization worse than our very bad union institutions? Is it like even worse? And that's not clear. I would be open to, I think, efforts to maybe we could make some sort of pilot program or like some sort of maybe fund research on ways that we could establish wage boards in ways that would be productive. I am interested in that. Although, as I said, I would not be 100% confident that's a good idea. So I'm gonna stick to my previous list. Also, expand welfare. I think expanding unemployment insurance is a pretty good idea. I imagine it's relatively popular. We need to modernize the unemployment insurance system, make it where people can start getting the money they're entitled to immediately, and make it where they're provided a higher percentage of their wages back, so that people really have the ability to look for the right job for themselves, and to take some of the political pressure off of our politicians to put in place regulations that reduce growth in the long run in favor of more job security in the short run.
Yeah, for sure. I guess some things that I would talk about. Of course, I agree with pretty much everything that you guys said. Some things that I would add on. So I tried to do a pretty decently broad review of the literature and writings on unions and union structures and things like this, and come up with a decent list of things that I would change that I think would be realistic to implement. So number one, I would say that yes, like establish sectoral bargaining. I think the way that I would establish it is I would probably create like relatively similar regions in the U.S. So like one thing that I believe the Spanish system was criticized for is that because their contracts are like so horizontally applied across regions, that creates rigidity as well. Because some like a take the U.S. for example, like an electrician in California is not necessarily the same in terms of their needs and desires as an electrician that lives in like Alabama, for instance. These are just very different places, and so I would say having regionalization of your sectoral bargaining system probably makes some sense. I suggest maybe there would be like West Coast, like California up to Washington, the Midwest, the Rust Belt, the Southwest, Texas, the South as a region, New York, and then the Northeast. Just trying to think like generally, how can we regionalize these sectoral bargaining contracts to where they're fitted? And all this would functionally mean is that the contract that the sector negotiates is just a contract for that region. So in theory, you could have like an overarching union that represents companies within multiple regions. It's just that the contract itself would be for one region. Like one region's contract could be the same as another region, but you would just have to make that active choice and you'd have to have that negotiating process. I'm just a little bit skeptical of like for instance, we don't have a country that is so big as the United States that has like a uniform unionization system that works very well. Like the EU has a lot of unionization, but it's decentralized. It's country level sort of regionalized, systems of unionization. And it seems like for all the negatives and positives that regional approach has, it seems like it certainly has negatives and it certainly limits the downsides. Like imagine if we had a Spanish style unionization policy for the whole of the EU. Well, we would probably just sort of necessarily have worse labor market outcomes, right? And so we probably wouldn't want that. We can recognize that unions in general are good, but also that different regions probably have different sort of fitted needs. And so compartmentalizing your contracts by region probably makes some sense. So you'd have like, I don't know, like the car manufacturer's contract in the Southwest versus the car manufacturer's contract in like the Northeast, right? Like these are going to be different things. And I feel like that's not totally unreasonable. That just reflects what I've read in the literature. These would include, like in these sectoral contracts, the sectoral negotiating process, they would include employers associations. They would also include probably some like state appointed people. So, we would have these different regions and then the federal government would nominate people to sit on these boards. The president would nominate and maybe the Senate would confirm people to sit on each of these boards. Not frankly dissimilar how we do like the circuit system and judge in the appellate courts. Like I think that's pretty reasonable as well. Overall, one of the reasons why you have sectoral coverage without union density is a lot of these countries have something called extension laws, right? So basically, how do you determine whether or not to extend a union negotiated contract to a non-union worker? Well, you have some sort of extension law. So I would argue that there needs to be a representativeness criteria, which is what most countries have, where it's basically like, hey, you have to have some combination of characteristics that allow you to say that you should be covered by a union contract, even though you're not a unionized firm. So, for instance, one of the requirements could be like, hey, if you get, 35% of the vote in a union, election, well, you're not unionized yourself, but maybe that's enough of a percentage to be covered by the collective contract that's negotiated for your regional sector, right? That could be a reasonable rule. Perhaps if an employer's association covers a sufficiently high percentage of employment. So, for instance, let's say that the companies that exist in your employer's association within your sector represent, 50% of employees. Well, at that point, maybe it's a lot easier to extend those contracts out to the rest of the sector because basically you're already representing almost the whole sector or a majority of the sector. The idea is just that you're trying to ensure that the contract you're negotiating is a good enough sample to be extended across the entire sector, despite unions not actually being present in all of these, firms, right? that's probably good. Another thing is just filtering these extensions through government agencies. Like in Spain, it's just automatic. It's just like, oh, automatic. There it is. No discretion. But just having some sort of like the NLRB is empowered to review extension requests. Like that's probably a good thing. And it allows some flexibility in the system. Micah alluded to it. He didn't call it this, but he alluded to what I would call like a Ghent system. This is another policy that I would say would probably be good. Now, the way that a Ghent system works, there's a lot of debate in terms of like how effective this is at actually maintaining or originating unions. But what it is functionally is that some countries allow unemployment benefits to be administered by unions. So instead of going to like a local unemployment office run by the government and like applying for benefits, getting your check or whatever, you would actually work through that through your union. The caveat is that it's not as efficient as just a centralized unemployment system. So I think that a simpler way to do it, frankly, is just to have boosted unemployment for workers on strike. I think that's basically what the Ghent system is trying to accomplish anyway. And we don't want to have like, an inefficiently administered unemployment system just to try and help unions. So I think the idea is like, hey, if our rule says that you get 80% of your wages for 3 months, let's say that if you're a worker on strike, maybe you get 90% of your wages for 6 months. Just like some sort of boosted unemployment for workers who are specifically on strike might make some sense. Micah, you want to cut in?
I agree with Matt Brunegg. I do not support the Ghent model. He actually wrote an article about opposing the Ghent model.
Yeah, STL and I were talking about that system, like that article as well. And he makes the same argument, basically, that it's just a less efficiently run employment system. And so my argument would be, like, don't make the unions administer the benefits. Like, just have it to where there's some sort of boosted assistance for employees specifically while they're on strike. Again, because I want employees to be able to strike without fear of basically being financially destitute. And so, yeah, Estelle, you wanted to butt in as well.
Just a small point in favor of Micah's type system. If Micah likes the idea of like right to work unions, one way of making it so that union dues aren't as essential for running a successful union is to decrease the importance of dues for striking. So if you do something like Econoboy is saying, and you say pay people like, I don't know, 90% of their wage while they're striking or something, then that enormously decreases the disincentive to strike. So that might make unions less essential. I don't like right to work, but if you want to decrease the impact of right to work, you'd want to support stuff like that.
Well, what do y'all think about right to work and right to bargain? So yeah, you can opt out of dues, but the union can opt out of covering you with their contract. That's a thing that's happened.
I really dislike that because a lot of the benefit of stuff there's an efficiency of having a single contract, right? There's a paperwork and a load to having multiple types of workers within one firm, some covered, some not. Like, I don't know. I'm interested in the idea of employment services providers, basically firms that provide workers opportunities for career advancement. Like, will notify workers whenever their level of skills or like some sort of variables that they've demonstrated showcase that this is the level of compensation they should expect. And so it actually might be good to go bargain. Like they could actually even represent you and bargain on your behalf. Like optimize firms that seek to optimize workers' compensation and treatment within an individual bargaining context. I think it's just impossible for external firms to get enough information to meaningfully understand the position of a worker in a given firm, especially for small firms. Like maybe stuff like that can work where you have a large firm and like data sharing agreements and wage transparency. And like, I don't know, you might need like performance review transparency or something. But I think that de facto for like 90% of workers, the only way you're going to get an institution that has like enough knowledge of how the internals of a company work to know that is going to be some kind of union.
Yeah. And I would say like, one extra thing that I'm calling the American Ghent system is not just like essentially regulatorily a boosted unemployment system. Like, I do like the idea of having some sort of like solidaristic type policy, right? So for instance, something that I suggest here is perhaps a portion of dues collected by all unions go into a collective endowment for all unions, right? So you have this portion of dues that goes, it's almost like a tax that unions pay themselves that goes into this collective pool that can help
union
support
tax.
Well, not necessarily a tax, but like, it's like a portion of dues. But
Ugovian tax on unions. You heard it here first from
like
Econoboy.
Like, for instance, like this fund could be in charge of like supporting the financial cost of like originating new unions, right? And like you have this system where you empower horizontally the labor market's ability to unionize whilst using the labor power that already exists in the firm. And this is combined with a later policy that I'll talk about, where like a lot of countries subsidize union dues. Like, hey, if you pay union dues, you can deduct that on your taxes. I would argue that something like that makes a lot of sense because, I mean, yeah, like I don't want workers to feel like they're like that's one of the main arguments basically against unions, which is a really dumb argument to be fair. But like, hey, if at the very least, if we can get rid of that argument, like people like Amazon will say, what was it? There's that funny graphic that Amazon was like, man, goddamn, $50 a month, shit, that could buy you an Xbox. Do you really want this union? Like there was like a graphic like this, and it's like, yeah, dumbass. Like obviously, I'd probably rather have a union than a fucking Xbox 360 or some shit. But like, you know, that's probably how it should work. That hey, you know, that's just a lie. It's a lie because union dues are tax deductible. Every dollar you pay in a union due, you pay that dollar less in taxes. Like you get the money back as a credit at the end of the year. I think that, you know, eliminating that argument would be good because you can just say, yeah, any argument that says, oh, you're losing out because you're paying union dues is just necessarily wrong because you do get that money back at the end of the year. I think that would probably be a very good policy, and it doesn't cost the government very much money. Like, it's not like union dues are that. It's like a few $100s a year per worker. Like, it's not very much. Yeah, SDL.
The only critique I could see of that system would be if you think unions are genuinely socially useful, then that type of system, like let's assume it's done at say a regional level, would tend to have places with less unions pay less dues in and have less ability to form new unions. And if you have concerns about stuff like we talked about the coverage gap earlier, that like you've only got unions in a few areas and they're trying to make a contract for the whole area, you would probably just want to subsidize union creation in general, but you'd want to subsidize in areas that are like underrepresented in those contracts. Like you genuinely want to be like, okay, we're going to have our census sample of unions to make sure that all these different types of firms all get represented in the fast food contract or whatever. So
yeah, well, that's another reason. Like,
why
I
is
think
Micah smiling at that?
I think the subsidization of union dues is not like it's just one of those marginal things, right? Like I don't think that's gonna make or break
I
union
think
origination.
It's just such a bad idea, honestly. I'm not gonna...
Subsidizing union dues, how could it possibly be that bad? Like it couldn't possibly.
I like it. I just think you can do better. That's all.
I just think that within the American context, it just doesn't seem clear that the weight of the evidence is that, you know, these unions are having a net positive impact. It seems to me that from everything that I've read, that the weight of the evidence is against that. And I mean, my point has always been not that unions are necessarily bad, is that within our institution context, they're at least not very clearly good.
Well, again, I'm talking about as a full package. These I don't like.
Well, yeah, I suppose if you change everything else, I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine what we could expect because we're talking about political reforms like that we can make within our
like one specific
institutions.
thing. One specific thing that I was going to call out, like, and this was literally the next thing that I was going to talk about was empowering the NLRB. And like the specific proposal that people can look up is the PRO Act, which has been proposed. Like the PRO Act is generally speaking, pretty much just a way to empower the NLRB, right? So what the PRO Act does is it allows the NLRB to impose fines. So right now, the NLRB basically says like, "Hey, you broke the law. I don't do that again." Right? It's not clear necessarily like the strict enforcement mechanism of the NLRB, outside of basically just establishing that rules have been broken and maybe reordering elections and things like this. So allowing the NLRB to propose to basically fine employers and say, "Hey, for every violation, you get a fine of like $50,000." Because what you'll find, it was, goodness, I can't remember it. It was like some crazy high percentage of attempts at unionization have significantly large amounts of employers just breaking the law and not giving a fuck that they're breaking the law because the NLRB is like a very neutered institution. And so empowering labor institutions to actually enforce, you know, good democratic norms when it comes to originating unions are probably a good idea. So allowing the NLRB to fine employers for breaking the law, I say hire an army of observers, administrators, lawyers, etc. The NLRB should be a very well-staffed agency, right? You know, when you look at the administrative wait times for hearing back from the NLRB, it's very long. And whether you're very anti-union or very pro-union, I don't see why you should be pro like long wait times to hear back from your regulatory agency. Like that doesn't
Fair.
really make sense. So, yeah, like just empower the NLRB to work quicker and more, more efficiently, right? It's similar to like you fund the IRS just because it's good to have like a well functioning, administrative state. And then a lot of this last stuff, it's covered in the PRO Act as well, but I call it a grab bag of origination changes. So I say subsidize union dues just to get rid of that argument. You can match funds from the government as well. Like, hey, for however much, unions collect in dues, you could match that amount and just like directly inject it into union treasuries. Again, this isn't a very large amount of money, but again, it just, there's a lot more money behind capital than there's ever going to be behind labor. So having some sort of like, I think this would be a pro-social outcome, basically, if we did something like this. You could argue for like bonus payments for workers who establish a union, just provide like a positive incentive, like, hey, we kind of want you to unionize, right? So just really consider that, because at least in the literature that I've read, high union density itself, like the problems that you get with unemployment and these problems is when you have low union density but high coverage. But high union density itself isn't associated with nearly as many problems. So if you can increase the amount of just aggregate workers that are part of unions, you can avoid a lot of the problems associated with sectoral bargaining as well. So having some sort of positive incentive in that regard. SCL talked about it before, but just, protecting secondary, solidaristic strikes. I mean, that probably makes a lot of sense to me. It just seems quite anti-constitutional, frankly, to have a ban on secondary strikes. Like, why am I not allowed to strike for whatever reason I want? Right? It's kind of a weird thing. And obviously banning captive audience meetings. That's just corporate propaganda. Super cringe. Yeah, go on, STL.
I was just, as a historical note, the act in 1947 was like a compromise between the radical labor union and the center sort of Truman part of the Democratic Party. And like just it very much represents both a huge win for unions in a whole bunch of areas, because there was way more union busting before the act. At the same time, it did stuff like crack down on solidarity strikes, which you can argue is like a First Amendment violation, but I don't know.
I think that the idea is it's probably like legal in the same way that antitrust laws are, legal, right? It's like you can't have kind of like monopolistic coordination like this, I imagine.
I mean, that could be the rationale.
You can regulate it.
Yeah, I mean, until we have huge coverage, I just it doesn't seem to be a big.
Something
I know.
I think,
just for what it's worth, I know the logic behind the solidarity strike ban is similar to what you talked about in wanting to try to encourage higher trust. In my understanding, is that the intent of that part of the law from like the business side of the Democratic Party was that instead of having workers striking for other places, you just sort of focus on your workplace and get the best get the best working conditions in your workplace. So trust your management, work with your management, screw those guys over there. That was sort of the idea.
Wouldn't want to be too collective in your bargaining, now would you, Mr. Union employee?
I mean, I think something that's worth acknowledging though is, it's not like strikes are like an actually good thing, right? It's a means to an end. It's bad for the economy. It's like it just leads to less production. It leads to lower incomes for the people that are striking. The best union systems in the world famously have very little strikes.
Yeah.
And ultimately, you want to order institutions in such a way so as to reduce the likeliness of strikes. Now, I'm not sure whether actually just directly prohibiting.
Sorry, can I give a funny note? Is that it's banned to strike in China, for example. So some of the more allegedly pro-labor countries in the world, like the Soviet Union and China, actually banned that right because they wanted to have a very high productivity economy, and they argued that it was because we need to organize the workers to fight the capitalists or whatever. So we can't be busy with this striking nonsense. So
real socialism. Ban strikes.
Real socialism is when you ban strikes and have
once
one
again
union.
STL hating on actually existing socialism. Name a more iconic duo.
But I think the ideal situation is kind of fostering the relationship between labor and capital. Like that's what they've done in Scandinavia, where it's very productive. There's a lot of awareness, and I think since unionization rates are so high and union institutions have been around for so long, they're able to take a much higher level view of the economy and say, okay, what level of wages can we really bargain that's realistic? What technologies are we going to need to accommodate? And both of them can kind of come together and say, okay, this is the level that's realistic. So there's not strikes.
Yeah, and I'm open.
I just think it's important to note that we really do want to avoid strikes all the time. If you have a union system that's constantly producing like economy shutting down, shut down level strikes, that's not a union system that's delivering the goods effectively.
Well, I think that's something to be fair though. Like I think when you look into the history of the original, like the sort of proto labor movements that ended up becoming the very strong labor power in a lot of these countries. That was a pretty volatile situation, right? Like you tended to have a lot of violence, you tended to have a lot of oppression, you tended to have a lot of strikes, and so I'm open to the idea that a lot of these, like for instance, secondary strikes, boosted unemployment for striking workers, union dues subsidization, one-time payments for like these things, like one-time payments for workers that form a union. I'm open to rolling back a lot of that stuff at the point where we have decent union coverage and like good sort of bargaining, like collective contract coverage as well. But I will say that it certainly seems like there needs to be like a positive push. The last thing that I have in my list here is, like one of the arguments from Capital is it lowers our returns. And, insofar as we're probably not going to repeal the corporate tax, maybe just having a tax advantage for companies that have unions, right? It's like, hey, maybe capitalist guy, like, maybe having this union does hurt your fucking, your company, right? But, maybe you're taxed at some marginally lower rate if you have union coverage in your company, right? Just avoid that argument in general. And plus, any excuse to lower corporate taxes, right? Because I think we all recognize that that's not the greatest form of taxation anyway. So if we can lower corporate taxes in a way that encourages unionization, I think, probably that's good. STL, what do you want to say?
Oh, I would probably prefer the solidarity, like the sectoral bargaining approach, just because it has a simpler tax system. Like I don't know, in general, we don't seem to like tax write-offs for specific stuff. So I don't know.
Stop random tax expenditures and subsidies.
Look,
revealing himself as a hypocrite.
The thing is, though, I'm in favor. I'm in favor of tax expenditures for a lot of, like, because the corporate tax, we might as well use the corporate tax as a tool when we can, if we're not going to just get rid of it, right? And so that's kind of the argument that I'm making here.
I think you just make the corporate tax based and make it a DBCFT. I don't know about y'all.
Well, right, but we're talking about, you criticize us for not being, we're talking about realistic solutions.
Well, actually,
here, right?
no. Honestly, I think it's more realistic that you make that you change the basis of the corporate tax and change deductibility for like certain things like R&D and CapEx. We've already reduced the deduct. What?
Strongly disagree. I can't imagine.
Wait. So you think we made R&D fully expensible? We made CapEx partially expensible. So you think going all the way is somehow harder?
Well, both of those things are temporary, and they don't include all CapEx or all R&D. And number two, I think
that's what I said.
Well, no, because you didn't say they're temporary. You said, well, we made these things fully expensive. Well, they're temporary, right? So I think that I agree that the wonky tax policy is definitely becoming more in vogue, but I don't think there's a realistic world where we get rid of the corporate tax. Like that would be pretty.
I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is,
or replace it with a DBCFT, right? That's, that seems like what you're saying.
So I don't think that you need to do a destination basis, but if you change the deductibility and you make it permanent, which totally seems like there's a political coalition to do that, and then you use there's various different bases you can use. I think it's like a territorial tax system is something that would be much less disruptive than a destination basis. Then at that point, the corporate tax is like not even close to one of your worst taxes. Like it's like a pretty solid tax. And I'd say that's certainly as realistic as what you're talking about. I'd argue much more realistic, but
well, it's about the coalition that you get together to do it, right? Like because the Republicans aren't going to do any of this union shit. 0% chance, like actually 0% chance. If you have a sufficiently high number of Democrats in office, that's the environment that I'm imagining. So if you have an environment where you've got a democratically dominated government, I think you could pass you could pass everything that I just listed in a democratically dominated, caucus,
you could pass
right?
everything I just listed in for the tax changes in both. You need them.
I don't know if you could though, because it seems like it seems like a lot of the tax reforms when it comes to expensing, it's like either bipartisan deals or it's like Republican governments that propose that kind of thing, right?
Bipartisan, interesting.
Well, yeah, but again, if you have a deal such that you're losing, like if you have a sufficiently like what could be branded as like a right wing tax bill, I would worry that in the House you end up with like 50 progressives voting against it, and now it doesn't get passed. Right now, you could be right. We're kind of just game theorying this out. But anyway, that's all. That's all to say that I think some sort of tax advantage or subsidization for companies that have basically, union membership in their structure is reasonable. I mean, to be fair, Joe Biden did something like this when he part of the scoring criteria for government contracts is, are you a unionized company? So like you're marginally more likely to get federal contract dollars if your employees are covered by a union. And it's not like this is a incredible deal breaker or originator of a huge unionization movement. It's just that, marginal sort of effect that it can have. And I think this would be similar as well. And again, that's how you minimize the potentially negative effects as well by not having some crazy pro-union policy. Essa, you were trying to get in earlier. What were you going to say?
All I was going to say is I think kind of what you suggested that you'd like to subsidize unions, but at some point cut it off when we get to some level of, we were talking about the coverage gap. So let's say you get, I don't know, 50% union density, but you've got 100% coverage. Maybe a 2 times gap isn't too bad. One of the arguments I wanted to extend was something that Micah talked about earlier, that unions and democratic firms in general can be a form of community. When we talk about the rise in loneliness in this country, I know this is a weird argument for unions, but like people need more spaces where they know people, they work with people, and they trust those people. So I think there's a real benefit to having extensive unionization. Like even if it has some very minor, like slight economic bads, it might have a huge social positive at the macro level by making people like less likely to off themselves and go on like extremist shootings or whatever. Like very bluntly,
a little bit
so
more
I know I pushed back against a lot of the arguments for unions. I honestly think this is one of the better ones. I think it's pretty, because I've when I was running a campaign, I've dealt with a lot of the local unions, like the plumbers union, and you really do see it's like, wow, this is like a place where people can like socialize. If their employer does something bad to them, they can rely on this entity. And many times, if you have a union that's actually separated from the firm, the union can actually help you. They can provide training to you. They can help you get your permits, your licenses. They can help you find job opportunities. That's the kind of stuff that I think unions uniquely provide, and that good institutions would enhance that stuff while trying to minimize the bad.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I think having collective pots of money that all unions can draw from and pay into, just again having that sort of horizontal labor power, even cross region, could make a lot of sense. Some of the things that I was going to mention as well, I keep talking about this, like, for instance, I'll go ahead and pull it up here. We were just talking about it in the pre-show chat. Here we go. So the OECD, they have this pretty pretty useful website when it comes to comparing the different collective bargaining structures amongst countries, right? So just got collective bargaining, and you can kind of click on, all the different countries and, compare and contrast them. And like I said, one of the big pieces of research that I was trying to determine is like, well, why is, this coverage gap, it's pretty similar between the Netherlands and Spain, but the Netherlands has super duper low unemployment and Spain has super duper high unemployment. Like what are the differences here? Insofar as we think this coverage gap causes some unemployment, why is it so much different in Spain? And there's a lot of reasons, not just the reasons that I'm about to mention. But when we look into this, this is the report that the OECD authored for the Netherlands. And you can see that this is the report that they authored for Spain. And you can see that they both have sectoral bargaining. They both have what they would classify as organized, decentralized bargaining. And they both have very similar rates, right? About 10 to 20% union density, about, 70, 80%, 90% coverage. But, what sticks out is that this right here, this quality of labor relations and the level of coordination, it's high in the Netherlands and it's low in Spain. Now, what does this mean, right? What it means is that labor relations are dog shit in Spain. The unions and the capital interests have very little trust between each other. They don't necessarily have a great working relationship. And because of that, you don't necessarily get as good at contracts, right? And you can actually compare the strike rates. I guess this is number of work days lost per 1,000 salary employees from 85 to 2015. And then you can compare that with the Netherlands. You can see the strike rate in the Netherlands is substantially lower than the strike rate in Spain. Going to Micah's point that like you don't necessarily want strikes all the time. You want like the credible threat of a strike, but you don't actually want to have strikes like all the fucking time, right? And so one of the policies that I have on my list here that attempts to ideally address this is where I think, again, employee stock ownership, union stock ownership, these are things that are good that can help collapse the incentives of labor and capital into one. And then also, this is where worker board membership can be a part of fostering a trusting relationship between labor and capital. If you have employees that are in the boardroom and having these meetings in the capital table and having that collaboration between like unions and the workers that are on these boards, I think that you can foster a more trusting relationship and ideally not have as many problems with like a super duper crazily adversarial relationship between unions and capital. To Micah's point, I think a lot of leftists will say that like the point of unions is to be adversarial. The point of unions is to strike and to destroy the economy if they need to in order to get what they want. And what you find is that that's just really not a good working relationship. And that it doesn't, it turns out, flipping the table and acting like Donald Trump during a negotiation is like actually not the best way to get good deals done, So that's something to keep in mind. STL, what were you going to say?
Oh, I totally forgot. I have no idea.
Damn it, STL. God. Anyway, but no, those are all the changes that I would make. I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of overlap. It sounds like STL and I are a little bit more like on the board of subsidizing various aspects of unions and unionization. Mike is a little bit more skeptical of that, but overall, it sounds like we agree that captive audience meetings and corporate propaganda is a big problem. The NLRB should be funded like 10 times more than it's funded now. It sounds like we agree that sectoral bargaining is like probably the best system, but you got to be real careful how you structure it. And those are some, broad agreements that we have. And all three of us agree that unions are good and like provide value. We agree that unions are a good social institution for people as well. A little bit less incels in the world with a world with more unions, right? That's probably a good thing.
That's true.
Any final thoughts on unions before we...
Boy's number one reason to support unions is that it makes teens fuck. So true, King.
True. Got me. Yeah. Every we're all groomers if we support unions, I guess. Typical leftists. But
you want people socializing? That's where people get groomed. Nice try, buddy.
Well, anyway, any final thoughts on unions before we hang this topic up?
One final thing I'd say is I've seen this argument. I just want to hear y'all's thoughts on it. One of the reasons that people have listed for the decline in the relevance of unions across the world over time is that increasingly we have less standardized labor, right? So if you're unionizing factory floor workers, that might be easier than maybe unionizing tech workers, which are kind of doing more individualized labor, where like contracts that are it's not nearly.
There we go. Well, we get the question though. I guess
no, just to speak to it a little bit. One of the most interesting trends in employment research, to speak to what Mike is talking about, is that routine jobs have been automated. So there's this scale of routinization based on how we grade certain jobs. And so a lot of manufacturing jobs, especially those in like the 1900s, were very routinizable. It was like you are the guy who does this one bolt and you crank this one shaft and then that's it. And that's your one job. It's very easy to build a robot to do that compared to like engineer or something. Like AI is just the cusp of like maybe being able to do some of those tasks. So I do think that's a part of it. There's like, but I think the main reason for it is that the most of the easily routinizable tasks were in manufacturing, and the shift to services, in my opinion, seems to be the main reason for the decline in unionization. And that seems to be mostly a mechanical result of jobs with higher turnover, and jobs, and this will sound like a weird one, but there's more large firms with small workspaces, like small individual areas. So if you're a fast food worker, you work in a place that has like 5 employees in the shop at any given time, maybe 20 employees overall. but you're like part of a company that might have like 10,000 employees or 1 million employees, and they've got a shitload of money to spend on anti-union propaganda. And so it sort of tilts the scale a bunch when instead of one factory where you've got 3,000 boys and you can all group up in one big meeting and vote on your union, you've got to organize like 7 people in a McDonald's when they've got a lawyer coming in. And without exaggeration, this literally happened at a Chipotle. There were some Hassan stands. I'm not exaggerating. Some people watched Hassan. They realized that 2 of them watched Hassan together. They decided to form a union, and the company sent in 3 people from National to try and break up their nascent union. So like, unironically, a Chipotle with like 7 employees formed by like a union formed by fucking Hassan stands was getting broken up by Chipotle National. So it's actually a really big problem. Is so like the structure of modern workplaces. That would be my answer.
Yeah, and like something. I mean, I think a simple regulation that you could implement is like if you have like establishment level unions should not be a thing. Like if you could be the first to establish a union for your establishment, but if you have subsequent establishments within the same corporate structure unionizing, these need to be a collective contract of some sort, right? That, you know, we see these origination problems in like the Starbucks unions where all of these unions are struggling to get a contract because, like SDL said, you've got like a store with like 20 employees that has voted, you know, hey, 12 of us voted. And now we're gonna unionize all 20 of us in this store, but it's like Starbucks is a billion. Who gives a shit about this one store with 20 employees? You know, like why do I gotta care about these guys, right? So, but if you basically say that, hey, you have to pool these resources together and negotiate as you know a single contract for your company, that makes a company level. Like as bad as company level unions can be, establishment level unions are obviously significantly worse, right? So some regulation in that regard makes a lot of sense.
And just to back it up, I posted the article. Slate actually wrote about it. Just like and you know, it's funny because Hassan stands Teehee Chipotle, but like this happens all the goddamn time.
Yeah.
So
and you know, to Micah's point about it, kind of goes to what SDL said about the nature of labor changing and how the nature of labor might just simply make it harder to unionize certain companies. Like I think that the narrative on manufacturing versus service work is a big one because what you find with service work is that it's a lot higher turnover, right? And if you have a bunch of employees that don't feel like attached to their job, like for me, right? Like I'm the kind of employee where like I don't have like corporate patriotism. I'm not like, yep, I go to work here and I just love this company and like, that's just not
You're
me.
not Japanese.
Right. And so the point is that if and a lot of the times, if it's a high turnover job, like a high schooler who's working at a fast food place is not going to give a shit if there's a union at the McDonald's or not, right? They're not going to care because they know that they're going to quit in like 18 months and go to college, and who cares if this place unionizes or not. And when you have fast food places where, legitimately like 10, 15% of your employees are basically high school kids, college kids, well, yeah, it's going to be a lot harder to unionize.
It's probably more.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it probably is, but like, if you got a 6-month turnover rate of like 70%, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be really hard to unionize this company. There's not an easy solution to this problem if you want these places to unionize, but wage boards, wage boards could be a way to collectively bargain that aren't necessarily union based, but could be some drawbacks.
Can I add 2 notes to this one?
You can't, SDL. No.
Historically, one of the only unions that ever tried to effectively organize people with really high turnover was the IWW, actually, like the anarchist union back in the 1910s. And they mostly organized like seasonal farm workers. But just to give an idea of how high turnover that meant for the IWW was, I believe it's something like every year they lost 75% of their members and gained 75% new ones. So like, it was really hard for them to do that. And that's part of the reason they collapsed. Like they were based on this constantly shifting sand of workers who weren't in one place. They were constantly moving. It's just really hard. That and the FBI, like arresting them or whatever. There were multiple reasons they fell apart.
Just a little FBI interference here and there.
Just a little. But the second note that I wanted to add was there's this really neat article back from, I shouldn't say it's that neat. It's just noting that I like its title. It's called Politics Matter, Changes in Unionization Rates in Rich Countries from 1960 to 2010. And what it notes is that there has been a decline in unionization in almost all of the rich countries between like the 1980s and the Great Recession. But that decline basically didn't happen or happened far less in countries that were ruled by social democrats or had social democratic union systems. And it was far larger in systems which had like United States type labor markets. So I think there's some degree to which like the shift in service causing a decline in unionization was partly a result of the political choices we made when it was happening. And so there's the suggestion that we could choose differently and maybe undo that or reverse that. So that would be the in short, if you look at this article, I think the average loss in unionization.
Sean Fain for president, 2028. That's what I'm hearing, STL.
In the SOCDEM countries, I think unionization density rates, so that means membership rates, which is the harder one, dropped by like 5%. In like market economies like Germany, it was like 20%. And in Anglo countries like America, it was like 30 or 40% or something. So some ridiculous number. So
there you go. Well, there you go.
Electoral bargaining good?
Electoral bargaining good. Bunch of nuance in there. And yeah, I think the key takeaway from this discussion is that unions provide utility, unions provide a value to both society and workers themselves. And so again, it's going to be a matter of what are the experiments for union models that have been done, for policies regarding unions that have been done. What are the experiments happening currently, like the Californian wage boards? Let's just see how it works out. Fuck, maybe it just works in California, and maybe that's a good model for the rest of the country.
Unlikely.
Right?
Works in California. Unlikely.
Well, that is the advantage of the EU and the US federalized system is, we can run these experiments and kind of just see how they work out, right? And so
then not implement anything we ever learned from them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's useful. If you know a policy doesn't work, that can help. But that's pretty much it on unions, guys. There you go.
Well.
All right. Next up, we've got last topic of the day. I have been looking forward to this one, although unfortunately I've had to rely on my prior knowledge because all of my studying went into the union part of the discussion. But green energy. So we care about the environment. We care about climate change. We think it's an emergency. You will not find us debating that climate change is fake on any recordings, I don't imagine. And so we recognize that is a problem. And so this is the audience topic of the week that was voted on by the Patreons. And so the topic specifically is, green energy and sustainability, policy more broadly, right? So some caveats to this, number one, this is not an inclusive list of all like environmental policies, right? So I think that mostly we're going to focus on green energy transition, sustainability issues. And, by sustainability, we're talking about things like recycling and waste management, but planting trees, and we might leave out some things, but obviously I think we're all environmentalists here, right? We care about the environment. So let's talk about why we should, I guess, care about the environment, right? I'll go first on this one. Well, number one is, we kind of need the environment, right? So, you can't live without it. We're people, we need things that the environment produces. And so, well, you need to have a good, healthy, thriving environment. Number two, environmental inequality is increasingly a huge problem, right? So climate change exacerbates inequalities of our economic system. And what I mean by that is that there's a geographic inequality. Some regions are just hurt a lot more by environmental degradation than others, right? There are some island nations that are just not going to exist. They're going to be gone because of rising sea level changes. There's places, like where Micah and I live in Houston, we have hurricanes all the time, and it's only going to get worse. Some places don't have hurricanes, right? And so that's an inequality that exists that ideally would be mitigated by a holistic environmental policy, which would be good and save us money down the road. And in general, climate change will degrade all of our qualities of life significantly if we don't do something about it. So whether if you live in, the Midwest with, very little natural disasters outside of a snowstorm every now and then, climate change will decrease your quality of life as well. Not only because there's going to be some amount of natural disasters you face more than you're used to facing, like maybe the snowstorms become worse and more frequent. Maybe you don't have a hurricane blowing your house down all the time like we do here in Houston, but at the same time, you still have all those problems. You also have all those associated problems with the supply chain, right? If half of Indonesia is underwater now, well, fuck, it's going to be hard to get any products from Indonesia now because they're underwater, right? And so all of these things create strains on our society that socially we have to bear. And so this is a collective problem, right? It's not a problem that you can just say, I'm insulated from it, whatever, who gives a shit? I mean, basically, unless you're a millionaire fucking person who can afford a completely climatized house for yourself and out in the woods without any problems. This is a real problem for everyone, from the 99th percentile all the way down to the first percentile. Those are my reasons for generally caring about this as a policy. Anything to add, Micah or STL?
Climate change bad.
Being able to live good.
Being able
to
to
live on Earth is a good thing. Thank you.
There we go. I guess we can get into
maybe
go
just
on,
just one note is that, like, recently there has been a lot of recognition that pollution. So we're going to be talking about green energy, but pollution in particular from particulate matter. So a lot of that comes from coal and gas burning, has a really large negative health consequence. So even just beyond, like, even if global warming wasn't a thing, we weren't heating the planet whatsoever, it didn't pollute the environment whatsoever, there was an infinite amount of oil, there's really, really nasty health consequences from living near particulate matter. I think the WHO estimates something like 1 in 11 deaths may be ultimately caused by particulate matter. It's like an incredibly high number.
Yeah, so my job is studying benzene emissions in a specific part of the greater Houston area, Channelview, where benzene exposure has been way too high for the past 20 years. And that's why the cancer rate is 4 times as high as the national average, right? And so, like, it's not just greenhouse gas emissions, although greenhouse gas emissions is the kind of thing that's like, wow, you really need to take action right now because, there's like these doomsday scenarios which can happen. Which are, at least potentially possible, right? But carcinogens, right? Toxic pollutants.
Damn, big toxic cutting the internet. Big benzene coming down and cancerizing Micah's Ethernet connection.
Toxic pollutants are a huge issue. And it seems like the EPA has kind of dropped the ball in a lot of states on properly regulating them. And especially state agencies and red states have completely dropped the ball on regulating them. So I know that's probably going to be beyond the scope of what we're talking about. But in when it comes to the question about our climate policy, number one is fixing the greenhouse gas emissions problem. Number two is attempting to solve this issue of dangerous exposure to dangerous chemicals. And way below that is like saving trees or something. I think that, like, people tend to think these are like the same issue because they all have to do with nature. They're not the same issue. Stopping buildings from being built and other areas from being incorporated into municipality is just not even close to as important of a cause. I mean, it's arguably not even a good cause, but it's not the same thing as fighting greenhouse gas emissions or fighting against carcinogens.
There you go. All right, I guess to move on to the more, like, obviously the policy piece of this. I'm not sure necessarily how long this discussion has to be because there's going to be, like, I literally don't know if we'll have any disagreements as we talk about these policies. Maybe some nuanced stuff, but, like, not anything big. So I guess let's start with SDL. We kind of broke these sections up into, like, international policies. So, like, what would we try to do to change international policy with regard to greenhouse gas emissions? And we're going to talk about domestic, just like U.S. specific policies, or perhaps what, like, individual countries can do to change their personal greenhouse gas emissions. So SDL, internationally speaking, what should we do in order to basically achieve net zero before the world ends?
I mean, if you had, like, unlimited progressive votes in Congress or whatever, you would want to subsidize other countries shifting away from coal and shifting towards solar. That's, like, the unironic answer. We can barely fund foreign aid for, like, keeping people from starving. You'd want to fund foreign aid for keeping people from living next to coal power plants and keeping people getting green energy. So, like, that's the obvious one. Just subsidize it, right? Like, that's something we can just do. The other option, more directly, you could subsidize solar panels in the United States or solar panel companies in the United States. That would reduce prices abroad. You could purchase solar panels and buy them here. One of the big things we've noticed, and I saw Micah moving this around, but solar panel production costs have gone down, I think something like It's like a 90% reduction every 2 decades. It's like an incredibly fast rate of decrease. And you can speed that up by simply buying more solar panels. If you want solar panels to be cheaper, you should simply buy more of them so the companies that make them get better. It's called learning by doing. What we see is that roughly every 10 tupling, I believe, of solar panels produced, prices go down by like 2 times. So the United States should simply buy 10 times as many solar panels as we currently have, and then the rest of the world will get them for 2 times cheaper.
Yeah,
I know these are kind of like dumb, but
I was gonna say, like, the reason that happens, like, it's hard because a lot of people, again, we have to almost put our Austrian hats on, right? So, like, for instance, right, let's say that you're learning how to be like a good factory line worker. You know, you're putting machine parts together and like putting them on their way on the conveyor belt. You're gonna be bad on your first day of doing that job compared to your 365th day of doing that job, right? That you learn how to do a process better. And capital efficiency works the same way. That, like, one of the utilities of the capitalist system is capital efficiency is greatly improved when you allow basically private entities to construct and construct and construct the same thing over and over and over again because they find the best absolute way to do certain things. And so
also, scale.
Solar panels is one of them. Scale, of course. Yeah, scale matters as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I don't know. I'm not an energy expert. I won't pretend to be. I don't know if we can expect that, you know, what happened with solar panels is going to continue to happen if we buy even more. I feel like a lot of the gains have been made. I've heard in the past that it was like really just a culmination of so many different things going right at the same time that has caused really just the tremendous reduction in the cost of solar panels. But certainly to me, and we have this written down here, when it comes to foreign-facing international policies, it is having carbon pricing with a border adjustment, or you could say a destination-based carbon tax. Let's just stay on brand, right? So basically, you have a tax on carbon, and foreign imported goods are also taxed based on their carbon contents. Now, this is kind of obvious that, you know, you want to tax foreign products at the same rate you're taxing American products in terms of carbon content, so that they're on a level playing field. But here's the important inclusion we would have in this carbon tax that makes it positive in the international environment. What we would say is, we are going to impose a carbon price, a border adjustment on foreign products only to the extent that their carbon is insufficiently priced. So suppose we had a situation where America has a $100 per ton carbon tax, super based, right? And so the foreign product that is imported from Canada, where they have a $50 per ton carbon tax. Well, in that instance, we would only impose a $50 tax on the Canadian product. So 50 of the tax is paid into Canada, $50 of the tax is paid to America, and American products are taxed at $100 per ton. And so it's 100 on both sides. And what this incentivizes countries to do is impose their own carbon taxes. Because if they don't impose a carbon tax, we are going to impose a carbon tax on their products, and we get the revenue, not them. Now, here's something that's important to note, though. If other countries are using destination-based carbon taxes where they're not taxing the exports of their goods, but they're only taxing the imports of goods, this system doesn't have any incentive impact. It kind of just assumes that other countries are going to do just a carbon tax on all of their products, and they're not going to do any fancy border adjustment stuff. In that instance, this kind of policy creates a strong incentive for countries that export stuff to the United States to implement carbon taxes just for the sole purpose of collecting more revenue for themselves and keeping it out of the fingers of the greedy Americans.
Yeah, for sure. I think, yeah,
anti-imperialist Micah wants to enrich the rest of the world by raising government revenues through carbon taxes.
You definitely want to do something like that. I think that as well, like, one of the things we talked about in the collective ownership episode was this idea of like state competence and like state capacity building out. And one of the things that I mentioned that I think would be a good idea would be to have some sort of state investment bank, right? Where the state can come in and provide direct financing and favorable terms to like what we might consider like socially optimal outcomes, you know, building bridges and roads, just like infrastructure projects, basically. Energy infrastructure is one of those things, right? And there's no reason why that function couldn't have an international component as well, right? Like, hey, you know, this bank also tries to go out and, you know, arrange financing arrangements in countries like Indonesia, Bangladesh, like countries that aren't like totally like I wouldn't want this. Don't do this in Somalia or something. Like go to a country that has reasonably stable institutions, and you can try to arrange financing, deals like this where you can finance green energy projects. Like one issue is that it seems like basically like China seems to be the only developing country that gives even like a small amount of a fuck about investing in green energy, and they don't even give that much of a fuck, right? And so and part of the reason is that you don't even necessarily have like the labor or capital expertise to build green energy projects in a lot of these countries, right? Like how many solar technicians and solar financiers and what do you call it, like solar construction teams and engineers, yeah, even exist in countries like Indonesia and Nigeria. Now, I'm not trying to say that these countries are backwaters and don't have any of these things, but their capacity to build out these projects is lower than the capacity in developed countries that have really put a lot of money and subsidization into this for a long time. And so having an international investment bank, or like an international facing investment bank that can invest in projects like these, provide not only financing, but also project level expertise, is also probably a good thing that would help countries finance projects like this. I also put a special focus on India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Nigeria, Bangladesh, basically just like big countries that don't have like the most adversarial relationship with America. Pakistan might be an exception here, but like, yeah, we should probably invest a shitload of money into like building renewable energy projects and sustainable practices in India because it's a huge country. It's also a sort of Western style democracy. And we also have a relatively decent working relationship with the government of India. And so all three of these kind of points align to where it's just like a very optimal thing to work with them. And we're already doing this to some degree, but I'm just saying we should do substantially more of it.
I also think, to add to your point, international R&D expenditures to produce public domain knowledge about green technology, I think, is a great idea. Or even just publicly financed R&D in the United States for green energy technology that we just give to the world. Like whenever people talk about unequal exchange or trying to make up for colonialism, to the extent that we can actually do something to help poor countries and maybe provide them a reparation for any bad things that we've done to them, granting them tons of technologies that help them lift themselves up out of their bad economic conditions while encouraging them to engage in activities that actually help Americans, like reducing greenhouse gas emissions, seems like one of the best ways you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, like, it would be nice if there were simply a Harburger tax option for the solar panel IP, and the U.S. could just be like, here's $2 billion, now anyone can produce solar panels. But
yeah,
oh well.
For sure. But frankly, other than that, I think the only other solution that I could really think of that would be sort of international facing in nature would just be to include climate provisions in trade deals that your country signs. I mean, this is kind of blurring the lines between like domestic and international policy, but yeah, I mean, I think when you're striking a trade deal up, having some sort of provision for protectionist or like carbon measures taken against like very high intensity emission industries, that would probably make some sense as well. And this goes into sustainability also, like, hey, if we're going to strike a trade deal with the Philippines, maybe, hey, if you want this deal to happen, you got to do something about, recycling and plastic waste seems like a big problem in your country. So probably want to address that somehow with some international financing arrangement or some sort of like guarantee of government policy changing. I think just generally including the idea that we've got climate provisions in our trade deals to some extent, that probably makes some sense. Like, for instance, like I would love it if America would stop putting tariffs on fucking solar panels because, it's like we just want to have. So I don't care if China makes solar panels. We just need them. We want to import solar panels. It's like, good God, people, why are we tariffing solar panels? Like, it's like putting a tariff on friggin'. Well, we do that. We do put tariffs on baby formula. Actually, I mean that's crazy too. Why do we put tariffs on all these things? I don't know, but we probably shouldn't do that. And having some sort of de-escalation of tariffs for like social goods, and also including broader climate and sustainability provisions and trade treaties, that's probably good as well.
Can we just ban the importation of baby formula? That was my impression.
I mean, yeah, like we have trade restrictions for things that you would think would be socially optimal. That's kind of my point, right? Is that just essentially, if we think of something as like a social good or a social necessity, like climate change is, well, certainly it should be the case that we should have like super free trade when it comes to just getting those goods to places that want them. There shouldn't be a place that wants solar panels and cannot get them because of trade restrictions. That's like a really crazy idea, but that that does happen, right? And that's probably not a good thing. So, any other international facing policies you guys can think of? Really, I'm about out of luck in this regard. I can't think of any other
How about
things that
this?
we could do. Yeah,
I've heard some people talk about this. We first of all, we invent nuclear fusion. Not hard, right?
Easy.
Then
I'll work on
we
it.
just make like 3 reactors which power the entire world. By the way, for y'all that don't know, nuclear fusion is like a kind of nuclear reaction which produces like way more energy than nuclear fission, which currently powers like the nuclear reactors you're aware of. And such that just a few nuclear fusion reactors can like power entire countries. And so there's been like talks, and I think there's even plans for certain like international nuclear fusion generators, which are like just so big. Like, okay, we powered Europe. We built this reactor. We powered Europe.
We've
I
had
also
the
think
one.
that
We got the one reactor right there. There it is.
there's also I mean, think about the actual geopolitical consequences of like one country having a monopoly on everybody else's power. It's probably bad, but people have talked about building huge amounts of solar panels, like in the Sahara Desert. Just solar paneling it up. I do think that's obviously a comical idea, but I do think international energy infrastructure projects could make a lot of sense, especially for Europe, which is currently struggling a lot with energy issues.
It could decrease conflict as well. If you have a shared electric grid, you're probably not going to, like, if Sudan and like Libya have like a shared electric infrastructure, well, maybe they won't fight so much, right? Because then they could basically destroy each other's electric grids.
I know there's also some development consequences here. So a lot of people in Nigeria and other areas in sub-Saharan Africa don't have access to reliable electricity. Like, we talk a lot about sources of electricity, but reliable electricity is not, a guarantee for something like half the people in the world, especially people in the poorest regions, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. And there are real benefits of trying to build out, like, unironically, I would love to see a new, like, WPA type program trying to build out, like, where are the electric poles all over Africa, electrify Africa. Solar panels in the Saharan Desert, get your long transmission lines. Like, that shit rocks. I would love to see the UN doing something like that. Like, unironically, I feel like part of the solution has to be that the United States remains a relatively like unilateral world power type approach. We just want to do whatever the fuck we want, and we're going to do it. And we're the only country. Like, we don't abide by The Hague. We don't abide by any, like, tons and tons and tons of international treaties. I do think that, if we ever get progressives into power, we do want to see a democratization and increased power for the UN, increased funding for the UN, because this is the type of shit the UN would love to do. The UN is currently trying to green the Sahara Desert. They're succeeding, but
damn the Mediterranean, green the Sahara Desert. I'm telling you, folks, just transform the world.
There you go. Terraform.
Build a land bridge.
All right. Well, those are
now you're turning into a LaRoucheite. That's the.
Those are some good
Anyone
international...
who talks about a land bridge is a LaRoucheite. Whatever. It's inside the topic. It's okay. Going on.
I was gonna say, like, those are some good international policies. I think those. I mean, again, like, that's about it. Just because it is. And to be fair, like, what we're describing, I mean, these are really good policies that really do help achieve decarbonization across the globe. But, I guess you could say, unfortunately, and also fortunately to some degree, it's a very disproportionate problem. Like, wealthy countries, including China and India, produce like a very disproportionate amount of the world's greenhouse gas emissions because of industrialization and, energy demands, right? What people pull out those stats, like, if everyone lived like an Australian, we would need like 10 Earths to, fully fund all of that infrastructure required. But obviously that gets a little bit silly. But when we talk about domestic goals, right? So the United States domestically, how would we change or add on the U.S. policy to achieve domestic decarbonization goals? I think the U.S. produces about 15% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, and I believe per capita and nominal, and actually like aggregate nominal GDP, or greenhouse gas emissions, I should say, have been going down in the U.S. since about the mid 2000s. And so we've made certainly some progress in this regard. I mean, we're certainly a far cry away from net zero, But certainly we've been decarbonizing and decoupling our economy from GDP emissions. And so how can we accelerate this process? SDL, let's start with you. What are some things you would change about the regulatory state that would, hopefully help achieve net zero?
I mean, if you're asking about the regulatory state, the obvious one is environmental reviews. I think that the emerging pro-growth left is very strongly in favor of just enormously reducing environmental reviews in general, but also especially reducing them for green energy projects.
What is an
and
environmental
projects.
review, SDL?
I mean, so the answer of the general course is obvious. I don't actually know the specific policy that we I know that there's a 3-stage review. Sorry, Michael will have more of the details because he's a harder YIMBY, but.
NEPA, well, so it just depends on the kind of project. But anything that relates to public money has to go through environmental review. It's part of the permitting process. And so depending on the kind of project that it is, it will be either more extensive or less extensive. But they look at the project and they say, what is the environmental impact? Okay, we're going to give you either a 100-page document, or we're going to take 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, maybe 10 years, and we're going to give you a 600-page document. And that document is not binding. It's just necessary for you to complete the permitting process. Now, some people mention some projects get categorical exemptions. What's important to mention, though, is many do not. California's high-speed rail project just completed an environmental review a little while ago. And I think it's actually for only one part of it. I don't even think the full thing is a completed environmental review. For context, California's high-speed rail project has been going on for much more than a decade now, if I'm not mistaken. And so it is very long. It is very expensive. And so, as SEO said, permitting reform is, at least for renewable energy, green energy, would do a lot to help us expand their supply.
And that goes to, really YIMBY reforms in general, right? Because when we think of environmental review, this is just a form of NIMBYism, right? Where what we think of as environmental review, in a lot of people's heads, you're thinking, the government comes in and they review these projects that are being proposed, and they try to determine whether or not these projects are bad for the environment. Intuitively, this is in the head of most people when they think of environmental review. That's because they've never looked into what it actually is, though. Environmental review is not the government determining if a thing is bad for the environment. It is the company telling you, the government, what the impact on the environment the project will have. Now, this is important in a few ways. Number one, environmental review doesn't often mean you can't build a project. You could environmentally review a project and say, yeah, it's going to be terrible for the environment. Government can okay it anyway, right? So it turns out it was just completely unnecessary to have this review because you could say the environment is negatively affected by this, but still build the project. Well, what was the point of it then? There was no point in it, right? And then at the same time, on the other end of the stick, you could say, well, it turns out this is actually perfectly fine for the environment, and the government says, all right, go ahead and build it. And it's like, well, again, what was the point of that? There was no binding real nature of this. It was just a process you had to complete. And certainly when we're talking about green energy, environmental review has basically been used in permitting in general. One of the fundamental challenges with building utility-scale renewable energy projects is that there is a fundamental disconnect between the types of people who want renewable energy and the types of people in the areas where renewable energy is built. Now, I'm not talking about urban residential solar and wind, where, city dwellers, people who might be a little bit more environmentally friendly. I'm talking in the country, right? You need a lot of land to build a big-ass solar farm or a big-ass wind farm. Well, who's got a lot of empty land? Well, it's all the people living in the country. Right? And so a lot of local county governments and local, small city conservative leadership will basically just say, you can't build this here until you have 14,000 different permitting bullshit things you have to go through, right? And this just delays the development of these projects, and it can be really ridiculous. You can go to a bunch of farmers, and this happens with a lot of renewable energy projects. You can go to a bunch of farmers who own the land. It's not county land. Just to be clear, we're not talking about county land that's being built on. You can go to a bunch of farmers and say, hey, I want to build wind turbines on your land. We'll give you a payment. We'll pay you money for 35 years, like the life of the project, and it's just free money for you. You don't have to contribute anything. We'll just pay you a royalty to use the land. Farmer says, yeah, go ahead, fuck it, build this land or build this project. Who cares, right? So even though you have an investor who's willing to build the project and a farmer who gets free money and agrees to have this project built, well, isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? Well, you forgot to ask the county commissioners from this 2,000 person county if they agree with your ability to build this wind farm or this solar plant. And so this delays projects significantly. And so permit reform in general, not just the environmental review, in general,
absolutely
should be like a really, because the thing is, we talked about this when SDL was absent, when we were talking about the housing episode, was you can subsidize the building process of these renewable energy projects all you want. But if the fucking local permitting requirements prevent you from building the project, well,
if it's illegal to build.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, we're going to spend $1 billion subsidizing this. Well, it doesn't matter because you can't build it in the first place.
I know one of my favorite stats about this is that Texas has produced more renewable energy in the past 3 years than California has built, right? And it all comes down to Texas having really liberal permitting laws, really liberal zoning laws, and California having really shitty.
California literally has cap and trade, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, one thing that is important to note is that red states, because the states of red states, like the state level entity, has liberalized zoning laws, the rural populations in those states don't have as much of an ability to like just block all development of renewable energy. But in blue states, where the permitting is ridiculous, the conservative leadership in the rural parts of blue states has every ability in the world to block all these developments. So you've got a scenario where you've got the states that actually want renewables the most building the least amount of them, and the states that want renewables the least building the most amount of them.
I'm beginning to see a reoccurring theme here that California is not doing things well. Interesting.
This is legitimately a blue statewide issue. Yeah.
So I mean, like some states like Massachusetts managed to kind of escape some of the insane levels of dysfunction, although they're still dysfunctional in their own ways. Yes, permitting reform is huge. I just want to add 2 other points before you complete your list. Tort reform is part of the same issue. You want to build a project, you want to build like a high-speed rail somewhere, and 50 trillion lawsuits. And they get litigated for way too long, right? And so there needs to be clarification of the legal basis for some of these lawsuits. And reforms to the tort process can make it where you get less spurious lawsuits. It could be because you force basically pay. Like right now in America, we have a unique rule where basically no matter what happens, you pay your own legal fees, unless you like add it to your case. And so I could sue SDL. And I could say I really don't like this thing you're doing, and I could be completely wrong. I can lose the case, and he's still on the hook for all the fees that he had to pay his lawyer. And so you can make it where, at least in some places, we use the rules that they use in Europe. It's called the British rule, whereby the loser pays their opponent's fees. So if I sue the government spuriously for this bridge is going to make a shadow on my front lawn or whatever, right? And then I lose, I have to pay the government's legal fees, which means I'm way less likely to sue. Go ahead. I
just had a question about this. So I really liked the idea of the British rule, but I always had a simple question about implementation. Wouldn't it encourage you to ring up legal costs if you think you're going to win? Like if you think that, like, I don't know, there's a 75% chance you're going to win, wouldn't you want to raise
high reward
costs
strategy
so that you can you're more likely to win? Because it's all going to fall on the other guy.
Compensate you for your costs. You're not actually making any income from this. You're just paying off.
Well, no. But what I'm saying is, let's imagine you had a choice between a shitty lawyer, $50,000, and a great lawyer, $120,000 or something. And the rate of winning is like 75% or 90% or whatever. If you think the cost is going to be zero either way, but you really want to win, maybe that would encourage you to pick the more expensive lawyer. I
think there's a supply constraint, right? Because I've heard this said when it comes to malpractice lawsuits, which is that the quality of your malpractice attorney is basically directly correlated with how badly the doctor fucked up. So like if the doctor really fucked up and like amputated your leg when they weren't supposed to, well, you can get a really good malpractice attorney because the malpractice like industry, they know like you are going to get a lot of money because of this mistake. And I think there's probably a similar constraint in the British system where, you know, lawyers aren't going to take on just like any frivolous case, right? Because they're getting reimbursed. There's going to be one, ethical constraints, and then two, there's going to be like capacity prioritization.
Well, you're not going to get reimbursed for a frivolous case because you're just going to lose. Right, but it's besides the point. I think the British rule would be good to apply pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
There's some. I talked to some constitutional lawyers the other day, and they said, "Man, we never been to sue the government under that condition." That's kind of fair. Like, I think that you could have carve outs for like other stuff. But
I also wondered if you might want to have like a maximum fee or something, or some kind of income-based scale as well. Because what I could imagine is that you have a very poor person who wants to sue. There's a big issue in renting that like landlords win. I want to say like 99% of cases because the people they're suing just don't have lawyers and often like aren't showing up to court and whatnot. But like it's just because of time and resource constraints. The landlord, their whole job is to go and sue you to get you out of their house or whatever. So
universal basic attorneys.
That has unironically been proposed. Yes,
based.
For a crazy stat on that, before we get too deep into it, I believe total spending on public defenders in this country is on the order of like $0.5 billion, and legal spending by Goldman Sachs is on the order of $3 billion. Just for an idea of like the relative magnitudes of money. Like it's
it's a recurring theme amongst with SDL, just making random things fully free. Just random things. Just you add them up, they all look cheap in isolation. Don't worry, when you add them up, it ends up being very notable. Now, okay. I don't want anybody in the comments to say, Mike, actually, there's this way other wonky policy that fixes the tort problem. I'm sure there is. I'm just saying that there needs to be some form of tort reform so that 80 trillion people can't sue every time a building wants to be built somewhere or an infrastructure project wants to occur. That's ridiculous. So not just permitting reform.
Yeah.
But the thing about permitting reform, it's very simple. It should be it should be easier to do things that are productive, and it should be very, very easy to do things that are very, very productive. What's very, very productive? Green energy projects.
And one thing is it's not just about delaying the building of these projects. Everything that we just talked about, there's a consultant you have to hire, there's a lawyer you have to hire, there's financing people that you have to fucking bring in because it's more complicated to finance your project. These are all costs into the project. And so even if whether you subsidize the project or you're just relying on private dollars, when you raise the cost to build a project, less projects get built.
And importantly, a lot of times, if it's a really big project, the financing falls through. Let me give you an example. Texas Central was they planned a high-speed rail project from Houston to Dallas in partnership with Japan, one of Japan's rail companies, Japanese Rail. It's one of the rail companies they have there because there's multiple JR variants. But anyway, it's like build a high-speed rail in America using like some of the most advanced train sets, consulting with one of the most advanced train companies in the world. Super popular route. I drive to Dallas sometimes. It's 6 hours. It's awful. Oh my God, this is amazing, right? 10 years later, finally done with all the approvals and litigation. No financing anymore. Your financing's gone. How long? How long are people willing to wait to make money on a project? It's like, I'm not going to just keep giving you money for 10 years. Unless you're Amazon or you're some sort of gazillionaire. Like, these are multi-billion-dollar projects, and so like speed is a necessity for them to be able to get the financing they need for the project to occur. Another example is in Nevada, actually, and in Florida. Both of the projects done by Brightline, another private rail company, they were like originally started by like 4 rail companies ago. They kept getting bought out. New rail company comes in, finishes just a slight part of the process. Then they have to get bought out because nobody has the money anymore. So speed is very important. And lastly, community impact or community consultation needs to just be like way less of a deal, like just way less big of a thing. I go to community hearings all the time. Okay, I'm one of the few based people that shows up. I bring our Houston New Liberals chapter. I do YIMBY organizing. We show up. Do not listen to the people that come to these events. They are old, they are rich, they have stupid ideas. They almost always make things much worse than they originally were, and they take a bunch of time. So don't do that. Stop doing it so much.
I know. So this isn't directly related to community assessment, but I briefly interned at the FDA, and we were in a pilot program to not reduce sodium. We didn't have any legislative authority, but to try and monitor the amount of sodium in people's diets over time, because sodium causes Alzheimer's and heart disease.
Wow.
So together,
Big
those kill
government
like
spying on
big.
us.
Well, so. I'm pretty sure that right as I was leaving, Trump was like getting into office, and people were really worried the sodium program would get cut because, of course, Trump is fucking insane.
He loves McDonald's. He loves the sodium.
The reason I just bring it up is they had to have the standard federal request for comment process, and I think they got it was like 1,000 comments, of which like 200 were from random people who were like, "You are communist and you are trying to take the salt out of my diet and the shaker from my table," and I'm like barely exaggerating here. And the other 800 were from like the Grocery Association and all of its front groups being like, "Doing this will deprive every American of their delicious pizza. They will be hungry and have nothing to feed them." And it was just nonsense. Just it was intentionally as long and boring and worthless as possible, because you have to respond to each one in the federal request for comment process. So I just wanted to bring up that like the US government at like local and federal levels has all these processes for like really extensive comment adding, and sometimes it's just fucking garbage. I don't need to care what the Grocery Association thinks to monitor sodium. Tell me when I'm actually proposing a law. I shouldn't. Well, community input is fine, but they can just talk to the town council then. That's what it's for. You don't need a meeting for each development. Like, I don't know.
I mean, fundamentally, it's like, look, we live in this is not an authoritarian country we live in, as much as, second thought would have you believe otherwise. The point is that we live in a country where people can vote, people can write letters to their representative, people, we don't have to legislate like community meetings and, what do you call it? Like community comments on reforms. Because unfortunately, in the modern day, the way that information circulates as such that it is, these are essentially processes that have been entirely co-opted by bad faith actors. These are not people who are genuinely concerned about building a renewable energy plant in their community. A lot of the times, it's just corporate stooges who come in and say, we don't want this fucking renewable energy project because of some bullshit reason we made up. And, at the end of the day, we just simply know that, wind turbines don't cause cancer, fucking solar plants don't blow up and kill everyone. Like, these are literally things. Like, I was talking to a developer who was developing a utility scale battery project. And he says, he's like, every time when I go to one of these meetings, I have to talk about how the batteries are supposedly going to explode and blow up. I have to talk about how wind turbines are giving everyone cancer. And it's just propaganda, right? And it's a very frustrating circumstance. Oh, and by the way, the countries that have a more centralized permitting process, well, it turns out they're not authoritarian hellscapes. So again, seems like we've run this experiment. Seems like we can do it in a way that's democratic and doesn't lead to basically Nazism, being implemented in the country, it turns out. And so, you can treat these people as ridiculously as they are. They're NIMBYs. Fundamentally, that's all they are. And NIMBY is a bad word, at least on this podcast, right? So there you go.
No NIMBYs allowed.
There you go. NIMBYs need not apply to this podcast. Although I'd love to have a NIMBY debate at some point. But all right, well, outside of permitting reform, some of the things, and again, I think the reason permitting reform is such a focused on thing is because permitting reform makes every other one of these reforms easier to actually implement. So again, like when we talk about subsidizing renewables, if you have lax permitting, that's, that those dollars are easier to get into the projects when you can actually build and use those dollars more effectively for a social purpose. So some of the things that I have on here in that regard, I say money printer go burr on renewable energy projects. And again, all I'm saying there is just, we should just subsidize renewable energy projects probably more than we do now, right? So right now we have a tax equity credit where 30% of basically it's so fucking much more complicated than this, but basically some proportion of the expense that you use building a renewable energy project, you get back in the form of a tax credit. And this tax credit you can sell to other companies. So let's say that it's a very inefficient system, but what we could do to make it a little bit more efficient instead of like, just to explain the system again, is that you get a tax credit, right? But again, this tax credit can be sold. So, and the reason that is because if you're like a development company that's developing solar energy, well, you're probably not paying a lot of taxes because you're actually spending a lot of money like developing your projects, right? And so you can bring in what's called a tax equity investor. And that tax equity investor can come in and invest money into the project, and then you give them the tax credits instead. It's not the worst system. It's just that we should probably just give checks to people. Hey, you built a solar energy project? Okay, well, here's a check, right? And there's other tax advantages that we can do, right? So, like, what some developers will say is that, well, no, actually, we need this system because the depreciation of the project is sellable, right? So when you build a big capital asset, you get this depreciation tax credit as well, which is a general feature of the tax code. So we want to be able to sell that depreciation. If you just paid us the 30% of our cost for our capital expenditure, well, fuck, we wouldn't be able to sell the depreciation, and that's bad for renewable energy projects. And it's like, yeah, just let you. Well, how about you just can sell the depreciation, but then you get the direct check from the government as well. I mean, to me, again, this seems like a good function because we want to be able to subsidize renewable energy projects in a reasonable way. And again, this would make it more reasonable and easier to get the money. You wouldn't have to bring in as many third parties, but you're also getting like the same net subsidization in this system than you're getting today, where you're tying basically depreciation with the subsidy for renewable energy. It's just a more complicated system the way that we do it today. Mike, it seems like you want to jump in. Go for it.
I'm gonna say this. I think that we have a Byzantine, messy, and distortionary array of subsidies for green energy. I'm open to the way, open to maybe some ways in which we can consolidate and make it simpler. I think your idea is good. The tax credit arrangement we use is obviously bad, but it's also just like there's so many different subsidies that we're using. And it seems like it's very likely we're subsidizing certain things more than other things in ways that could distort behavior in a harmful way. And also there's higher administrative costs to such complexity. And it's less likely that you have proper utilization of all these subsidies whenever it's so difficult to properly understand them. I prefer just taxing the living hell out of carbon and subsidizing carbon capture. And then I think subsidizing R&D could work. And if you want to subsidize the actual production or development of renewable energy assets or green energy assets, including nuclear, geothermal, hydroelectric, I think probably subsidized credit might be the best way to do that. That's very simple, and it can be very much non-biased, impartial, right? Because you're basically subsidizing all the different acquisitions or developments of these different energy types equally. Because you're just basically saying we're going to make it easier for you to get loans, and those loans are going to have lower interest, and they're going to have favorable terms.
Yeah, and that's kind of what the IRA attempted to do, not on the carbon tax. Now, to be fair, the reason that I say the IRA is probably going to end up being the biggest thing Biden did in his first term is just because, number one, it was just a huge investment in energy sustainability and green energy, right? And so like that's just, of all the dollars you can spend, those are some pretty damn good dollars to spend because climate change is an emergency, right? Number one. Number two, one of the things that Biden did, or the Biden administration did in the IRA, was they took our tax equity credits. So like in the US, Micah's right. So we used to subsidize like specific technologies. We used to say like, this is the solar investment tax credit. This is the wind production tax credit, right? And so that, in theory, that could be distortive because, well, what if there's a thing that reduces greenhouse gas emissions that's good, but it just isn't solar or wind? Well, it's understandable. We don't subsidize it, though. But what the IRA did was they actually made that credit technology neutral. So what they said was, well, it's not a carbon tax, but it's a technology neutral tax credit. So basically, if you can prove that you're producing electricity that is carbon free, you get the tax credit. So in theory, if you built like a natural gas plant, but you paired it with a carbon capture plant that makes it such that the carbon is neutral from this product, you get the same subsidy as
is it
like
per
a solar
like
plant.
watt? Is it per like gigawatt or something?
No, it's just if it's carbon neutral, you get the subsidy.
No, but I'm saying, like, what is how is it allotted? Is it like per each? Like,
Oh, it's a tax
the lot?
equity credit, just like the solar.
But per what?
Like,
Like,
oh,
like
I'm
how do
sorry.
you decide
Yes,
how much they get?
it's an investment or a production credit. So it's like for however much carbon-free electricity you're producing, you get a certain amount of tax equity credit, or you can choose to make it an investment credit where basically a percentage of the cost of the project is, able to be invested into your project by tax equity investors, which is, this is good. It's not a carbon tax, but it's basically a carbon neutral
I mean,
investment.
honestly, I didn't know that because I thought that I read somewhere that there was a nuclear production tax credit increase in the IRA.
So yes,
but I
so
couldn't see.
the carbon neutral, or I'm sorry, the technology neutrality comes in, I believe, in like maybe it's 2025. Like it's like projects that are built after 2025.
Oh,
So you still have like the current state, but then because you want to give people time to like adjust to the new and plan out investment. So that's what they did, and that's probably good. But yeah, to Micah's point though, and to be fair, one thing the IRA did was implement methane pricing. So not a carbon price,
that was
but a
great.
methane price.
That was the thing.
So,
The methane fee was great, and nobody really talks about it.
nobody talks about it. Kind of just slipped in there, but we do actually have a methane price, just not a carbon price.
Which is amazing because Trump legalized methane leaks. Biden puts a fee on methane. If there's not an ideological difference between these two, I don't know what could demonstrate it that much. Clearly, they're the same on this issue.
Well, I have a question for you, Micah. Like one of the problems that I have with the carbon tax, like I try to imagine, like if I was running for Congress, right? I like a carbon tax. I would propose a carbon tax, right? But one of the issues I have from a political perspective is that it seems like everywhere where a carbon tax is implemented, people end up hating it. And it just becomes a fucking problem for the party that ends up putting it into action. And so, how do you structure a carbon tax proposal that is insulated from basically this opposition that we've seen in the countries that have done a carbon price?
Okay, so here's how I would do it. And I think that Canada is probably maybe the thing that you're referencing when you're talking about it being unpopular because...
Well, it happened in Australia as well. They implemented a carbon price and the government got defeated because of the carbon price and they had to remove it.
Okay, interesting. I would say I would do two things. First, I would say that foreign goods are not competing on a level playing field with American goods, okay? So for some protectionist talking points, right? We needed this border adjustment. Okay, we're going to tax our goods. We're going to do a carbon tax on our goods, but here's the reality. The carbon content of these foreign goods is way higher. So we need to make sure they're on the level playing field, right? I think that can make it more popular. But also, do a full dividend. I'm not sure about the Australian case, but I know in Canada they only did a partial dividend in some areas. Yeah, so they didn't rebate all the revenue. I really think you should say we're not, and I also don't think you should call it a carbon tax. I think you should call it something else. Charging big polluters for the damage they do to our environment, right? That's the way you want to frame this.
That's what Trudeau did. It's a price on pollution. It's not free to pollute anymore. It used to be free to pollute. Now you gotta pay a fee if you're gonna pollute our air.
And they need that. They're gonna pay that fee to us, directly to us. All of the revenue is rebated. That is really the only way to do this kind of thing. Alternatively, if it really is the case that carbon tax just doesn't work, it's just never going to be popular. I mean, I think cap and
trade to finish Micah's sentence.
Big methane leak has cut Micah's internet cord.
They have taken him out of the market. All right,
cap and trade isn't that bad. I mean, it's worse, but it's not as bad.
What is cap and trade, Micah?
It's not that bad. Now, do we want to explain really quickly why? Should this be
ignored?
I got ignored. Rip.
Wait. Do we need to explain why like a carbon tax is better than cap and trade?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Explain, because people know what a carbon tax is. You pay a tax if you produce carbon, but what's cap and trade for the audience?
So cap and trade basically says, carbon tax says we're going to determine a certain price, and then the market will determine how much emitting we do at that price, like how much carbon we pump into the atmosphere. Cap and trade does the opposite. It says we're going to determine how much carbon you can emit into the atmosphere in a year, and the market will determine the price. And so we're going to have basically like you can organize in different ways, but we're going to have a certain number of like emissions licenses per like ton. carbon you emit, and we're going to let people buy and trade these. Now, in a lot of countries, what they do is they just assign the licenses based on historic emissions. This is what they do in the EU. So basically they say, oh, well, historically, companies in this industry have emitted this much, at this size. So we're just going to grant them a number of licenses to start out. Right. And if it turns out your company actually doesn't need all those licenses, and because they're using more green energy, you could sell them to other firms and you actually get money. Like you just made money from the system. And for the firms that are polluting more than their licenses permit, they have to buy permits from other firms. Right. And so this is like a revenue neutral way, in a non-tax based way, to reduce carbon emissions over time. And the big benefit of it is you actually know exactly how much you're going to reduce emissions by every year. There's no question about whether it's going to work or not, because you literally can just say, okay, here's the cap this year. This is how much we're emitting. Next year, we're going to lower it by 10%. And we are guaranteed to see a 10% emissions cut. Now, that is if you can get your border adjustment done properly. There's some difficulties there. But that is supposedly the theoretical virtue. The issue is the financial markets, which evolve around selling these permits, are really, really complicated. And there's a lot of administrative waste that is involved with just simply getting the system to work. Second of all, border adjustments become much more difficult, which is a very important feature. Third, it's hard for firms to plan. If I want to make an investment and say, okay, this investment will reduce my reliance on or the amount of carbon we emit by XYZ amount over time, is it worth it? Well, you don't actually know what the carbon price is going to be over the course of those years. So it's actually not possible to get an exact calculation about whether this is the right decision or not. You kind of have to guess and tease and prod and make some assumptions about what you think the carbon price is going to be. A carbon tax is very simple to plan for. Okay, the carbon tax is $50. Next year, it's going to be $60. Very simple math. Just do the math properly. You'll figure it out. And the last benefit is carbon tax raises a bunch of money. And if you dividend it out, you just did a bunch of progressive redistribution while helping fix a problem. Cap and trade doesn't raise any money, at least the European version. And so that could make it more politically popular. But distributionally, it's just worse.
Yeah. And again, it builds out, like the carbon tax can build out that initial state capacity for maybe future UBIs. Because if you're paying people like $30 a month based on the carbon tax you can, collect, then, well, yeah, getting from, like STL said in the UBI episode, getting from $0 of monthly payments to 30, that's a much bigger step than going from 30 to 300, right? So you build out that capacity, and that's sort of a fringe benefit of a carbon tax and reimbursement scheme. So we're all in favor of carbon taxes. We're probably all in favor functionally of basically subsidizing renewable energy projects. I think that one thing that we haven't mentioned that I haven't here, it's perhaps the wonkiest thing on here, is creating a national transmission grid and socializing transmission costs. So obviously, for those that understand basically how the electricity system works, right? You have to build, you got to build the thing that makes the electricity. Well, but then you got to build all this infrastructure to get the electricity to people who need it. Well, with renewable energy projects specifically, that fundamental disconnect that I mentioned, right? Utility scale renewable energy projects. So, when I say utility scale, just think like big renewable energy projects. Well, when I'm talking about that disconnect, we're building a lot of these projects, pretty much all of them, in rural areas that are not as close to human infrastructure, right? That's one thing that anti-green energy advocates will say is, oh, it's so inefficient. You got to build all this transmission infrastructure because it's out in the fucking boonies. You're building all these solar energy projects. And it's like, yeah, that's honestly fair. That's true. You'd have to build a lot more transmission infrastructure if you do that. The problem is that, number one, everything that we said about permitting, just fucking multiply it by 100 when you're building new transmission lines. It is even harder. It's even more ridiculous because you got to dig up the ground and put in new lines. It's not just building on top of, empty land. It's even harder. So permitting reforms times 100 for transmission projects. But it's also difficult because there's territorial differences, right? That because we have segmented grid operators. So we have like the California ISO, the Texas, or we call it ERCOT, but basically the Texas ISO. These different ISOs regionally across the country. Just look up like ISO map for the United States, and you'll find it. And actually, I can just look this up easy for the U.S. and show it to the people. So one of the complications with how we look at these projects is open image in new tab. You can look at this, right? So this is basically a map of the different ISOs in the country. An ISO is an organization that essentially is charged with balancing out the demand and supply of electricity, right? So this ISO is going to say, hey, we got this many things producing electricity within our territory. We're going to order these producers of electricity to turn on this day, at this time, in order to meet the forecasted demand of this electricity. This is because you don't necessarily want all of your suppliers to turn on their electricity at once because you have transmission constraints. You can't have all the fucking producers of power turn their shit on because it's going to overload the transmission system. Totally understandable that these organizations exist. What is not understandable is how regionalized these organizations are. You can see this map here. We've got ERCOT down here. Is ERCOT Texas? No, I mean, it's most of Texas, but it's not all of Texas. Is the California ISO, which is called the California ISO, all of California? No, it's roughly California, but not all of it. And then you look at this. You got the Southwest Power Pool, the MISO, ISO New England, New York. New York is the only good one. It's just New York. They did the whole thing. Beautiful. Okay.
I don't know. ISO New England looking pretty good.
Wait, so does Florida have electricity?
So that's the thing. So what you'll see here is that not every place has an ISO. And so places without ISOs, the individual utilities act as individual ISOs. So
what does an ISO mean again?
ISO just stands for Independent System Operator. It's just the organization in charge of ordering electricity to be turned on and forecasting demand. Again, to ensure you don't have blackouts and to ensure you don't overload the transmission grid. All these areas of the country that do not have an ISO, basically the utilities themselves have regions that they're in charge of. Like your public or corporate utility has to manage the electricity demand on an individual decentralized level, right? All of this creates a crazy amount of bullshit and confusion with our electric grid. Now, it would be easy to say all these ISOs should just be collapsed into one giant national ISO.
Based.
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty based. What would be reasonable would be probably recognizing that federally that's probably not going to happen, but just to say like, hey, you have to be part of an ISO. Utility level ISOs are crazy. You have to have like a collective ISO for regions. Maybe the federal government could define regions and collapse ISOs into those distinct regions. That way you didn't have like look at this map. This map looks like a war territory between rival tribes of electricity producers. And that's basically what it is, because these ISOs compete for territory, right? It's a very confused system. And what people get confused with is the transmission map. So some people will say, well, that doesn't make any sense to me, Kano Boy. I thought we had here we go. I thought we had like Western, and the problem is you have maps like this that are confused, but I thought we had like the West, the East, and fucking the Texas transmission, grid. I thought that's how the grid worked. That's how transmission works. I just talked about ordering power, right? When we talk about managing the transmission of power, that's a whole other fucking thing. And that's where you have the Western interconnect, the Texas interconnect, and the Eastern interconnect as well. Let me zoom out a little bit. You can see it a little bit. So yeah, it's just a big mess. So basically, that's all to say that we could probably federalize this to a significant degree. We could have just the one transmission region, the federal transmission region. We could require power orderers and suppliers to be part of a regional ISO. And most importantly, one thing that Texas does, I've had this described as, quote, the most socialist thing Texas does. Texas socializes transmission cost. So in a lot of areas of the country, when you're building out infrastructure for basically power, you're often required to pay for transmission because there's not enough transmission to go with every single project that's being built. So if you're building a project, you got to build transmission. But what Texas does is basically says, hey, if you build an asset of electricity in Texas, you don't have to pay for transmission. The ratepayers pay for transmission. So the people using electricity just socialize the cost of transmission. That way, you actually are basically not marginally disincentivized from building electricity, because we're talking about adding like millions and millions of dollars in permitting bullshit requirements to these projects when you force them to build and pay for these projects. So basically, transmission should just be a thing that is horizontally distributed amongst people who pay for electricity. That way, you would encourage a lot more transmission to be built, and you wouldn't burden basically people producing these projects with building and paying for all of this transmission in general. And to be fair, the cost gets put onto ratepayers anyway, because, I mean, when you increase the cost of building a project, well, they have to demand a higher price for electricity in order to make this project economically feasible. So it's basically what happens anyway. It's just a way to socialize cost and make it a little bit more efficient. Oh yeah, and one thing that was the last thing that I'll mention is, yeah, we should just subsidize transmission costs. You know, we should just have a tax credit for transmission costs as well, like we do with energy production, because energy needs to be transmitted, and we need a whole lot more. We need like triple the amount of transmission infrastructure to decarbonize the grid.
But like, aren't transmission costs real costs? I mean, I don't see what the externality is here.
What do you mean the externality? I don't understand.
I mean, like, they're usually you want to subsidize things because there's some sort of external cost you need to internalize.
Well,
it's
also like kind of a public good, right? Like we need like everyone needs electricity, and we need to build transmission infrastructure. Historically, there's been like investment gluts in building transmission infrastructure. To be fair, in part because of permitting requirements. Like permitting requirements, I think, helped us a lot, but also in part because of this like weird sort of dual cost structure of transmission between the regions and between the different system operators. So,
I mean, I think you could subsidize the development of more transmission lines. I don't know if I would subsidize like the process of transmission, right? Like,
no, that's what I'm talking. I'm talking about when I say subsidized transmission, I'm talking about the process of building transmission lines.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like when you build a transmission line, you get, similar to how you get a tax credit for building renewable energy projects, you get a tax credit for fucking building transmission lines.
Or preferably just a check.
Or preferably just a check. If we can convince Joe Manchin that the government can send checks out within reason, but that's a big one.
Look, he just wants to make sure those companies are fulfilling their work requirements. Okay.
But I was gonna say that's the big one though, is basically efficiently regulating and structuring how we deliver electricity. That also results in less blackouts. And one of the things that it also results in is more efficient placement of projects. Like, there's no reason to build a solar project in Ohio. There should be no solar plants in Ohio. Every solar project should be in the Southwest. The reason every solar project is not in the Southwest is because we have regional electricity organizations and regional transmission organizations, right?
Isn't there a real constraint of that we just don't have the long distance transmission lines? Not to say that like in the future it wouldn't make sense to put it all in the Southwest, but is there like a limit to how much electricity we can transfer from, say, Arizona to like Texas and Texas to and so on?
Yeah, I think that's just correct. I'm pretty sure that's just correct, right?
Not to say, a lot of it couldn't be in Arizona. Just my understanding is there's a limited number of long-term high efficiency transmission lines.
Yeah, I'm exaggerating, but of course that's also part of subsidizing, transmission, is that we get better at building it, and hopefully the technology gets better as well.
Yeah. No. I mean, I think that you're both really agree, right? We need more transmission because we can't do that thing, which makes perfect sense, right? Yeah. Are you done with your list?
Oh, I said green investment bank as well, but I've already talked about that. We should have a green investment bank.
Okay.
There you go.
Based. Okay. Can I go?
Or we're done now? Is that the green energy round? You listed all these things here. You said geothermal, hydroelectric.
No,
he wants to speak.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
More supply side deregulation. We already talked about some supply side deregulation earlier, But it's not just primary reform. It's not just changing tort reform. It's not just less community NIMBYism. Okay, it's also changing our regulatory mechanisms for nuclear, for hydroelectric, for geothermal, underappreciated green energy sources. Why is it the case that nuclear is not really price competitive with other forms of energy in the United States? Is it just because nuclear sucks? No. The reason why it is, in large part, it is not as cost competitive as it otherwise would be, is because we have tons of supply side regulations which make making nuclear extremely expensive, way more expensive than it is to build in other countries, even awful countries like France. I'm joking, but France, gets the vast majority of their energy from nuclear.
He wasn't joking.
And they do that for a reason. It works quite well there. It is also much cheaper to build nuclear energy there, and a lot of that it just has to do with regulations. So there's a lot of regulatory changes we could do on the supply side.
Can I speak to that just very briefly? Like when you look at the capital construction cost of nuclear power plants, it is enormously different by country. So South Korea, I think, produces, I'm forgetting the exact measure, but call it 2. Every power plant they produce is cost 2. Every nuclear power plant we tried to build in the United States, we last started doing it in the 70s, it was 7. So on that same scale, it's like 5 times higher, almost, to do a nuclear power plant. And it was increasing in those times. It wasn't decreasing over time like it was with solar. It was increasing from around like 3 in the 60s to around 7 in the 70s. That's terrible. It didn't happen in France. It didn't happen in South Korea, where they're still building nuclear power plants today. So,
how did that happen? Why is that? Oh, government regulations.
It is in this case partly due to regulations. I know another bit is also just due to how the industries approach nuclear power plant construction. So a big thing in France and South Korea is building doublets or quadruplets of nuclear power plants. So they'll pick one site and they'll build one power plant. And then for the next 8 years, they're not just building one power plant, they just rotate 25 degrees. And now they're building power plant 2, 25 degrees again, power plant 3. And then so like that's a great way to reduce a lot of concerns about like environmental concerns and whatnot. Sort of like you've already done the environmental process once, you're just building another thing on the same site. So
and revisiting what we talked about earlier, learning by doing, scale, those are important things too. We basically just decimate our industries for producing these kinds of energy, and so we're just not very good at building them anymore, right? And so that's another area that could explain part of the cost differential, but that's no excuse for us continuing to suffer in these areas. So I think a lot of supply side changes so we can build more of these good kinds of energy. So some other stuff, I think we should encourage energy efficiency. I don't think subsidies are always the only way to do that. I think like a lot of it is just getting more information to firms and like more proofs of concept. So I think subsidies could probably play a role in this, but like, for instance, passive housing. There's way more of a passive housing movement in Europe than there is in the United States. What is passive housing? It's housing that's very energy efficient. So we need to increase energy efficiency, and that doesn't mean by automatically turning everybody's lights off as soon as they they leave a room. There's just a lot of different ways in which there's just straight up electricity waste in our society. What do you want to say?
My mom is really into passive housing type stuff. And I know that a big thing is just angling of new construction to get the best sun for heating and the best non-sun for cooling at various times of day and times of year. And so like building new housing is also one of the ways of getting more passive housing if you're actually making it. Like a lot of the housing we have right now is shit. It was built in the 60s and it wasn't built with anything like modern techniques or with passive housing in mind. Like they didn't think global warming existed when your house was built. But for most Americans in this country, like it's kind of crazy. So
energy efficiency, there's plenty of ways you can do that, but that's a very important thing. High-speed rail, probably overhyped for this, but definitely still a part of the story. We need to use mass transit more. We need to use our leg.
Damn, big car ran over Micah's Ethernet cable.
For intercity travel, we need to have an alternative to driving and to flying, because there's a lot of emissions that come from those activities. Electrified high-speed rail is a better alternative. How do you do that?
Micah said he has good internet at the start of the show.
Electrified high-speed rail is a good way to do that. And all the reforms we spoke about previously should help us in the proliferation of this kind of mode of transportation, but also we should subsidize it. This is a real case where you need a revolving like national rail bank to provide capital for these huge projects.
Yep. State investment bank, boys. Underrated policy proposal.
The two things I sort of was wondering, if you're done with your list, Micah.
I'm not.
Okay.
Walkability and density. Densification, YIMBYism solves everything, okay? Like New York City, much lower emissions per capita than other places because density leads to less emissions. Walking more, driving less leads to less emissions.
Less obesity as well.
Absolutely. Whenever pipes don't need to go nearly as far per person, that means there's less work that's to go into, the energy moving, things like less electricity transmission. Everything becomes more efficient when everything is denser. Now, funding R&D, we already talked about it a lot. We should throw a lot of money at battery technology R&D. And if nuclear fusion is actually legit, it's like really in the cards, we should be spending gobs of money on its research. Last thing that's unique to my list is taxing road use. You can use ERP style tolls. That's what they use in Singapore. It's more of an advanced style toll system. Make people pay congestion pricing that will reduce road use, reduce emissions from vehicles. Alternatively, you could have a vehicle's mile travel tax. You can increase the gas tax. But that's the kind of stuff that will lead to people driving less. And when people drive less, there'll be less emissions.
Another thing is that Micah didn't mention, but is probably supportive of, is just a vehicle weight tax. That we probably shouldn't have these. I'm becoming a lot more sympathetic to the. I just never thought about it before people really started bringing it up. I don't really know how this became a thing. People brought it up more and more. These trucks are getting out of hand. It's getting insane.
You guys are in Texas. Texas was ridiculous.
I'm
sorry.
I saw, obviously it's an intuition pump where somebody was look at this image of a small girl superimposed in front of this gigantic F-250. And it's dude, I'm not saying you shouldn't be allowed legally to buy trucks like this. It's just that it's clearly bad that you're it's a socially poor use of resources. And I think as well, not a vehicle mileage, but not only a vehicle mileage tax, but if you combine that with a vehicle weight tax and say look, we're going to incentivize you at the very least to buy a smaller vehicle, it increases the safety of our roads. It does lead to less children getting killed in accidents, which is obviously a good thing, less people getting killed in general. And it obviously increases greatly the fuel efficiency. And look, there's a such thing as a small compact truck. I drive one. I don't think my dick becomes smaller all of a sudden because I drive a smaller truck. Guys, just if you want to buy a truck, just buy a small truck. I don't know, maybe I'm a crazy Soviet communist for saying that.
I really think the Europeans got it right whenever they decided to have cars that were just smaller in general.
Yeah, a vehicle weight tax. And to be fair, a lot of Norway I think has a vehicle weight tax. A lot of the Nordics do. It's a tested policy that seems to work. And yeah, it seems like something we should all be in favor of.
You want everyone driving around a clown car kind of boy?
Yeah,
no,
basically.
I might be more radical. I might be willing to argue for a grandfathered in ban on a certain size of cars. Just they're, especially cars with the grills so high that it seems visibility is poor in urban environments. I don't know that those should be road legal. Just tinted windows or something. There's a certain amount of tint you can't have in most states because it reduces visibility. I think you can make the same argument for excessively large trucks.
I'd have to guess there's some sort of height restriction on vehicles. You can't drive a monster truck on a residential
my family
road.
Would literally kill you. I'm telling you, the biggest trucks you've ever seen on the road are smaller than some of the trucks that my family, a part of my family, has owned at some point in time.
Goodness, is this a Persian thing? Persian immigrants love their big trucks.
So I think it should be a grandfathered-in system where current owners, we're not going to take it away because otherwise we would unironically get terrorism at the Capitol.
We're going to grandfather.
Well, no, that's how normally it, because you don't want to confiscate people's cars. It's just hey, on vehicles built after this date, there's a vehicle weight tax, obviously. But no, I think that is pretty reasonable. And again, it overall, we could be talking about electric vehicles as well. We want we want battery mileage on electric vehicles to be optimal. We don't want you to just buy the biggest fucking most gigantic battery because why have 2 cars worth of battery on one car? This doesn't seem like a great use of resources. And again, cars are meant to get you from point A to B. We're not talking about fucking, centralized planning your calorie intake. This is just a soft incentive to, allow you to buy a bit of a smaller vehicle. And it's not like you're banning trucks. Again, you can buy a smaller truck, right? So something like that is important. I was gonna say, like, do we want to have like a strict transition to like sustainability in general? We've been talking a lot about energy. Micah transitions a little bit talking about transit policy.
Before we get off green, and we can go to the sustainability. So I just had like 3 things which I feel are extreme that I wanted to throw at y'all.
Extremist. Let's go. Let's do it.
Number 1 would be to ban planes. Like maybe just
ban planes.
Maybe just charter jets. Maybe certain types of planes, or maybe just ban planes. What, if any, plane bans would you accept?
None. No, I think like banning private jets would have like an infinitesimally small impact. Also, I'm a liberal. Like, I don't really think that we should use. I think we should use bans as only when really necessary,
as sparingly as possible. I have seen. I think there's some evidence that, like for instance, a carbon tax can apply to the intensity of your air travel. So, for instance, like if you're gonna arrange to. Like if you're going to arrange to fly on a private jet, that's a very carbon intensive arrangement. And so you're going to pay like a substantially higher tax than someone who just flies on like Delta Airlines or something like that. And so I think that that's probably something that I would support. Although I do think it's funny just to say like, yeah, let's just ban private jets because rich people suck. As well.
Well, that is one of the questions I wanted to ask, is that the carbon tax makes sense for actors who are following normal incentives. And the obvious question is, how much will rich people respond to a carbon tax on private jets? And the answer is probably some, but I wonder, because they're so high income and because they may have like very high time preferences for like getting somewhere very, very quickly, whether it would have the amount of decrease you'd want to see, sort of.
Well, I mean, I think that the point is there's a social cost of carbon emissions, but it doesn't mean there's no benefit, right? Like, I think that whenever
but I don't care that Miley Cyrus gets around very quickly, right? Like, what's the social benefit?
So you don't care, but the fact here's the reality, right? When people have higher incomes, they're going to get better stuff. That's the whole point, right? And so you want to compress the income scale a lot. You want like a huge compression of the income scale. You can't just go then and say, well, we already compressed it so much, we're also going to ban all the things they'd ever want to buy.
Well, I mean, I think that if you compress the income that much, the private jet market would probably fall out.
Great. So it looks like we didn't need to ban anything.
Well, so that's kind of like, I'm kind of like, I don't need a ban. We'll simply get rid of the owner class, and then it won't be a problem anymore.
I think the issue is like, number one, that's one of those issues like private.
It's something that people have raised because it's one of those things where you can sort of immediately do it, and it would have a relatively large greenhouse gas.
What's the impact? I feel like I've seen the data on this, and it's like super small.
I think planes represent something like 10% of the carbon emissions of the top total 1%. Well, I'm bringing up all planes, but I'm just saying, like, I believe there was a stat I saw on Twitter recently, and I didn't check it, so it could be false. That something like half of that is from chartered jets. That like there's just an enormously inefficient way of using carbon. I'll see if I can pull up.
Of course, it's the case that there's many dozens and dozens and hundreds of areas of consumption of wealthy people that disproportionately impact the environment. I really, because you have to think, when you're saying like, oh, I want to ban private jets, it's like, okay, well, what does that really mean? Like, you have to create apparatus to actually define and enforce the ban of such a thing. And I think that at the end of the day, if rich people, there's going to be a marginal effect. So for instance, if private jet rides become like 30% more expensive because of the carbon tax, you're going to have like substantially less millionaires, using private jets. You still have billionaires and like really ultra wealthy people using private jets, but it's like, well, they're paying the cost, basically the carbon cost to use it, and we're funneling that money back into a UBI anyway. You're basically taxing the rich by doing that, and you're not really going to save the environment by doing that anyway. A lot of it's going to be like the investments you're making in these new technologies and electric planes and clean fuel planes and stuff like that. Like, for instance, and what I'll say is, well, I was going to say, like, if your big concern is like if your big concern is the emissions associated with heavy transportation like airplanes and heavy trucking and shipping, your best bet isn't necessarily to ban any aspect of that. It's to subsidize clean fuels like ammonia, green hydrogen, electrification, not necessarily to like ban private fucking planes from being able to be used, right?
The estimates I've seen for like the total carbon contribution of private jets is somewhere from like 0.2% to 0.9%. And that's assuming no substitution. That's just the whole contribution, right? These people are gonna like still probably get around, right? And it's like, wow. Like, wow, you just ban an entire industry. Tons of people are laid off. This entire asset class, what do you do with it? You just blow them up? Like they just don't do anything anymore? And we have to like we nobody can use them anymore. And what about businesses? Because most private jets are owned by businesses, right? And charter jets. Or like would those be banned as well?
Private jet companies, yeah.
Well, so I wanted to bring up just for the number, the 0.2 number is based in part on an assumption that a private jet is 10 to 20 times worse per person mile traveled than a commercial jet. So when we're talking about substitution, I think that's a real thing, but it'd be substitution on the order of like call it a 15 times reduction, which is like for substitution effects purposes, that's basically nil, right? Like, if I could ban something and you reduce your consumption of it by 15 times, like that's pretty good.
What are the other radical policies you wanted to? You had three.
I wanted to bring this one up because it's an example where there's like a capital asset. There's a lot of loss to it, and I am generally favorable to just doing the really big carbon tax, and I might be amenable to something like a transit specific carbon tax to especially encourage green kinds of transit because we care so much about density and urbanization that it would like doubly encourage that. But the second one I want to introduce, the other treat we might take away. What do you think about a ban on meat?
STL, be serious. Come on.
No, I'm okay. This is like the big treat, right? It makes up half of agriculture carbon emissions.
Ban animals.
Like if you banned meat production, you would instantly cut global carbon emissions, I think, by 10%. So like, is that type of radical policy worth it?
Instantly double starvation for a little while. Or not double.
No, you wouldn't. You would halve it. Grain prices would go down by 50% if you banned meat production.
Wait, what prices would?
Grain prices. What you feed the cows, because now the cows don't exist.
Well, that would be transitory, but like I think
yeah,
again,
but eventually they would still settle at a lower level because there's less consumed.
Again, I think for potentially for all of, I don't know what the third one you're going to propose is. Like I'm going to say the same thing, which is like, yeah, if you tax carbon, you end up like meat probably ends up costing marginally more because it's more carbon intensive to produce a steak than it is to produce like a ear of corn or something, right? So
the authoritarian versus the the econ brained approaches just ban things. Now I want to get to the point you're talking about though. Actually, I think there's a good case to be made that we should regulate factory farming a lot more. If you think that animals deserve moral consideration, it seems clear that the torture centers that we lock them in, billions of them every single year, are quite bad. And that we can make we could do a lot towards the effort of reducing global suffering just by putting in place maybe a Bill of Rights for farm animals.
We could soften the edges of the Holocaust of animals that's going on currently.
And I think that would obviously lead to an increase in the price of meat, which would further reduce its consumption. I also think that there's a good point to be made that the lab-grown meats, alternatives to meats, investing in those, maybe promoting those in some sort of way, could have a good environmental argument for. Other than there's like tons of other arguments for it as well, but.
Well, so I just wanted to pose these questions sort of because I see them as an interesting disjunct between people who want to minimize the carbon emissions like immediately, and sometimes they're willing to take on economically distortionary things. So banning plane would be economically distortionary, right? You're banning technology. You might be like reducing investment and innovation in having like ecologically efficient charter planes. Banning meat is sort of the same thing where like there's a whole industry based around this. You're going to have a bunch of empty factories, a whole bunch of slaughterhouses are going to end. But the argument for it is sort of like, well, you've cut it off immediately and now your carbon budget goes up because you've got this extra room. So I think it's an interesting thing to see how people approach it. Is sort of like, do they want the most efficient system where like there's the maximum choice possible, or do they want the solution like now as much as possible?
Well, I think it's going to depend, I think, a lot on what you think the consequences of doing nothing or staying the course is, right? Because my understanding of reading the literature is not that if we stay the course, the civilization as we know it will go away. My understanding is that if we stay the course that we're on now, we'll probably have about, I don't know, like about a 40% reduction in carbon emissions over the next 20 or 30 years. And shit's going to get real bad. Like, it's going to not be great, but we're not going to like devolve into anarchy because our governments all collapse from climate change. Like, we're probably just going to have
really?
a lot. Yeah, like we're probably going to have higher cost of goods. We're probably going to have a lot of countries are going to be fucked. Indonesia's gone. That doesn't exist anymore. A lot of island nations totally fucked. Australia, refugee crisis, like Australia is going to be completely fucked from refugee crises because of climate change if we stay the course. And I think Europe's going to be a very similar story, but I think society will stick around, which is kind of what motivates me to say that like we shouldn't do this like incredible like strict,
secondary
deleterious
point.
policy. Yeah.
Secondary point. I honestly think that you can get pretty much any level reductions you want, so long as you raise your fees on all these emissions enough. Like, let's say we did a $500 carbon tax. Tell me, like, that's probably just as hard to enforce. I mean, that'd be very hard to enforce, but certainly like, probably less hard than enforcing a ban on meat, right? Sure. $500 carbon tax, man. Like, people will be scrambling and freaking out on how to reduce their carbon emissions.
That's true. If we ever found ourselves in a world where, climate change, it turns out much worse than the scientists predict. You can always increase it's like, hey, well, we got to really start tightening our carbon budgets, motherfucker. Like, we got to raise this bitch up.
One of the reasons that I brought this up is I feel like a lot of discussions, it works really well to have like I don't know what you call it, but a single point in time sort of model, like taxation. Like, you're sort of interested in the current time and you're interested in people's incentives, and you sort of just project it forward to the future, but you're not interested in like accruing a debt or whatever. The only time where we've sort of talked about this was like the national debt sort of conversation, like a very literal debt, where we're sort of worried that if we spend too much now, it'll accrue towards the future. And I bring it up because the climate change is an interesting one where there really is a debt accruing. And so it's sort of a question of like, would you rather slash your expenses now? Would you take the climate austerity approach, ban meat, ban planes, do like whatever radical other stuff, because it gives you more budget down the line? And so I just think it's an interesting one, because I feel like a lot of times climate discussions in neoliberal type circles, like not to denigrate, but in neoliberal circles, they focus very much in on what's the most efficient way to do something. And in left circles, they often they narrow in on what is the way to get the maximum reduction now and get the maximum cushion.
That happened in The Handmaid's Tale. If you've seen
my whole
show.
point would just be that you can get that you should use the efficient mechanism and you can get any level of reduction you want out of it.
Well, so I generally agree. I think you should really, really, really raise the carbon tax.
That should be your first thing at the very least. Well, what's the third thing?
What was your third one?
The third one, so this isn't about weird consumption bans. I just wanted to ask. So Matt Brunig has a suggestion to simply make the TVA national. So you'd have basically a state-owned public energy utility across the entire country under the Tennessee Valley Authority Act. And his second suggestion, sort of related to your green energy bank proposal, Econoboy, was to allow them to take out bonds under U.S. government backing. So they basically have like an easy line of credit. And the argument would be, their goal would be to try and build out green public power across the country. And like, is that the type of thing you're generally in support of, or are you more in support of subsidizing private actors?
You're asking me? Or both of them?
I guess I know Micah's answer is going to be subsidizing the private actors. I guess I'm sort of interested in the Econoboy's approach.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we need to have a national public utility to really accomplish any of these goals. Because you got to keep in mind as well, like, a lot of these utilities are public, but they're just like locally public. And I mean, that's what the TVA is, right? They're just sort of locally public utilities. And so I do kind of worry about how a national, I mean, some countries have national electricity companies, so it's not as if it's a model that's never been tested before or couldn't work. And a lot of what I talked about, to be fair, was the centralization of, at the very least, like the coordination of our electricity.
Well, that's sort of what I wondered is like, could such an SOE be the vehicle through which you'd be subsidizing and building out all these transmission networks? Like, the TVA is going to create your final penultimate US ISO or whatever. So I just didn't know.
I mean, I think that it's ultimately going to just come down to the proposal. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it just because electricity, I don't think electricity is really a market that is set up particularly structurally optimally. Like it's probably the case that there's a really, really large amount of market failures with electricity. I mean, there's a reason why public utilities are already so pervasive and high levels of regulation to like local monopolies like Florida Electric or Hawaiian Electric exist. It's because, this is a market that's very inefficient in the first place, right? Like for instance, when I want to say the UK did a big privatization of their electricity infrastructure. No, I'm sorry, it was their water infrastructure. They did a big
Oh, yeah.
privatization of their water infrastructure, and they didn't exactly find like better rates of investments in public infrastructure. They didn't find like higher quality of the delivery of water or the treatment of water. What they found was actually oftentimes the opposite, was that because water infrastructure is a social good, and because now it's being, now it's for profit industry in the UK, you actually had an underinvestment in maintenance and you had lower quality service and you did have, private capitalist profits, but you didn't seem to get utility from that. So I'm not necessarily totally against it. It's just probably an unrealistic proposal. And I will say it's probably not necessary. You don't really need to do that. Mike is
I'm
chomping
gonna
at the bit
surprise
here.
you, SDL.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's a very bad idea.
Oh my! Who could
Wow.
have seen this
He
coming?
gave you the hope.
I think that it's dumb to give just the government entities special subsidies, to give them special access to capital and have them competing on an unlevel playing field with everybody else. I think the federal government's awful at managing things, generally speaking. And I think it's weird to like take the TVA, which actually is a relatively good model of government ownership, and then like have I assume it'd be a different administrative structure, no? Or would it just be the TVA now just doesn't?
My understanding is that his proposal, so I guess I can reread it. It's like 4 years old now, but was just sort of TVA, but instead of being limited to the Tennessee Valley Authority and surrounding areas, simply define its area as the United States. The Tennessee Valley is expanding.
I mean, like, I'm fine with, some sort of government entity competing on a level playing field with everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And if TVA, I don't know what it's how it's currently administered, but if they want to go outside of Tennessee and do stuff, and they want to get the same access to capital as everybody else, that's fine. I just take issue with the notion that like we should just specifically subsidize them, so we can move towards some sort of basically nationalization of electrical utilities. That seems weird. Now I will agree with what I said previously. It doesn't seem clear that private companies are necessarily better. But it also doesn't seem clear that public companies are necessarily better either. For my reading of the utility literature, it's like either electricity is like from private companies like a little bit better, or electricity from public companies is like a little bit better, or it's there's nothing statistically significant here. And that's put my credence at basically thinking consistently, I really don't care.
So
I don't care who owns it.
And maybe this will be the last thing I add before the sustainability discussion. One of the reasons I mention it is just that part of the reason that it's been such a painful transition away from fossil fuels is because there's such a strong lobby behind it. Like there is one resource or a group of resources that have really intense environmental consequences. And as a result, they have very strong lobbying incentives not to get rid of that. I think that might also be true of like of a TVA, right? Like if the TVA existed and it had been in control of all those coal power plants, they would have lobbied instead. It would have been TVA lobbying instead of company. But I think it might have been a different form of lobbying. Like it would probably be less intense. And because we have more control over them, there wouldn't have been all the insane like oil company CEO chicanery that we saw in real life, where they were like denying global warming even as they affirmed at internal meetings.
Well, SDL, I think you make an amazing point, and that's why I think that renewables need to make sure they should be 100% privately owned, so that we have a very strong lobbying force in favor of good green energy.
Oh my God!
Unironically,
guys, we cannot have a renewable discussion. I need to go.
Okay.
But this has been a very interesting topic and episode.
All right, STL, do you want to stick around and talk sustainability for a few minutes while Micah heads out?
Micah flees.
Micah runs from the discussion. And he's frozen again.
Okay, see you, Micah. I couldn't tell if he left or if he was just...
I freaking...
Oh, he's gone. He's gone again. I have good internet, actually.
This, this is the worst thing ever.
We love you,
Can you hear
Micah.
me?
We can
Yeah.
hear you momentarily.
Oh my god. Okay, goodbye. I'm leaving.
Goodbye.
See you,
He's
bud.
gonna freeze again. Watch.
All right,
Well, so
there you
you were
go.
trying to ask about sustainability.
Yes. Sustainability. Oh, I realize now we have not optimized our.
No, it's gonna look terrible.
No, I have a two host thing. It's just like the chat's a little bit overlapped, but that's not a big deal. No, yeah, we can talk about sustainability a little bit. I mean, from my perspective, and I think again, Micah would agree with a lot of this stuff. You just had to go and do something, I guess. But when it comes to broader sustainability, when I think of that, pretty much I think of waste management. I think of how we manage waste, recycling. You could think of planting trees and, environmental management, how we manage these kinds of things. Somebody in the chat did say, hey, why don't you guys just say plant more trees? Like, yeah, I mean, fuck it, that's literally a thing. I think this was something in the IRA. It was like the Biden administration appropriated tens of millions of dollars just to plant more trees. Like, yeah, something like that's probably a good thing.
I know that the Republicans have unironically proposed planting 1 trillion trees as their solution to climate change. Like that's their keystone project.
I mean, planting trees sounds like it's like, really, dude, you think we're going to plant enough trees? But it's like, I mean, it would help a lot, honestly, if you actually look at the math, if we just had 1 trillion extra trees.
It is one of those things, sort of like geoengineering, that can buy time. So I'm generally in favor of those.
Yeah, I mean, a tree is just a naturally occurring carbon capture plant, basically, right? So it's definitely something that's important.
Well, and you'd have a lot more room to plant trees if you simply banned meat and decrease the crop area by 50% as a result. But
true.
Just saying,
a lot of land for trees and renewable energy after we save all the cows. But no, yeah, in terms of sustainability policy, I mean, I think of things like bottling fees and things like this, where you charge some sort of head tax on the use of plastic, and you can reimburse that later if you take the plastic to a recycling plant. I mean, that seems like probably a good policy. But I haven't really looked into it too much, like this idea of how do we create a donut economy, basically. It's other than basically just investing a shitload of money into recycling plants, right?
So I know, well, in recycling plants too, I think people get the implication that like everything is recycled, but it's actually a fairly low rate, especially in the United States, where a lot of stuff is single stream. Like if they can't figure out that this one thing is exactly one material, it goes in the landfill. So like I think people have a really mixed vision of it. I know that Sweden, I think Matt Brunig praised them for this. I think it's Sweden, has started importing trash because they built like enough efficient incinerators that they can make money on importing trash from continental Europe. So like that's not quite sustainability per se, but it is like land use sustainability. You're not filling up landfills. I think the big suggestions here are just stuff like imposing resource taxes probably increases the cost of throwing something away significantly. I don't know whether that applies just to, I like that probably makes sense for firms, where if a resource is more expensive, you're going to use less of it and you're going to care more about recycling. Basically, it'll increase the relative efficiency of recycling compared to natural resource extraction. But I don't know. As an aside, I feel like something that's underappreciated is that I feel like it sort of died when people realized that peak oil was nonsense. But there will actually be a peak resources. There's a lot of resources on this planet where there's a finite amount that are financially feasible to dig up, and we get closer and closer to it every year. And one of the interesting consequences of, like, say, carbon taxes and green subsidies is you actually, because you make the economy more efficient, get closer to it over time. Like a lot of the policies which solve global warming will, because they improve the quality of the economy and lift people around the world up into a more productive state, will actually bring us closer to the resource deprivation limit.
That's true. I guess I'm not sure how convinced I am that is a problem. I guess unfortunately I sound a bit conservative when I say, like, well, I just kind of expect technology to get better to the point where, like, okay, yes, sure, we can't just strip mine the entire planet, but maybe by the time we get to that point, we've already colonized the solar system, and now we
Well,
have like,
unironically, astoid mining is one of those big things. Like when people are like, well, how do you expect exponential growth to happen on a finite planet? The answer is it's
yeah,
up there.
galactic
But
domination for the human race. But no, on the recycling bit, I mean, yeah, I think that bottling fees and things like this make a lot of sense. I think probably having some slow sort of incremental steps towards recycling content in products, like, hey, single, slowly ramping down the amount of plastic we use and ramping up the like if it
plastic.
yeah,
Sorry.
plastic use and things like that. I mean, I think eventually banning single-use plastics once you get the percentage recyclable content up to a certain amount, and having these bottling fees. And like one problem that I personally had as somebody living in Texas was like, I wanted when I moved, I wanted to start recycling all my plastics and stuff, and I did end up doing that. But it was like, fuck, dude, there's nowhere to put recyclable. There's like no recycling plants anywhere near me. Like I thought recycling was just a thing you could choose to do when you wanted. But no, like there's a lot of places that just simply do not have recycling
Well,
plants near them, right? So
and for what it's worth, unironically, a lot of recycling plants for plastics are basically scams by the oil industry. I'm not sure. I probably sound extremist when I'm saying that, but the rate of plastic that can be converted back is so low that recycling is almost commercially unviable without state subsidy. It's really really bad. Like effectively, what we're doing is subsidizing the oil industry's consequences because they don't want to pay the cost of like landfilling everything. So like recycling for paper and stuff is no big deal, but it's very rare that because we have single stream recycling in this country for the vast majority of places, you just toss your paper in and you toss your plastic in and it all goes in one box, and
yeah.
it's very hard to just pull the paper out and you get nice clean paper recycling.
Yeah, and
It's
unfortunately,
just
I mean, with plastic,
yeah.
especially as microplastics seems to be becoming a bigger issue, like this might be one of those things where we just need to get rid of it, and we just need to accept that like glass and like bamboo and paper is like because some people will say, but I like my plastic straw. Paper straws
I
suck,
love
and
plastic. It's
it's like,
great,
look,
but
yeah, fucking paper straws are dog shit, and we all have to recognize that. But plastic is really bad for the environment, and it might be like lead and gas. Like in 50 years, we might look at plastic like we looked at lead and gasoline. Like, why did we do this? This was crazy bad for the environment. And yeah, like, yeah, previous generations, our generation should get judged for that. Like, yeah, plastic's really bad for us. And it could be one of those things where, eventually we just need to get rid of its use outside of industrial purposes, obviously. But I will say that things like plastic taxes and recyclable content requirements and bottle fees and things like this could substantially help with the problem. So
to somewhat take maybe a more Micah-like position, I do think that maybe a full ban on plastics is just not feasible because there's a lot of things where
that's a
it's
long-term goal, if you ask
yeah.
me, not a
Well,
short-term thing.
I can even imagine a world like imagine that most of the plastics that are made are long-term, like very durable plastics. It's not hard to imagine, I don't know, Nalgene water bottles that just never get used up. And
Yeah,
like
hard
that's
plastic
probably
or something.
fine. Yeah, but a lot of the single use and the there's names for it, but I don't just the terrible type of plastic, plastic bags, all this is just crap.
Saran wrap. Yeah.
And I know like a related concept is the right to repair. I haven't read any studies on the right to repair, like and its effect on resource efficiency. But a related idea is that if you're building stuff that's repairable materials, it's generally going to be durable or replaceable. So like metal or something of the type.
Yeah.
And I generally think that that's probably a good direction to go in if your goal is to get closer to a circular economy. And I don't know actually what the theoretical like long-term goal of the human race should be. Like, should our goal be that we are using resources in unrecoverable ways, but it's fine because the universe is so big? I genuinely don't know. I guess depends on how easy asteroid mining is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's hard to say because it just depends on the technological advancement that we find. But I would say certainly it seems sensible, the idea that eventually we should have a very efficient system of recycling waste, right? That like, all of our bio waste is buried into the ground and becomes, soil that we use later. Our water system is recycled very efficiently. The same thing with the waste associated with that. Our plastics are either non-existent or fully recyclable. Same thing with our glass, our paper, our metal. All of these things get recycled. in a way that's better for everyone. I mean, it's not to mention, if you have sympathy for animals and things like this, that all these plastics and all this waste that gets thrown into the ocean and thrown into the forest and places like this. Of course, it's terrible for the natural environment, right? Not only does it look bad, it also pollutes natural environments that animals live in, and so of course it's the case that we should try to limit that to the greatest possible extent. Although, unfortunately, yeah, I mean, most of the reading that I did for this is on green energy. And to be fair, that is also, in my view, like where priorities should lie. Like I would say that carbon emissions is definitely the biggest deal. You had to pick one, get rid of plastic waste or get rid of carbon emissions. You get rid of carbon emissions like every day of the week, right? And, concurrently, you can work on these things at the same time. But unfortunately, for one reason or another, there hasn't been quite as big of a push to, I mean, yeah, basically just eliminate plastic waste and try to really put money into recycling. So
I think it's bluntly because one, a lot of the recycling is just a scam. So like even when we do put money into it, doesn't work. But two, it's that the political forces which are like pro recycling are like NIMBY environmentalist types. Like they're not bluntly, I don't know how else to put it, but it's like the type of people who want to ban your plastic straws and your plastic bags are not the same type of people who want to like fund R&D into new ways to handle this waste in general is my understanding. That's maybe reductive and maybe a little bit, I don't know, negative towards that group, but it very much feels like they would just want us to not build things and not use the plastic in the first place and not bother to deal with the consequences of the stuff we've already done and the fact that we're not going to get like a total ban.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess one thing we haven't mentioned is like the funding of alternatives. I mean, similarly, like I think I've seen biodegradable straws that are made of cellulose and they look and feel just like plastic straws. I assume the reason they're not broadly adopted is because they're probably just currently more expensive to produce, and so there's not a lot of.
I know one that you can do right now is my family uses biodegradable dog poop bags if you got a dog and trash bags. So like you can get them. They're slightly more expensive, and the ones we use don't have handles, so they're more annoying to tie up. But that's about it.
Some other sustainability things that we can talk about. You and Micah were talking about it earlier with I can't remember the phrase you used, but was it planning housing or something? What was the phrase you used? It was about your mom. Your mom likes this way of housing where you lower your energy.
Yeah, now I'm blanking on it, but it's passive housing.
Passive housing, yeah. So stuff like this, right? So I would say you want to tend towards utility scale projects, but distributed generation can be a utility, especially for people like me. Like, frankly, even though East Texas isn't like the best place to build a solar plant, there's an actual use case for distributed generation because not only do we have an unreliable electric grid, but also that electric grid becomes more unreliable in the future because as hurricanes and natural disasters just knock the grid offline for 2-3 weeks at a time, it's very nice to have, a distributed generation system like a residential solar and battery system so that I have electricity basically when the grid is down. There's just a use case for people like me and people who are in areas that have less stable grids. We mentioned people in developing countries as well. They have a use case like solar is the cheapest form of electricity. So what you find in a lot of like small villages in India, they start putting solar panels on their roofs so that they have at least some source of electricity for, like cooking and cleaning and things like that. And that's better, that's better than no electricity, right? So.
Okay, one last thing, and then we can close out. Someone in chat asked for you to give your thoughts, like post-debate thoughts on the Yaron Brook Matt Bruenig debate. That might be a good point to close on.
Yeah, sure. Did you watch the debate, STL?
Yeah, I was there for at least 3/4
Oh, you were in the chat? You were in the chat?
Yeah.
Sorry, no, I didn't see.
Damn.
I was busy moderating.
I wasn't looking at the chat. He was too busy listening, just slobbering over Matt Bruenig's anti-property talking points.
Honestly, it was a number one. I will publicly greatly thank Matt and Yaron for being just so easy to book. Like I've obviously had debates with people and booked people for conversations, and they got back quickly. They agreed. They didn't have a bunch of stupid stipulations for the debate. They're just like, "Yep, we'll show up, no problem." They responded back to emails quickly. They didn't cancel or ghost me at any point because this debate was scheduled a month ago. So I was really worried. That's one of the reasons why I was like, oh shit, Micah went ahead and just promoted the debate. Like I didn't really want him to do that because I was worried, like, what if Yaron or Matt just drops out? Because that happens all the time when you're booking shows like this. But, you know, fortunately, Matt and Yarn were professionals, and they, you know, they accepted a calendar invite a month in advance, and would you look at that? They showed up, right? So that was really helpful. The debate itself, I thought it was a very good debate. I couldn't open it up for audience questions because Matt had a hard out, so he had to leave at like 4:30 EST. Like, he had to leave. That's one of the reasons why at the very end of the debate I was like, "Thanks for coming," and Matt was like, "Goodbye," like immediately clicked out. I don't know what he had to do, but obviously he had something he had to do, which is totally fine. But it was a really good debate. I would say, I mean, my sympathies are obviously with Matt. Like, it's very difficult for Yarn to win that debate, in my view. I will say that as well, like, the libertarian conception of property rights is extremely impractical and incoherent. Like, if you really look into the property rights, because what a libertarian who cares about property rights would say is, well, you are owed what you produce, or at the very least, like, you have dominion over what you produce with your labor. Well, the problem with this is that, well, nobody produces nature. Does that mean nature is socialized? Do we all have a claim to nature? You know, if that's the case, how can you claim nature, but I can't? You claimed the nature before I was born. How does that make any sense? Like, you know, you bought a plot of land, or better yet, you inherited land, and I just wasn't born, so I didn't have the claim. Like, one claim that Yarn makes in the debate, which Matt didn't really press him on, but he just goes, "There's tons of unclaimed land in the United States." And I saw some people in the chat saying, there is literally no unclaimed land in the United States. Like, there's no land that's just able to be settled. Like, every piece of land is either state-owned, federally administered, privately owned. You can't just go and, it's not like the old West where you just like go and put your sign, your flag on a piece of land. Like, that just doesn't exist anymore, right? And so that makes it a little bit incoherent. Capitalists, right? Capital owners, do they work for the money that they get? Well, no, necessarily they don't. They are capitalists, right? They own, and so they get money from the ownership itself. That is what capitalism is. It's your money reproducing money. And so are you entitled to the earnings from your capital? Like, I mean, maybe. I mean, a libertarian might say, well, what about entrepreneurs, right? And it's like, well, yeah, but not every capitalist is an entrepreneur. Some, you know, the Disney heiresses of the world have inherited wealth they never worked for. They simply are just wealthy. That is what they are, right? You know, maybe like Kylie Jenner worked for her well. She did a lot of entrepreneurial activities, became a billionaire, you know, capitalized on her brand. But she did not, but there's many people who just inherited wealth, right? And that's a very incoherent thing for a lot of people. And then when we get to labor, you know, it's easy to say that if you cut down a tree and make a chair out of it, you own that chair and you can do with that chair what you please. But in actually existing economies with economies of scale, who's to say who actually produced what in a corporate environment? Like, can we actually measure the marginal product of each person's labor? Well, no, we actually cannot do this. That's impossible, right? So how do we really know what someone is owed? Well, we just simply don't know that. It's impossible to say. There's also emergent properties of cooperation, right? Like, if two people working together can produce more than the sum of their individual parts, how do we know in a collaborative environment who actually is owed the emergent property of cooperation? That's a very difficult question to answer. The last criticism of this is on the labor side is like, well, what if you have necessary functions within a cooperative environment? Does that mean that each person is owed 100% of the product? Well, not really, because you need all three of them. But if you, like, for instance, if you had a pizza shop, you got one guy delivering the pizzas, one guy making the pizzas, one guy doing the orders for the pizza. You need all three of these people. With any one of these people gone, there's no product being produced. But at the same time, we wouldn't say that all three of them are owed 100% of the revenue, because you can't do that. It's impossible, right? But then the marginal product problems come in as well. And the last critique of this is obviously that technology is something, you know, the inherited technological advancement of, you know, cumulative intellectual capacity is something that, well, I didn't produce. I didn't produce the computers that I'm using in order to produce this podcast, which is the labor that we're creating right now. And similarly, when I'm working at my office job, I didn't create Excel. I didn't create the chair that I'm sitting on. I didn't create any of the patents associated with the architecture of the building that I'm in that enables my labor to be valuable. My labor as a financial modeler and economic thinker is not valuable in a society without the tools to enable it, right? And so who's to say that I am really owed the product of my financial modeling work, right? It's very difficult to say in actually existing economies. So the Yaron's argument was very difficult to defend. Matt Brunig, he had like he had a high level of confidence going into the debate. I saw him. Did you see him tweeting about the debate beforehand? Yeah. So for those that don't know, Matt Brunig, he tweeted. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. He tweeted in response to our conversation. He quote tweeted it, which is of course very helpful. I'm glad that he did, just because people could actually see it who were part of his audience. And let me see if I can find it real quick. Ah, yes, he tweeted this. He goes, a debate. And then he says, I might watch, but can you tell me first whether you're going to win? And he literally just says, I'm pretty sure I debated this guy before, or maybe it was someone else at the Ayn Rand Institute, and I did not find it very difficult. Not a very fair debate, though, because the anti-welfare position is so difficult to win with. And then somebody says, one would have to argue principles rather than consequences, and the principled case for extensive property rights is challenging. And then Matt Brunig goes, that one's even weaker. It's only consequential appeals that give property rights args going. And I just thought that was funny because he's just openly
that's exactly how it went down in the debate, right? Is that like they appealed to principles, and then Brunig said, well, your theory of principles relies on a theory of just distribution. So like you're that's exactly the route it's going to go, that you can't base it on this pure principle of property because you have to use force to protect that property. So you can't claim you're just opposed to all force. Like the principle doesn't work.
Oh, wow. I just realized this is actually really funny. So I had a similar experience when I debated Yaron Brook. So Yaron Brook himself is like not a toxic person at all. At least it doesn't seem that way. Like every interaction I've had with him has been like perfectly pleasant and whatnot. But his like these objectivists are like the most like snowflake fucking sensitive babies that I've ever seen.
Australians are one of the most funniest and like angry communities you will ever come across. It's so funny.
So what's funny is actually, I didn't even realize this. So the person Matt is thinking of when he says like it wasn't very difficult debating the previous Ayn Rand Institute guy, it was actually Yaron Brook's co-author of Equal is Unfair, Don Watkins. And I'm just now realizing Don Watkins directly replied in this tweet thread, and he actually posted the debate, and he just said, "I think I held my own." And it's like, man, like Matt is. I mean, to be fair, look, Matt is just right when it comes to this. And look, I thought it'd be really interesting because, I think that Yaron Brook is, I think he is one of the better objectivist debaters. And of course, he's one of the better, obviously he's the chair of the Ayn Rand Institute, right? So he's one of the more well-known ones. But I just, I really agree with Matt in the sense that not only the merits of the argument, but it's a very difficult debate for an objectivist to win. I think it's just such an easier position to defend, the idea that, look, property rights are just what we say they are. And what we say they are is typically based on some consequential analysis. So, you protect your right to property because it's useful, right? And we redistribute property to lower income people and society more broadly because it is useful to do so in certain cases. And I think that especially when Yaron tried in the moral side to appeal to this idea of, well, you ultimately devolve, and this is the argument I've had with Fabian Liberty as well, like, oh, well, if you establish the idea that you can redistribute property, you are ultimately devolving us into authoritarianism or chaos or some sort of anarchy. But the reality is, well, every country on the planet does redistribution and does this sort of variable level of property rights. And I mean, it seems like things work out okay. Like, it doesn't seem like we have anarchy or chaos because we've established foundationally that property rights are a man-made institution. We teach in our law schools that property is a matter of law, not fact, right? This is a generally held belief in our society, and it seems like people don't ultimately devolve into chaos by enacting property rights in such a way. So, yeah, objectivism is obviously you agree, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know if there's many socialist objectivists out there, but you know, it's a difficult position to defend.
Well, so maybe as one interesting note on this, I've mentioned G.A. Cohen a few times. One of Cohen's big arguments is that most Marxist arguments are predicated on the idea that workers own their labor and they aren't being fairly compensated for it. So they're essentially getting an unfair trade. That's like a bastardization and simplification of Cohen and the Marxist argument. But the TLDR is that he thinks it's based on sort of a property claim, and he thinks it's a really weak argument for the actual things that leftists want. And instead, you should just argue for egalitarianism, which is the exact position that Matt Bruenig is arguing. That you don't really care about exactly why someone owns something or whatever. You just care about how society turns out at the very end. So.
Yeah, Bruenig is a very I wouldn't call him like anti-Marxist, but he's
well, Cohen called himself an analytical Marxist because a lot of what he did was like, well, this part of Marx is useful and this part is garbage, and he would very explicitly say that, and it got him in so much shit with Marxists at the time.
Isn't Brian Cohen? People were saying they wanted to see Brian Cohen debate Matt Bruenig, but like, what would they debate on? Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Brian Cohen?
No, I'm sorry, Brian Kaplan. I was confusing the two. Yes, people were because I asked on the Three Wonks Twitter, like, who do you want to see debate next? And people said Matt Bruenig versus Kaplan, if that could be arranged.
It's just going to be Bruenig versus the libertarian world. I mean, presumably it would end up being more or less the same thing, right? Like, unless Bruenig is anti-immigration or something, isn't that Kaplan's whole big thing?
I think that. Well, Kaplan's also very anti-UBI. Because I was like, who even is Brian Kaplan? I don't know who the fuck this person is. And I saw that he's done several anti-UBI debates, and he appears to be like an actual trained economist, whereas Yaron has a doctorate degree in finance, but he's not like he is not a trained economist, though, is to say. Like, he's an educated guy. But I believe Brian Kaplan is an economist, and I guess it would be interesting. I've never seen Matt Bruenig even come close to struggling. Even when I debated him, he was so good at debating, he foundationally changed the way that I think of socialism. Like, in that 1 hour of discussion we had together, right? Like, he really is the final boss when it comes to debating socialists. He still didn't quite get me to become a socialist, but he seriously changed my point of view just in that one debate and reading all of his writings after that. And so, yeah, to the extent that Matt Bruenig is willing to come on again, I'll organize any number of Matt Bruenig versus the world debates. But what about you, STL? Who do you want to see come on next? What's the next debate we should organize?
I mean, I know you were interested in NIMBYs, and I suggested that you could probably find a decent number of left NIMBYs who might agree with us on stuff like welfare, but who wouldn't agree on stuff like housing.
Yes.
And so my suggestion was that you could probably find them by like searching for people in Jacobin, like literally just going from Jacobin on Twitter, housing, and I bet half of them will be about NIMBY type approaches. But I will say that it's often hard to find, like, I don't know how to put this. It's very hard to find people who are like Marxist Leninists or people who are like that flavor of like NIMBY left who are actually willing to openly defend those views. Like it always feels like it's defended in like a roundabout way, but no one ever like directly wants to defend it. So they tend to be very hard to get to debate. So
yeah, it seems like a very decentralized movement in some regards, right? Where like for instance, when I was trying to find like Lars Doucette, Georgist extraordinaire, he said like, hey, I'll come on and debate literally anybody who's anti-Georgist or NIMBY. And I was like, fuck, like, I gotta find, this would be a great debate. So I was, who are the NIMBY policy wonks amongst us? And I was like, I can't, I tried for an hour to just try and, like, who's the NIMBY policy guy? There's none. It seems like everyone who actually knows about policy is not a NIMBY. Like, it's very difficult to find, like, the guy who references a study and who is a NIMBY and who's willing to debate about it, right?
I mean, maybe really what you've got to go for then is another thing which I find that online is often very non-policy based, but does have policy-based supporters would be like Jason Hickel or a degrowth type authors, because there are serious proposals and Hickel has written serious papers.
Yeah, Hickel. The thing is, I've criticized Hickel in like 2 or 3 videos, and like for instance, I think a really interesting debate, and I thought about this as soon as I was thinking about the next debate: Noah Smith versus Jason Hickel, degrowth and unequal exchange. Like I think those would be great debates, and the problem is that Jason Hickel, unfortunately, like you said, like he doesn't. It appears that he prefers to debate in like very formal, like on a stage where you have 10 minutes and I have 10 minutes and then you have 10 minutes and then I have another 10 minutes. He doesn't really seem to do like just free flowing debates, right? And so I'll try to reach out to him, but fucking I haven't been able to get a hold of him for the last 2 years. So
I feel like, I don't know how to express this, but I feel like there are some movements which are very like debate pilled, and YIMBYism is like the extreme of this one, where the people that it wins over as converts will never stop talking about it and like citing their specific evidence or whatever. And there are movements which are like reactions or just a general coherence around an idea, and it's very hard to get people to defend that. And then, like you said, there's some movements which are like largely confined to academic journals, and that's what like Hickel writes articles, Hickel writes papers, and he debates people there, but he doesn't seem to do it in the like, he doesn't get out into the mud. But the Yimbys love getting out into the mud, so I don't know what it is, but some movements are very muddy.
Yeah, Jason Hickel. If anyone is interested, I actually made a video on this exact thing STL is talking about actually happened with Jason Hickel, where Jason Hickel got into like an article fight with Noah Smith, where like Noah Smith would write an article, Jason Hickel would respond to it, Noah Smith would respond to it, and I basically did a video talking about all of these articles. So, and here it is. It's this video that I made. Is Jason Hickel wrong again? Because I made a video called "Jason Hickel is wrong on Equal Exchange." Is Jason Hickel wrong again? Noah Smith versus Jason Hickel, and it's like 56 minutes of me just kind of going through these articles and reading them back and forth. And what you'll find is that, like, Jason Hickel is just really not a good debater, right? It seems like, right? It seems like once you get past the platitudes and like the, we're killing the global south and like, isn't it, we want to have sympathy for poor people, right? But once you actually delve in and try to have an in-depth conversation, like an adversarial conversation, he tends to fall apart pretty quickly. And I think that's one of the reasons why you don't like, the truth is NIMBYism, and I'm not saying Jason Hickel's a NIMBY, but like, the truth is Jason Hickel's work is difficult to defend on the merits, and NIMBYism is very difficult to defend on the actual merits. Like, I think that's part of the reason is that, like, one thing Matt Brunick said, like, why am I confident, like, ultimately confident going into this debate? Because it's just really difficult to not sound ridiculous when you're debating that property rights should ultimately be based on production. That's just a ridiculous position. And similarly, the idea that 25%, like the global economy would collapse as we know it if we were to address unequal working conditions in the global south, that is an untenably stupid position. And same thing with NIMBYism, right? And so I don't know. Yeah, it's just like, guys, honestly, it's been hard to think about, like, it'd be great to have a NIMBY debate a YIMBY, but fuck, like, who's the NIMBY, right? Okay, somebody mentions this person, Philip Pilkington. All right, fuck, maybe Philip Pilkington's up for the fucking challenge. We'll reach out to this guy. I'll have to write that name down. We got the Pilkington Smith debate. But yeah, that's been one of the difficulties. But yeah, who's your dream though? You want to have us? You want to have Richard Wolff in here debating somebody? Let's. Who would be the dream?
Richard
person?
Wolff was also not a very effective debater, and that's not. So I actually criticized, like, immediately after I think he did a debate with Destiny. I was very critical of his approach. It felt like Wolff is decent at giving lectures. To be clear, I disagree with a lot of what he believes, but he's decent. He's good at giving lectures. But I'm convinced that these are different skills cultivated by like different ways of doing things. And people who are very good at lecturing are often terrible at debates. And he was not good. So
yeah,
I don't
of course.
know.
I mean, it's a different skill to be able to give a lecture versus like debate a person, right?
To be clear, I don't think this is like a stand against the person. Though I don't know. I have gotten increasingly like, even though I'm not streaming anymore, and it's hard to get people to debate me, I have gotten increasingly convinced that like the willingness to get into something and debate someone in a live format is to some degree a signal that you are confident enough in your views down to every detail that you think you have a mastery that you can like withdraw it on hand. And it feels like a lot of times people who can't do that, there's a higher likelihood that someone who doesn't do that or refuses to do that is not confident in their views, or maybe shouldn't be promoting their views. So that's maybe an extreme view, but
yeah, I mean, I understand. I mean, look, at a certain like, okay, for instance, like when Sean says, "I don't like to do debates because I have social anxiety, and I just don't think I would be good at debating." It's like, okay, well, I mean, that's fair, totally fair, reasonable. Not everyone wants to have an adversarial public conversation. I mean, that's a confrontational thing, and not everyone's going to be good at it. I mean, at the same time, like, not every debate has to be like I have a lot of social anxiety, and I've struggled with that my whole life, right? And like,
same.
like, yeah, like I don't have a
But-
problem. I don't have a problem having like a calm debate. I did debate in high school with incredible social anxiety, but the reason I
Oh
was
my
able to,
god! Did Micah do debate too? Are we all three forensics people?
I don't know if Micah did. He probably did some
Oh,
extracurriculars.
no.
I know he was a basketball player, but I would still dunk on
He
Micah
was a
in
basketball player.
100%. I would.
Oh my
I would
god!
body him in a one-on-one game. We'll film it for the show if we have to. All right. No, I'm just kidding. He'd probably body me, but no. But I think the point is to say that, like, I think that is kind of a poor excuse, just because, look, I mean, not every debate has to be incredibly adversarial, and there's a way to disagree without triggering like fucking massive social anxiety, right? I think ultimately what it comes down to is that, Sean probably just doesn't want to debate, and people like that, like you said, like, they probably just don't want to, right? And they don't want to. Second thoughts, like the same thing. Like, he'll say, "These debate guys, they're perverts, they're fucking pieces of shit. I don't want to debate them." And it's like, bro, you're just not gonna. You're not confident in your ideas, and you're being a coward, and that's
Well-
fine. I mean, that's how it is.
I sometimes think the same thing of like it. In fairness to people like Suck and Thought, I actually think there's a great degree of confidence it takes to like write and source a video. There's something very different about saying something on a social media platform or saying something in a conversation and sort of like structuring an argument for something and laying out your sources, laying out your argument. And that does demonstrate more competence and more mastery. But I don't know. I do think there is some meat at the core of like people who refuse to debate are probably less confident in their beliefs.
Yeah. And I don't know. I think especially with, in an environment like this is not a debate bro environment, right? We debate every 2 weeks on the issues that we talk about. And we hosted a debate between Matt and Yaron, and it was like a perfectly respectful, entertaining, adversarial conversation where everyone was fine. Like, and to be fair, like there was depth of ideas that were explored, and it was a productive conversation, right? And so yeah, it's just unfortunate because it's almost like it's like in boxing when, like, because organizing boxing matches is so hard, like sometimes there's just matches that never happened. It's like, man, it'd been really cool. This guy boxed this guy, like they were around at the same time, and like it could have happened, but it just didn't happen. And it's like, yeah, similarly, it's like, man, it'd be cool to see Jason Hickle debate Noah Smith. That just would be fucking cool to see. Like, they're both smart, intellectual people, and like, I'd love to see them just fucking go at it in the marketplace of ideas.
I will say that like it just briefly responds to Najwin in chat, and then maybe we could wrap up. Najwin says that real-time debate is not their forte because it's too quick for me. I prefer debate in text form where I have a bit of time to think about my responses. And I think that's a real thing too. Like in my opinion, the marker of someone who's confident in their beliefs is just someone who like puts their beliefs into writing, into argument, into whatever, in some structured form. I just tend to think that being confident enough in your beliefs to do a real-time debate is sort of like one of the ultimate crucibles, theoretically. Like, if you're going up a competent opponent who knows all of their arguments, then the only way that you do it is if you think that you can win on every argument, on every detail, if you have all your ducks lined up in a row. So I see it as sort of like the ultimate test. But someone not doing that because maybe they can't do it in a real-time debate format, they don't have to practice with it, like, I don't know. There's lots of valid reasons why that wouldn't be possible. I just see it as like it's the epitome. I don't know.
You're making a marginal point that it's not that Sean or Jason Hickle or Second Thought would completely fucking fall apart in a debate setting. It's just they're not that optimal, sort of incredibly sort of holistically able to defend their opinions. Like,
and there's plenty of debates that are way worse than any written. Like, there's plenty of live debates that are terrible compared to any written debate. Like, it's not. I don't know.
There you go. Well, all right, guys. I mean, that was the retrospective overall on the Yaron Matt Bruning debate. It was a great success. It really drove a lot of engagement with the channel. I also, I'll say it was just a good debate. I was really entertained by it when I was there. I enjoyed organizing it. So this was a very good sort of introduction into the Three Wonks debate series. It's not like it's a series in the sense that there will probably be more than zero, but probably won't be like necessarily like a weekly thing or anything. It's gonna all come down to like who can we get to debate, and how are they willing to debate. Somebody mentions Matt Bruning versus Destiny. Like that's an example where, yeah, I mean, I think both of them could have a good in-depth conversation about socialism. But, Destiny he's been talking about Israel-Palestine for the last, 8 months, it seems like. And so he's not really interested in having that conversation, right? So a lot of stars have to align for any one debate to be organized. Unless I don't want to have, I don't want to have, me versus, Fabian Liberty on the three-way. It's supposed to be, a dense policy discussion. And I feel like, if we want to argue about libertarian property rights, yeah, Yaron Brook's probably, a really good representative of that. And Matt Bruning's probably a good representative of the opposite of that. I'm not sure what the view would be called, maybe legal realist view of property rights or whatever. And so, all those things, you have to have a good representative, people that are willing to agree to it, people that'll show up on the day, people that actually go out and do it when you click record. So, but no, keep your suggestions coming, guys. I mean, I really appreciate that. It does give me a lot of ideas for who to reach out to. And overall, yeah, I thought it was a great success. Any last words, SDL, before we hang up and tell the audience to wait another couple weeks for this next live stream?
Look, Brunig, he's got some of the best arguments in the book, and property is theft from the collective. Simple as that.
There you go. All right. See you later, guys.